What if Kaiju Deku got Harem? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The story of Bygone, once known as Erica, is a tragic tale that unfolds in the realm of Kaiju. Erica's life took a dark turn when she became a victim of a terrorist bombing. In a desperate attempt to preserve her essence, her father bound her soul and DNA into a rose bush. This act kept a fragment of her alive, but it came at a great cost. After 5 years of near death, her father foolishly introduced Godzilla cells into the mix, granting her immortality but transforming her into a colossal rose monster. This new existence forced her human side to battle against her kaiju instincts. Ultimately, she faced a horrific fate when Godzilla burned her, leading to her reconstruction into a more monstrous form, stripping away her humanity. In the end, she drifted in the vastness of space for eons, existing as spores, her soul forever trapped in the form of a monster. However, this time, Erica would not remain lost in the void. She would have a chance at happiness. In a classroom filled with students, the teacher announced the end of the day, reminding everyone that the following day was Godzilla Day. Although it was a day off, the teacher expected a brief essay on the Age of Kaiju and the most significant kaiju to each student. As the class groaned collectively, one student, Izuku, quickly exited the room, careful to avoid any collisions, particularly with Kaken, who had a reputation for burning journals. Izuku relished the prospect of a free afternoon, especially since All Might had declared there would be no training to allow time for the essay. He had always admired heroes, but his fascination with kaiju ran deep, stemming from childhood. The kaiju had captivated him, even after learning about the devastation they had caused, including the near-apocalyptic events that occurred 250 years ago. After a quiet ride home and a brief hug from his mother, Izuku settled down to work on his essay. With a longer weekend ahead, he aimed to maximize his training time. Although he had memorized the Age of Kaiju, selecting a single kaiju to write about proved challenging. Most were remnants of a bygone era, animals transformed by humanity's mistakes. Among them, one stood out, a creature that had been mutated by nuclear testing, its existence a haunting reminder of the past. Izuku felt a tear escape as he thought of another kaiju, one that had endured an unimaginable fate beyond its control. This creature had once been like him, a victim of tragedy. As he contemplated the weight of her story, he realized he had found his subject. He would write about Bygone, despite the emotional toll it would take on him. Later, far off in the Pacific Ocean, a group of men, not ordinary sailors but whalers, celebrated their recent catch. Their captain, a man with a beard made of curved bones, announced that the first 2 rounds would be on him when they returned to port. Their illegal occupation posed significant risks, as whaling was prohibited in most parts of the world. Despite the dangers, they had captured 2 sei whales, their parts promising a fortune if sold through the right channels. As they reveled in their success, a crew member noticed the sky changing color. The captain looked up to witness a breathtaking sight, a golden light raining down from above, casting an appealing yet ominous glow over the ocean. The lights began to plunge into the depths of the water, creating an atmosphere that felt both enchanting and foreboding. Through the illuminated water, lights began to converge beneath the surface, only to be obscured as the water turned a light green. The captain, feeling the effects of his worsening hay fever, sensed that something was dreadfully wrong. He ordered his crew to throw everything unnecessary overboard and to navigate away from their current location. If they encountered any patrols or heroes, they needed to inform the world about the looming threat. The crew was bewildered by the captain's proclamation that a kaiju had awakened. It was widely believed that the last of the kaiju had perished over 250 years ago on the first Godzilla Day. For a century, governments around the globe had scoured the earth for any signs of dormant kaiju, finding only remains and concluding that they had gone extinct. However, the current situation suggested they had been mistaken. The crew hastily discarded everything deemed unimportant and sped away as fast as their large whaling ship could manage. One crew member questioned the captain's decision, suggesting that it would be more sensible to radio for help, especially to the heroes, about the kaiju. The captain explained that contacting them would only draw attention to their location. He preferred to protect their hull and livelihood, and the crewmen nodded in understanding. Moments later, the sea grew choppy, and a sound erupted from the ocean, reminiscent of a whale's song but more human-like. The captain instructed the crew to prepare the harpoons, though they stood in shock at the unfolding events. He reiterated the need for action, urging those with emitter quirks or long-range abilities to take their positions on the sides of the ship. They had to be ready for battle and pray for their survival. As the crew prepared, a crew member spotted a giant Venus flytrap emerging from the water, leaking greenish blood. It opened its mouth, and another flytrap appeared on the opposite side, followed by more, surrounding the ship. Soon, a massive crocodilian head emerged from the depths, letting out a sorrowful roar that shook the sea. In a moment of panic, one crew member fired a harpoon into one of the flytrap heads, causing the creature to cry out in pain. The captain scolded him for jeopardizing their safety and commanded the crew to fire everything they had at the kaiju, knowing they might not survive but determined to fight back. The crew complied, launching their weapons at the kaiju, and to their surprise, they inflicted some damage. However, the kaiju retaliated, swatting them with a harpooned tendril, breaking the ship in two. The captain closed his eyes, accepting his fate as his crew cried out in despair. The boat split apart and exploded, sinking into the depths of the ocean. The kaiju watched as the remnants of the ship disappeared, then began to trudge away, leaving bits of itself behind, staining the Pacific green with its blood. Its only thought was a longing to return home to Japan. The next morning at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, the mist hung heavily in the air, obscuring what would have been a stunning sunrise. Izuku had spent 7 months cleaning the beach, envisioning how appealing it would look once he finished. He hoped to complete the task before the UA entrance exams, believing it would be worth it for both his dream of becoming a hero and for others to enjoy the park. As he worked, he noticed something surprising. All Might, in his deflated form, was crying while reading Izuku's essay. Izuku felt uncertain about how to process the scene. All Might had asked to read the essay the next morning, but Izuku had never expected such an emotional reaction. All Might reassured him that he was fine, explaining that the essay was very well written. He wiped away his tears and put the essay away. Izuku was taken aback by the praise and expressed his surprise. All Might explained that he could tell Izuku had poured his heart and soul into the essay, just as he did in his training. He had been genuinely curious about what Izuku would write. Since the second Gajura Day, it had become a tradition worldwide for children to describe their favorite kaiju. This practice was meant to keep the memory of the kaiju alive in case one appeared again, ensuring that the destruction they caused and the peace they brought would never be forgotten. The essays often reflected personal insights and a deeper understanding of the kaiju. They were not merely animals. They were individuals much like humans, and writing about them provided insight into how one might see themselves reflected in them. All Might examined a nearby trash pile and handed a broken hand mirror to Midoriya. He noted that Midoriya's writing revealed a perception of Biollante, or Erika Shiragami, as someone both opposite and similar to his aspirations. All Might sighed, wiping a bit of blood from the corner of his mouth, and continued to explain that both Midoriya and Erika shared a longing to help others, albeit in different ways. Midoriya aspired to be a hero, while Erika aimed to assist those in need in the most desolate parts of the world through the genetic engineering of plants. They also shared a deep love for their parents, as documented by Dr. Shiragami, along with a relentless drive and passion for their respective pursuits. However, their similarities ended with the fact that Erika was quirkless. Midoriya recalled that both of them had faced the denial of their dreams. He was told he was quirkless, and Erika had tragically lost her life in a terrorist bombing. Despite the horrific twists in their stories, their dreams persisted in different forms. The weight of Erika's fate was indescribable, leaving Midoriya to ponder the emotions she must have experienced. All Might grimly acknowledged Midoriya's insight, explaining that the truth about Biollante's creation was too much for anyone younger to bear. Midoriya remembered how he had nearly cried himself dry upon learning the truth, while Kaken had been so overwhelmed that he lost consciousness. The incident had been so severe that Auntie Mitsuki had to drag Kaken out of school due to the chaos he had caused. The topic of Erika was one that no one wanted to discuss, Yet it was crucial to prevent anyone from repeating the mistakes of the past. All Might pointed out that what happened to Erika bore a dark resemblance to Midoriya's own aspirations. While Midoriya wished for a quirk, Erika had been trapped in the form of a rose by her father in a misguided attempt to preserve her, ultimately becoming a monstrous creation known as Biollante. All Might expressed his belief that Midoriya would become the great hero he aspired to be, contrasting with Erika's tragic transformation. Midoriya, though grateful for All Might's praise, felt a deep sorrow. He recognized that both he and Erika had undergone drastic changes due to singular choices. He had the opportunity to become All Might's successor and receive his quirk, while Erika had been resurrected against her will, turned into a massive kaiju in her father's desperate attempt to keep her alive. He hoped she had found peace, even as her spores vanished into the cosmos, never to be seen again. All Might expressed his admiration for Midoriya's reflections on Erika, noting that if given the chance, Midoriya would strive to help her regardless of her condition. This sincerity only strengthened All Might's belief in Midoriya's potential. Overwhelmed with emotion, Midoriya felt tears welling up at the recognition from his mentor. Despite having trained under All Might for months, he still found it hard to believe that he was receiving such praise. All Might emphasized the importance of channeling that dedication into everything Midoriya did as a hero. He expected nothing less from him. After a brief moment to compose himself, Midoriya prepared for the day's training with renewed determination. He was able to clear more debris from the beach than ever before, doubling his previous record in just a few hours. However, his progress came to an abrupt halt when he noticed something unusual as the mist cleared. The waves had turned a greenish hue and became increasingly choppy. All Might, sensing Midoriya's hesitation, shared in his astonishment at the sight before them. There was no natural phenomenon that could explain the water's strange color, raising questions about what was happening. As the waves grew more tumultuous, a sound emerged from the depths, reminiscent of a whale. Midoriya's mind raced with possibilities, recalling research he had conducted for his essay. It was impossible. The creature they were thinking of had been extinct for nearly 250 years. Yet, as something began to rise from the water, All Might urged Midoriya to explain what he knew. Before Midoriya could respond, a large shape burst forth from the depths, revealing a creature that the world had believed to be long gone. The kaiju, thought to have perished after her remains drifted into space, had unexpectedly returned. The ocean bore remnants of chlorophyll-rich blood, a haunting reminder of her presence. Sonar had detected the wreckage of a whaling ship resting on the ocean floor, and scuba teams reported no survivors. This left the agency with little information about the kaiju's movements, save for a literal trail of blood carried away by the currents. Biollante, the kaiju in question, posed a significant challenge for tracking. Unlike others of her kind, she did not emit the same levels of radiation, making her harder to locate. Agents were positioned throughout Japan, prepared for her potential return. The hope was that they would find her before she reached land. As the phone rang, the caller ID displayed an unfamiliar Japanese number. The identity of the caller was a mystery, and the agency's personnel were the only ones who should have had access to my number. It was unlikely that Agent Aoki would be calling from a payphone again, but I was prepared to dock his pay if he did. When I answered, the voice on the other end was familiar yet unexpected. It had been 5 years since I last spoke to Yagi. His tone indicated that this was not a social call. He revealed that he had found Erika, a name that sent a jolt of surprise through me. The realization struck that he was referring to Biollante, but he advised against using that name when meeting her. Yagi explained that he had discovered her while training a new protege at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. This location, though isolated, had not been considered a potential landing point for a kaiju. Halfway through the training session, something had emerged from the water, and they barely escaped before she crashed onto the shore, her head bleeding onto the beach. The extensive blood found in the ocean had suggested something serious had occurred. I pondered what could have injured a kaiju like Biollante so severely and whether the assailant was still alive. For now, I pushed those concerns aside, focusing on the call. I informed Yagi that I had agents working to clean up the traces of Biollante's blood, hoping to avoid a repeat of past events. I inquired if he had any idea what could have caused her injuries. He expressed his dread over the situation but mentioned that Erika had dropped a large crystal coated in her blood while changing shape. This revelation nearly caused me to choke. Yagi elaborated that his protégé had discovered that Erika had regained her humanity, which had been lost for centuries. She was aware of her past and had learned to reduce her size through her spores. Instead of a gigantic plant monster, she had transformed into a being about the size of a small tree. Yagi expressed pride in this discovery but also concern, as he sought a way to help her continue her transformation back into a human. He believed that the promise of this change was the only thing keeping her from lashing out. The implications of his request were staggering. A student had uncovered something that had only been theorized for centuries, and Yagi was asking for assistance in turning a kaiju into a human. I questioned him about his current location and learned he was at UA, a secure area in Honshu, which could serve as a temporary base to gauge Biolante's condition. I instructed him to wait while I gathered the necessary resources, assuring him that I might have a theoretical solution, though it would take time to obtain the required information. I emphasized the importance of not referring to her as Biolante, as this had nearly triggered a rampage. Yagi's warning about her potential danger if she returned to her full size resonated deeply. With a plan in motion, I prepared to meet him in a few hours, determined to find a way to help Erika and prevent any further chaos. The conversation concluded with a sense of finality as the line went dead. Director Serizawa let out a sigh he had been holding in, reflecting on the extraordinary situation at hand. The first kaiju to awaken in 250 years had been calmed by a young individual who suggested the possibility of transforming her back into a human. If the idea had not seemed plausible for this particular kaiju, he might have dismissed it entirely and ordered Biolante, or rather Erika, to be studied to assess any potential threat. However, he was still weighing his options, which was why he planned to bring Agent Dupré along. He trusted no one else to look after him from the shadows. As he contemplated his next steps, he sensed someone approaching. Graham, his deputy director, was right behind him. She had overheard everything and had already made the necessary preparations. A helicopter was scheduled to arrive within the next half hour, and Agent Dupré had been dispatched from the Argo to retrieve all relevant information concerning Dr. Genshiro Shiragami from their records building in Tokyo. Serizawa felt a smile form on his face, appreciating her efficiency. He instructed Graham to inform Dr. Toga and Dr. Mifune to recover every possible sample of the kaiju's blood. She acknowledged his request and asked if there was anything else she could assist him with. He asked her to look up any information regarding the name Midoriya, wanting to know more about the individual he would soon encounter. If Yagi intended to surprise him with his pupil, he should have refrained from mentioning the last name. Once Graham left, Serizawa took a moment to gaze out at the sea, contemplating the significance of the situation. If his assumptions were correct, he doubted he would have another opportunity like this in the near future. He sensed that the world would soon be busy, and he hoped it would be ready for what was to come. Meanwhile, at UA, Izuku Midoriya was enduring a grueling training session. Cleaning the beach had been challenging, but this experience was on an entirely different level. All Might encouraged him to defeat the robots he faced, while Erika, his kaiju companion, let out an encouraging roar. Izuku barely managed to dodge an incoming metal fist, ducking under it and throwing a broken piece of machinery at the robot to buy himself a few precious seconds. With his usual training cancelled due to Erika's presence, All Might had devised what he considered an equal opportunity exercise. After nearly 3 hours of relentless training against the weakest robots designated for the entrance exam, Izuku was covered in bruises, with Erika retaliating against the machines on his behalf. He was grateful for All Might's introduction to UA's nurse, recovery girl, who had briefly treated his injuries and conducted tests on Erika. She had left just 15 minutes prior to finalize the results of those tests. While her quirk was undoubtedly helpful, he preferred not to dwell on the method required to activate it. Despite the exhaustion weighing heavily on him, he found an opening and rushed toward the nearest robot. He ducked under another fist, narrowly avoiding being struck. With determination, he picked up a piece of scrap metal and threw it at the robot's visor. Although the robot swatted it away, it was too late. Izuku landed a solid hit square in the chest, causing it to shut down. Erika let out a triumphant roar and smashed the remaining robot with one of her vines before curling around him as he collapsed onto the ground. After 3 exhausting hours, he had finally succeeded, but if these were the easiest obstacles of the exam, he knew he needed to improve significantly in the coming months to stand a chance. His thoughts were interrupted when Erika wrapped him in her vines and dragged him closer. He lacked the energy to resist as she nuzzled against him. Over time, he had grown accustomed to her affectionate gestures, realizing he might be the first person in centuries to treat her like a normal human since her transformation. He hoped that All Might was correct about the potential cure for her condition. The organization he had mentioned was of little concern to him. His focus remained solely on helping Erika. All Might's voice broke through his thoughts, reminding him that he was mumbling again and instructing Erika to let him go, noting that she was close to squeezing him too tightly. He acknowledged that, despite never having fought before, he had performed about average in the exercise. All Might expressed surprise at how Izuku had managed to make one of the robots take out another, commending him for his efforts. The principal of Izuku chimed in, pointing out that All Might had not bothered to teach Izuku how to fight. The unusual appearance of the principal, resembling a mix of various animals, was less surprising than the fact that All Might was a teacher at UA. It made sense, given that he had mentioned looking for potential students among his classes. It seemed that All Might still had a long way to go before he could effectively teach a class. The intense look and growl that Erika directed at him left everyone wondering if she was upset with All Might, contemplating another attempt to eat Nizu, or perhaps a combination of both. All Might, feeling the pressure of their gazes, nervously acknowledged the situation. Nizu, with a knowing expression, repeated his name while sipping his tea, which only added to the unease in the room. All Might began to reflect on his earlier training methods, admitting that he had not considered certain aspects during Midoriya's initial training. He handed his phone to Nizu, who started scrolling through photos that All Might had taken without Midoriya's awareness. The situation was becoming increasingly uncomfortable, especially as Erika's vines began to stretch toward the phone. After a moment of reviewing the images, Nizu tossed the phone back to All Might just before Erika could catch it with one of her mouths. He acknowledged All Might's efforts but insisted that he should have taught Midoriya the basics of combat at least a month prior. While he appreciated All Might's innovative training plan, Nizu could not overlook the lack of combat training. He set a deadline of 3 months for All Might to improve his teaching methods and Midoriya's combat abilities, warning him that failure to do so would result in a pay deduction. All Might assured Nizu that he believed Midoriya was ready for that level of training and that he would reorganize the schedule accordingly. Nizu expressed his expectations clearly, adding a cautionary note about not showing the photos to Nemuri, as they both understood the potential consequences of such an action. Before anyone could delve deeper into the conversation, Recovery Girl entered the room, carrying a folder that indicated she had completed her tests on Erika. Nizu acknowledged her arrival, and Erika instinctively wrapped her vines around Midoriya, bracing for the impending news. Recovery Girl grimly reported her findings. The tests revealed that whatever Dr. Shiragami had done to Erika had transformed her significantly, making her more plant than human. Her blood contained high levels of chlorophyll, necessitating her exposure to sunlight to avoid a coma. The only bones she possessed were her spine, ribs, and skull, while her teeth resembled thorns. The few organs she had were primarily muscle, with a primitive stomach and kidney that allowed her to recycle waste. Her breathing, a remnant of her human life, was now supplemented by photosynthesis. Recovery Girl expressed her confusion over Erika's radioactive sap production, her ability to disperse spores, and her remarkable regenerative capabilities. Unfortunately, she concluded that unless someone close to Yagi could assist, there was no feasible way to revert Erika back to a normal human state. The atmosphere in the room turned heavy with dread, a feeling Midoriya had only experienced once before, the day he learned he was quirkless. Erika's frustration erupted in an ear-piercing roar as she lashed out with her vines, demolishing a nearby building. Midoriya realized he needed to calm her before she spiraled into a rampage or inadvertently harmed him while still ensnared in her grasp. He spoke from the depths of his heart, urging Erika to remain hopeful. He reminded her that All Might had mentioned a possibility of her transformation back into a human. He shared his own journey, how he had been told he could never become a hero because of his quirklessness, yet here he was, training at UA and proving everyone wrong. His heartfelt words seemed to resonate with Erika, who gradually calmed down, wrapping him in her vines and releasing a sorrowful roar. Despite the discomfort of her grip, Midoriya embraced her, choosing to endure the pain rather than pull away. He reflected on his own past, recalling the night he learned he was quirkless and how he had longed for his mother's reassurance that he could become a hero. Instead, she had broken down in tears, leaving him without the encouragement he needed. He understood Erika's plight. She had likely waited centuries for the chance to be human again, only to be confronted with the possibility of it being impossible. Determined not to let history repeat itself, Midoriya spoke the words he believed would uplift her. Just then, All Might, wiping away a tear, expressed his admiration for Midoriya's resilience. Another voice chimed in, praising All Might's choice of successor, which caused Erika to release Midoriya and growl as she searched for the source of the voice. The tension in the room heightened, as everyone but All Might sensed the potential threat. All Might turned to acknowledge the newcomer, an older man with black hair and a beard, dressed in a black suit and holding a briefcase. Accompanying him was a young woman with brown hair, also in a black suit, who appeared to be American. As the others relaxed, realizing these were the individuals All Might had been expecting, Erika maintained a cautious stance, her gaze fixed on them. The mystery of how they had approached without being noticed lingered in Midoriya's mind, especially since he had seen a helicopter in the background that should have made enough noise to alert them from a distance. The atmosphere was tense as the group discussed the situation surrounding Erika. It was clear that stealth was necessary, especially considering the unpredictable nature of her reactions. The possibility of a hidden agent with a sound manipulation quirk made sense, given the secretive nature of the agency they were dealing with. This agency, as All Might had mentioned, had a vested interest in monitoring Erika closely, likely due to her potential for rampaging. One of the women present, with a small smile, acknowledged the accuracy of their observations. She explained that her enhanced hearing allowed her to understand what others found incomprehensible, including the mumblings of the young hero. This revelation surprised both Midoriya and All Might, as few could decipher his speech. The woman confirmed the presence of an agent nearby, ready to intervene if Erika became a threat. Sarazoa, a man of authority in the room, emphasized the strength of this agent, warning that she was among the strongest they had, second only to Aizawa and All Might. Midoriya felt a sense of unease at the mention of Aizawa, recognizing the implications of the agent's power. He understood that angering her would not end well. Principal Nizu, acknowledging the situation, expressed gratitude for the information that had come to light, indicating that they needed to bolster their defenses against potential breaches. As the introductions unfolded, Sarazawa introduced himself as the director of Monarch, with Dr. Vivian Graham as his deputy. Midoriya quickly deduced that Monarch was an organization focused on kaiju, a fact confirmed by Sarazawa. He explained that Monarch had been established 250 years ago by the United Nations to study kaiju and manage any threats they posed to humanity. However, they had a unique interest in Erika, as they believed they could restore her to a more human state. The revelation that there was a method to help Erika shocked both her and Midoriya. Yet, Graham clarified that the process was not straightforward. The method had been discovered by Erika's father, Dr. Genshiro Sarazawa, who had dedicated his life to atoning for his past actions. He had worked tirelessly on a cure for Erika, but tragically, he had run out of genetic material before he could complete it. His notes suggested he was close to finding a solution, but even if successful, Erika would not return to her original human form. Instead, she would retain some traits of her transformed state while appearing human. This news weighed heavily on Midoriya, who felt for Erika. He understood her pain, having been transformed into a kaiju by her father's actions. Despite the challenges ahead, he reassured her that even if she could not become a normal human again, she would still be able to blend into a world where quirks were commonplace. This perspective seemed to resonate with Erika, who reluctantly accepted the situation. Serizawa then shifted the conversation to the next steps regarding Erika's care. Principal Nizu outlined their plan to keep her in the training area and informed the staff the following day. He also mentioned that All Might could take her for training whenever he wished, emphasizing the importance of keeping her close to Midoriya. Recovery Girl noted that Erika had formed a strong bond with Midoriya, as he was the first person in centuries to treat her like a human. The conversation concluded with Graham proposing the establishment of a temporary base to work on Erika's restoration. Nizu agreed, but with the stipulation that they would need to clear their presence from the training field well in advance of the entrance exams. Serizawa acknowledged this requirement and expressed appreciation for the cooperation of Nizu and Recovery Girl in their efforts. With their combined intelligence and medical expertise, Serizawa was confident that they would soon find a cure for Erika. Nizu nodded in agreement, but the ringing sound that interrupted their conversation signaled the end of the day. All Might informed Midoriya that it was time for him to head home, but Erika expressed her discontent with a loud roar and tightened her vines around him. Midoriya reassured her that he would see her again the next day during training, prompting her to loosen her grip and emit a small growl. After a moment of contemplation, she wrapped her vines around him in a gentle hug, letting out a soft whine that seemed to convey her feelings of farewell. Before Midoriya left, Serizawa reminded them that he was expecting something from them. All Might nodded and handed over a crystal that he had found, carefully encased in a metal briefcase due to its potentially dangerous nature. Serizawa examined the crystal and noted the incredible amount of cosmic radiation emanating from it, expressing his gratitude for All Might's caution in securing it. He surmised that All Might must have some sort of Geiger counter quirk to detect such radiation. After a brief handshake, they exchanged goodbyes, and All Might turned to Midoriya, who was ready to leave. As they drove away, Midoriya gazed out the window, reflecting on the whirlwind of events that had unfolded that day. From meeting Erika to discovering that All Might would be teaching at UA, and learning about the existence of a kaiju-based organization, it had been a long yet thrilling day. All Might noticed Midoriya's contemplative mood and inquired if he was thinking about Erika. Midoriya admitted that he was also considering the implications of Monarch. All Might reassured him that he could trust Monarch, especially with Serizawa overseeing Erika's well-being. Curious about their relationship, Midoriya asked how All Might knew Serizawa. All Might explained that they had been friends for years, having met early in his career. When Midoriya speculated about their first encounter, All Might confirmed it was during a smuggling operation in New York involving a criminal named Laga, who had been selling stolen artifacts, including kaiju eggshells. All Might had put a stop to it but had suffered injuries that left him incapacitated for 2 days. Midoriya was intrigued by the details of the encounter, especially when All Might revealed Laga's full villainous name, which was derived from an Icelandic sea monster. All Might described how Laga could transform into a monstrous version of a poisonous fish, a fact that had horrified him after his encounter. He recounted how he and Serizawa became friends after that incident, although their communication had been limited due to Serizawa's demanding job as the director of Monarch. As Midoriya listened, a sense of dread began to fill him. He asked if Serizawa had been busy with other kaiju, fearing the answer. All Might confirmed his suspicions, explaining that there were 2 known kaiju, one of which was harmless, while the other was kept under strict security. Erika was the first confirmed awakened kaiju in centuries, and All Might hoped it would remain that way. The revelation that more kaiju existed was unsettling for Midoriya, who had always suspected their presence but now had confirmation. He considered asking Serizawa for more information at a later time, as the current situation was already overwhelming. Sensing Midoriya's anxiety, All Might offered to discuss the matter with Serizawa if he wished. However, he reminded Midoriya that they needed to focus on training, particularly on improving his fighting techniques, which was essential for All Might's teaching responsibilities. While preparing for the next phase of training, All Might informed Midoriya that he would be researching fighting techniques for him to learn. In the meantime, he would have Midoriya practice the basics against Erika, a formidable opponent. Midoriya felt a surge of anxiety at the thought of fighting a kaiju, realizing that this was far beyond his current abilities. All Might reassured him, explaining that Erika would only assist with one aspect of the training while he searched for an appropriate fighting style. He humorously noted that if he attempted to spar with her, she might become aggressive, recalling her past antics involving the principal. With a smile, All Might announced that they would begin working on dodging techniques the following day after clearing some debris. Midoriya couldn't shake the feeling of unease that settled in his stomach. In a surprising turn of conversation, All Might asked Midoriya where he and his mother enjoyed dining out. Midoriya raised an eyebrow, curious about the sudden inquiry. All Might explained that after the chaotic day they had experienced and recognizing the effort Midoriya had put into his training, he wanted to treat both him and his mother to dinner as a reward for their support. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Midoriya expressed his disbelief at the offer, which made All Might chuckle. The prospect of a dinner with All Might and his mother filled Midoriya with joy, marking it as one of the best days of his life. Tears welled up in his eyes as he thanked All Might sincerely. All Might suggested that Midoriya should call his mother to inform her of the dinner plans. Initially, she had been apprehensive about his training to become a hero, especially under All Might, whom she knew as Toshinori Yagi. However, as time passed, she became more supportive and even warmed up to All Might, despite her lingering worries about her son's safety. Midoriya felt a pang of guilt for not being completely honest with her. Noticing Midoriya's conflicted expression, All Might sighed and gave him permission to share the truth about One for All with his mother, but only after he had fully inherited the quirk. Midoriya was taken aback by this revelation, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over him once again. As he prepared to make the call, All Might reminded him not to forget the important task at hand. Midoriya quickly dialed his mother's number, realizing that today had been the most extraordinary day of his life, one he would not trade for anything. Tomorrow promised to be another exciting chapter, with Erika joining All Might in his training, and he couldn't have been happier about it. Izuku took a deep breath, tapping his hand against his knees as he prepared for the significant day ahead. Nervousness coursed through him, more intense than anything he had experienced before. All Might, in his depowered form, acknowledged Izuku's anxiety, expressing that he too felt the weight of the moment. He encouraged Izuku to maintain a brave demeanor, reminding him that they did not want to add to Erika's worries. Despite All Might's reassurances, Izuku couldn't shake his fears. The thought of losing Erika weighed heavily on him, and he expressed his concern about the possibility of her death. All Might responded with a somber reminder that they were all aware of the risks involved. He understood Izuku's promise to help Erika but emphasized that if she were to die, she would be free from her curse, something Izuku ultimately desired for her. Reflecting on the month they had spent together, Izuku sighed, realizing that life without Erika would be profoundly different. A flashback took him back to 30 days prior, the day after Erika had washed ashore. They had returned to the beach for training, but Izuku felt a wave of anxiety wash over him upon seeing All Might with a large bruise on his arm, while Erika glared at him. Concerned, Izuku asked if a villain had caused the injury, fearing the strength of such an adversary. All Might clarified that it was Erika who had inflicted the bruise, having bitten him with one of her vines during a training exercise he had suggested. All Might explained that they would be focusing on dodging techniques. Erika had the ability to spit out sap, which, while not radioactive, could still cause burns. The thought of dodging sap sent Izuku into a panic, but All Might reassured him that it was preferable to dodging Erika's vines, which had once pierced the skin of a formidable creature. Despite his trepidation, All Might believed Erika would take it easy on him, though the sight of her growling and demonstrating her strength did little to calm his nerves. As Izuku contemplated his impending doom, Erika lifted him with one of her vines, bringing him to her eye level. Her soft roar and gentle gaze seemed to convey reassurance, a silent promise that she would not intentionally harm him. However, the earlier incident with All Might suggested that anyone else was fair game. Once back on the beach, All Might shifted into his muscular form and instructed Izuku to prepare for the training session. The next 2 hours were filled with intense physical challenges as Izuku struggled to dodge the sap, which, despite being dulled in power, still stung upon contact. The pain was a constant reminder of the demanding training, and he felt grateful that he had avoided serious injury like All Might had suffered. After the grueling practice, All Might had to take Erika back for testing as Monarch was establishing a temporary base and working on a cure. The separation was difficult, and Erika reacted similarly to the previous day, requiring All Might to gently pry Izuku away from her. The bond they shared was strong, and as Izuku prepared for the challenges ahead, he held on to the hope that they would overcome the obstacles together. He drove as fast as he could, with Erika hidden beneath a tarp, hissing at him along the way. It was either that or explain to people why there was a 12-foot-tall plant-like being in the back of his truck. Left to continue his usual training methods for the next few hours, he awaited All Might's arrival, who intended to introduce him to the team working on curing Erika. It was an understatement to say he felt nervous. Upon arriving, he expected many things, but not to see Erika chasing a man with red leathery wings in a suit, roaring angrily. The man quickly spotted them, flying behind All Might and him. He begged for help, stating that he was the one the director said could calm her down. As Erika's attention shifted toward them, her anger seemed to dissipate upon seeing him. A few of her vines wrapped around him, pulling him closer to her. He cried out in surprise, asking her to let go, but her growl and continued nuzzling indicated otherwise. The winged man expressed awe at the sight, realizing that the boy could indeed calm Erika down, but then he made the mistake of provoking her by calling her Biollante. In response, Erika launched a large wad of sap at him, prompting him to fly away. All Might commented on the man's provocation, shocking him with his presence. The man, clearly a fan of All Might, asked for an autograph, revealing his admiration. Just then, Serizawa's voice cut through the moment, ordering Agent Aoki to cease his antics. Erika stopped nuzzling and turned to face Serizawa, who approached with Vivian and an unfamiliar man. This new figure was tall, with a scar on his forehead, brown hair, and a mustache, dressed in a loose brown suit and a black muscle shirt. His imposing demeanor suggested he was not someone to be trifled with, and Aoki's pale complexion confirmed that suspicion. Serizawa addressed Aoki sternly, informing him that Dupré was looking for him due to his provocation of Erika. He advised Aoki to accept his punishment before it was too late, causing Aoki to hastily fly away. Serizawa then turned to the boy, apologizing for Aoki's behavior. He explained that Aoki was often a trouble magnet, though effective when it mattered. Erika let out a soft roar, seemingly accepting the apology. With that settled, Vivian asked Erika to put the boy down. Reluctantly, Erika complied, allowing him to stand on his own. Vivian then introduced the man who had been observing him. Despite 8 months of training under All Might, the boy felt intimidated and began to sweat, but he stood his ground with All Might and Erika behind him, the latter growling with sap dripping from her fangs. All Might intervened, telling the man, Gordon, to stop trying to intimidate his protégé. Gordon grunted in response, revealing his connection to All Might. He expressed skepticism about the boy's potential but acknowledged there was some promise. Introducing himself as Agent Gordon, he instructed the boy to call him either Agent or Sir, further emphasizing his intimidating presence. The boy responded affirmatively, trying to mask his nervousness. Gordon then turned back to All Might, reminiscing about their past and suggesting they grab a drink together sometime. Serizawa interrupted, introducing Gordon as one of the best agents in Monarch, responsible for managing the base and subduing Erika if necessary. Erika let out a challenging roar at Gordon, who remained unfazed, prompting the boy to wonder if anything could rattle him. All Might inquired about the doctors who would be working on Erika's cure. Principal Nizu approached with 2 individuals in lab coats, an elderly man with a slightly hunched back and a tall man with blonde hair. Nizu apologized for their tardiness, explaining he had been catching up with an old friend. The elderly man introduced himself as Dr. Shinzo Mifune, the head geneticist of Monarch, while the blonde man, Dr. Yujiro Toga, introduced himself as the head hematologist, flashing a small smile that revealed a fong. The boy greeted them, noting the slight unease he felt around Dr. Toga, though he couldn't pinpoint why. The 2 doctors explained they were in charge of completing Dr. Shiragami's cure for Erika, setting the stage for the next steps in their journey. Toga analyzed the notes and realized that, considering they could potentially obtain an infinite amount of genetic material from Erika due to her regenerative abilities, they could complete her cure within a month. The prospect of finishing the cure so soon was astonishing. Serizawa had likely gathered some of the best scientists, but a timeline of just a month was unexpected. Mifune expressed a concern, revealing that a crucial page of Shirogami's notes was missing. This revelation caused Erika to react with an ear-piercing roar, her vines lashing out at nearby buildings. After a moment of fury, she restrained herself but attempted to pull Toga closer with one of her vines, leaving him bewildered by her persistent behavior. All Might intervened, urging Erika to stop her antics. Meanwhile, Serizawa pressed for an explanation regarding the missing page. Toga clarified that Shirogami had removed it out of fear that the completed cure could be weaponized. This reasoning resonated with the group, as Shirogami had lost Erika once before due to external threats targeting his research, which had ultimately led to her transformation into Bylani. Gordon acknowledged Shirogami's wisdom, prompting a collective nod from the others, while Erika expressed her annoyance with a grunt. Mifune lamented the difficulty of completing the cure without the missing information. Serizawa encouraged them to work with what they had and asked when they could begin the process. Toga confirmed they could start the next day once everything was prepared, which pleased Serizawa. As the discussion continued, a sudden scream echoed in the background, indicating that Agent Dupre had encountered Aoki. Serizawa instructed Gordon to check on Aoki, recalling that the last time Dupre had confronted him, he had required hospitalization for several days. Gordon agreed and exchanged a quick nod with All Might before departing. Toga decided to follow Gordon, while Nizu mentioned that Recovery Girl was busy procuring anesthesia. Erika's unique biology made it challenging for her to fall asleep, and the previous night's restlessness had required an extraordinary amount of anesthesia to calm her. Nizu's expression hinted at the chaos that had ensued, suggesting that Erika had attempted to consume Aoki again. Nizu then announced his intention to check on Ken, who was assisting with the completion of Monarch's base and Erika's temporary home. Serizawa agreed, emphasizing the need to ensure the base met protocol standards before departing with Vivian. Mifune requested a few moments with Midoriya, surprising both him and All Might. As the others left, Mifune revealed that he recognized All Might's true identity, which shocked both Midoriya and All Might. Mifune explained that an old friend had informed him about All Might's return to UA, warning that he should reach out soon or risk an unexpected visit. All Might, visibly unsettled, agreed to make contact by the end of the day. Mifune then turned his attention to Midoriya, expressing his admiration for the young hero. He revealed that meeting Midoriya was significant to him because Midoriya had accomplished a childhood dream of his by discovering Erika. Mifune shared that he had found a kaiju 5 years prior, hibernating on the ocean floor, but had faced skepticism from the scientific community, who believed all kaiju had perished centuries ago. Monarch had supported his claims, leading to his employment with the organization. Mifune reflected on the rarity of encountering an awakened kaiju in his lifetime, feeling a sense of fulfillment at the opportunity to cure Erika. Erika growled at Mifune, leaving Midoriya uncertain whether her reaction was one of annoyance or approval. Midoriya was astonished to learn about the kaiju Mifune had discovered. Mifune confirmed that it remained dormant, making Erika the first known awakened kaiju. However, he expressed concern that this situation might change in the future. The possibility of another age of kaiju loomed over them, which frightened Midoriya, recalling the devastation of the last one that had taken centuries for the world to recover from. Mifune acknowledged the potential for another age of kaiju, noting that, including Erika, 3 kaiju had been found in the past 3 years. His gaze shifted to the shadows, hinting at the uncertainty that lay ahead. The atmosphere was tense as Mifune posed a question about whether he should share certain information. Just as the group began to ponder his words, a static buzzing sound interrupted their thoughts. Erika, visibly annoyed, growled softly until the noise subsided. Mifune then indicated that he had received the all-clear signal from Agent Dupre, a name that caused All Might to express his concern. The reputation of Agent Dupre was not a favorable one, and the earlier screams of Agent Aoki only heightened the anxiety surrounding her abilities, particularly her skill in manipulating sound. Mifune cautioned the group about the importance of keeping the information he was about to share confidential. Both All Might and Midoriya agreed to this condition. The conversation quickly turned to the awakening of a kaiju, a topic that weighed heavily on their minds. Mifune explained that this particular kaiju had been discovered in a lake in the Aomori prefecture, dating back nearly 200 million years. Its ancient nature and the signs of activity on the lake bed hinted at a potential threat. The environment was too hostile for human exploration, and the possibility of awakening another kaiju loomed ominously. The history of kaiju was unpredictable, with some acting as protectors while others posed grave dangers to humanity. The awakening of a new kaiju could lead to catastrophic outcomes, and the group could only hope for a benign presence. As Mifune received a phone call from inside his coat, he advised All Might to make a call to Sorahiko soon. The urgency in his tone left All Might visibly shaken. With Mifune departing, All Might turned to Midoriya, explaining that he would leave him with Erika for a short while. The prospect of being alone with Erika, alongside the formidable Agent Dupre lurking in the shadows, filled Midoriya with apprehension. However, he found some comfort in Erika's presence. Once All Might left, Midoriya allowed himself to relax against Erika's vines, feeling overwhelmed by the events of the past half hour. The weight of old friendships, a missing part of a cure, questionable characters, and the looming threat of a kaiju awakening pressed heavily on him. He needed a moment to breathe. Erika, sensing his turmoil, pulled him closer with a gentle growl. Midoriya reflected on how just 2 days prior, his sole focus had been on becoming a hero. Now, his aspirations had expanded to include helping Erika, and he was determined to pursue both goals relentlessly. As he leaned against one of Erika's vines, he knew he needed to prepare for the challenges ahead, particularly the task of shutting down the robot again. But for now, he cherished the quiet moments with Erika, who seemed to share his longing for companionship. In the days that followed, a routine began to form. Midoriya trained at the beach, practiced dodging with Erika, attended school, and spent time with her at UA. While he was away, Erika was monitored by a UA teacher and several agents, including Aoki. It appeared that Erika had developed a habit of snapping at Aoki whenever he got too close, likely due to lingering resentment over his earlier comments. Despite her volatile nature, the staff seemed to tolerate her presence, though they noted she was more unpredictable without Midoriya around. Sarazoa, Vivian, and Agent Dupre departed the following day but continued to check in on Erika's progress through various channels. Mifune and Toga dedicated their time to working on the cure, and Midoriya occasionally spoke with them, keeping a distance from Toga. As the days passed, Midoriya remained focused on his training and his commitment to both becoming a hero and supporting Erika, knowing that the challenges ahead would require all his strength and determination. No hard feelings existed toward the man, who seemed like a good person, but even Mifune acknowledged that he had a questionable presence. Despite this, they surprisingly got along well, having been partners since Mifune joined Monarch. Most of their work took place at their main base in Antarctica. Given what had emerged during the Age of Kaiju and the mention of a fourth kaiju under their watch, Mifune had a possible idea of what lay beneath the ice. He prayed to all the gods that whatever was there would never see the light of day, for if it did, they would all be doomed. Aside from his interactions with the man, Mifune made an effort to avoid Gordon, who was very intimidating for good reason. He learned this lesson not even a week after meeting him. Life continued in a routine, punctuated by a few events, some enjoyable and others tense. One particular incident made Mifune flush with embarrassment whenever he thought about it, especially hoping that Kacchan would never find out. Despite everything, he would not trade those days for anything until the day came when they had to make a difficult choice, one that he hoped would turn out all right. It had been a month since Mifune met Erika, a month filled with ups and downs for both of them and for others as well. He remembered those days fondly, despite a few events he wished had not occurred, particularly what started on day 16. It began innocently enough, the day after he was introduced to the people working on Erika's cure. However, that day revealed a horrific truth that inadvertently led to her cure. When Mifune returned to Aldra Junior High, he expected many things: students sad to be back after 3 days off, Kaken keeping his distance as usual, and a few comments about being a quirkless loser. However, no one anticipated their teacher openly crying while reading their essays. The classroom fell silent for several minutes until someone finally spoke, directing a question at Mifune about what he had done. The teacher, still sobbing, pulled out Mifune's essay and expressed that in all his years of teaching he had never read such a heartfelt piece from a student. The details Mifune included about the kaiju he chose resonated deeply, as if he had a profound connection with it. The teacher's reaction left the class in shock, and Mifune felt a mix of guilt and pride, especially since he had used the name Biollante, which Erica despised. However, he realized that using her name would have confused his classmates, who were more accustomed to referring to her as Biollante. After what had happened with Agent Aoki the previous day, it seemed no one else at Monarch had made the same mistake, which was a relief. Otherwise, there would have been many more injuries from Erica's sharp responses to others. Bakugo, ever impatient, questioned what Mifune had written to elicit such an emotional response from their teacher, and Mifune confirmed that it was indeed Biollante. Bakugo then returned to ignoring him, allowing Mifune to reflect on the unexpected impact of his words. Not accustomed to that level of attention, the school day resumed its usual pace after the teacher recovered, though Kaken remained visibly irritated with his so-called friends. He had distanced himself from them since they abandoned him during the slime villain incident months ago, and his frustration only deepened following the recent turmoil within his family. It was a topic best left untouched. After school, All Might picked me up a short distance from the building as previously arranged with my mother for our training session. There wasn't much homework that day, and I managed to complete it during the car ride to UA. Upon arriving at the training ground, I was greeted by a joyful roar from behind me, and before I knew it, I was ensnared in vines. Erica had pulled me in and began to nuzzle against me. It was a relief to see her so happy, especially since she had been rather moody with most of the staff, except for the doctors working on her cure. Agent Aoki, who fluttered down beside Agent Gordon, noted that Erica's mood had noticeably brightened upon my arrival. However, he also mentioned that she seemed to still be upset with him for something that had occurred the previous day, and he had spent the entire day with her since then. Aoki had sustained some injuries, including bandages on several areas and a splint on one finger, all thanks to Agent Dupre, someone I was glad to have avoided so far. Curiosity led me to inquire why Aoki had been around Erica despite his troubles with her. His response was a flinch, followed by an annoyed grunt from Erica. Gordon explained that despite Aoki's shortcomings, he was remarkably skilled with machines. He had built a complex locking system from scratch for Erica's temporary home in just 2 days, though Aoki added that it would have taken less time if not for his broken finger. He took pride in his work and mentioned that he had also fine-tuned a training device for me, something he hadn't seen since graduating. When I expressed surprise at his graduation from UA, Aoki clarified that he had completed the support course, not the hero course, and had been one of the best. He had sought employment back in Osaka, but things had gone awry when he inadvertently became involved in a black market deal. This led to his recruitment into Monarch after the incident. Despite the circumstances, he admitted to loving his job, even if it could be a headache at times. Gordon then instructed Aoki to show me the lab and to take Erica along. He intended to catch up with All Might, who transformed into his muscular form. All Might advised me to greet the doctors and return quickly so we could continue training with the device. The exchange between All Might and Gordon hinted at a friendly rivalry as they prepared for a sparring match, a rematch of sorts from their past. As Aoki lifted me into the air, I expressed concern for Erica, who was still primarily grounded due to her roots and considerable weight. Aoki reassured me that I did not want to be caught in one of Gordon's fights and that Erica would be fine. However, as we flew away, I could hear her enraged roar in response to Aoki's comments, followed by a display of spores that floated around us, reminiscent of her past departure into space. Upon landing in front of a 5-story building that served as the temporary headquarters, I noted that Erica might try to escape to find me, given her close bond with me. Aoki acknowledged this possibility but mentioned that the arrangement of her helping me train had kept her from attempting to flee so far. Just then, a vine formed from the spores and playfully smacked Aoki to the ground, prompting me to question Erika's actions. Aoki speculated that her annoyance stemmed from him taking me away from her. I defended Erika, suggesting that while Aoki could have warned me before lifting me, she didn't need to slam him into the ground. Just then, a voice interrupted us, startling me. Dr. Toga appeared, having been unnoticed until that moment. Erika, reacting instinctively, spat a wad of sap at him, but Toga deftly sidestepped the attack. Toga explained that Dr. Mifune had asked him to show me the lab and that Aoki could leave us, which he did, acknowledging that he needed to finish fine-tuning a servo on the right arm. The atmosphere was a bit slower compared to the usual pace of the one-pointer. Agent Aoki wished them good luck before taking off into the sky. Toga, also known as Yujiro, invited Midoriya to follow him around the building, indicating that they needed to work on a side door large enough for Erika to enter. Erika growled at Toga, clearly not pleased with him. As they walked, Midoriya attempted to address Toga formally, but he was quickly interrupted. Toga insisted that Midoriya could call him Yujiro, as he was not affiliated with Monarch and did not need to maintain such formalities. He suggested that Midoriya could at least refer to him as Dr. Yujiro if he wanted to be respectful. Midoriya hesitated but decided to continue addressing him as Dr. Yujiro. Toga then asked if his presence made Midoriya uncomfortable, urging him to be honest. Midoriya found it difficult to respond to such a question, unsure how to articulate his feelings. Toga reassured him that if he felt uneasy, it was perfectly normal, as he often had that effect on people. He then shifted the conversation back to Midoriya's original question. Midoriya inquired about Toga's role as the hematologist for Monarch, particularly regarding his work with kaiju blood. Toga chuckled, noting that it had been a while since anyone had asked him that directly. He explained that his work was mostly mundane, as there had not been any significant discoveries in the field for about 3 years. He categorized the properties of kaiju blood and studied how their cells functioned. However, with Erika's arrival, he felt like he had struck a goldmine of information, as she provided a constant supply of fresh blood, which opened up endless possibilities for research. As they turned a corner, they came upon an opening in the wall that was perfectly sized for Erika. Toga apologized for his earlier excitement, explaining that he tended to salivate at the thought of blood, a side effect of his quirk that made him somewhat like a vampire. Midoriya acknowledged that such a trait could be beneficial for a hematologist. Toga elaborated on his role, explaining that he was not only responsible for kaiju blood but also worked with human blood when necessary. He mentioned the importance of a good medical staff, given the frequent accidents in their line of work. His quirk allowed him to store blood within his canines and disperse it later, but it came with the challenge of maintaining dental hygiene, which was quite costly. Midoriya could only imagine the difficulties associated with such a unique ability. Toga then indicated that they had arrived at their destination, revealing a side entrance large enough for Erika to fit through. A few agents were present, working on the doorway, and they instinctively stepped back, weapons drawn, when Erika let out a quick roar. Toga waved them off, explaining that they had never encountered an awake kaiju before. Inside the lab, which was spacious and 2 stories high, agents were busy setting up equipment. Some were already hard at work, while others were unloading sacks of soil and fertilizer onto the floor. Erika seemed conflicted by the choice of materials. On one hand, she appeared content with the soil. On the other, she showed signs of disgust at her current state. With the promise of a cure for the first time in 300 years, she longed to return to a more human form. Currently, she felt trapped in a body that was a mix of kaiju and plant, with her human mind and soul confined within. Without thinking, Midoriya approached Erika and embraced her, despite the challenge posed by her unusual shape. This gesture broke her out of her mood, and she responded by wrapping her vines around him, pulling him closer. Erika let out a soft roar and nuzzled against him, conveying her gratitude. Dr. Mifune approached them, holding a stack of files. He remarked on Midoriya's ability to surprise him, suggesting that they might be closer to a solution than they initially thought. Toga inquired about the basis for this conclusion, and Mifune explained that it was related to the ingredients for the solution they were developing. Midoriya noted that the availability of these ingredients had changed since Dr. Shiragami's passing, and Mifune confirmed that it had taken Shirogami a lifetime to perfect the cure, with years of trial and error leading to the notes they currently had. He acknowledged that without Shirogami's precise measurements for each component, it would have taken them a decade to refine the solution from scratch. This revelation solidified Midoriya's understanding of Dr. Shirogami's legacy as one of the greatest geneticists, despite the dark history surrounding Erika. The conversation left Midoriya with a sense of hope for the future and the potential for Erika to reclaim her humanity. Midoriya found himself in a conversation with Dr. Yujiro, who had just placed some files on a nearby desk. The topic was deoxyribonuclease, an enzyme that cleaves phosphodiester linkages along the DNA chain, effectively degrading DNA. Midoriya recalled this information from his science class, and his answer seemed to please the doctors, as they exchanged knowing smiles. Erika, who had once been human and a geneticist, expressed her joy by wrapping Midoriya in a vine and letting out a small roar. Despite her thorn-like teeth, it was clear that she was happy with his response. Midoriya reflected on Erika's past and the toll her transformation had taken on her mental health. After her death and subsequent rebirth as a rose bush and then a kaiju, he wondered how much of her former self remained. When Erika let out a sorrowful roar, he felt compelled to reassure her. He expressed his longing to help her regain her humanity, emphasizing his commitment to support her through the process. The atmosphere shifted as Erika's tears streamed down, prompting laughter from Dr. Yujiro and Dr. Mifune. Midoriya felt a mix of emotions, unsure whether to feel happy or pained by the situation. He asked Erika to release him, as her grip was becoming uncomfortable. With a reluctant roar, she let him go, allowing him to breathe again. However, she quickly wrapped a vine around his shoulders, nuzzling him affectionately. Dr. Mifune then resumed the discussion, explaining that the solution they were working on was an advanced form of deoxyribonuclease. This solution would break down a significant portion of the plant and Gajira components from Erika's DNA, aiming to revert her to a human form suitable for society. However, the process would be painful, lasting anywhere from a few days to a few weeks, as it would affect her on a cellular level. Midoriya understood the gravity of the situation and felt a sense of horror at the thought of such a transformation. Yet, he recognized Erika's determination to regain her humanity, and he vowed to be by her side throughout the ordeal. When Midoriya inquired about the timeline for completing the cure, Dr. Mifune estimated it would take about 2 weeks, depending on the availability of ingredients and staff. Gordon then entered the room, appearing bruised and slightly bloodied, yet surprisingly unscathed after sparring with All Might. He urged Midoriya to focus on his training, reminding him that he had responsibilities to fulfill. As Midoriya prepared to leave, he felt a mix of excitement and apprehension about the upcoming training. All Might, in his skinnier form, caught up with him, redirecting him toward the training area. Midoriya's days continued to pass with a blend of school, training, and visits to Erika at UA. He cherished the memories of their time together, especially the day when Kaken, in his own unique way, defended him against his friend's insistence to go to the arcade. As the school day ended, Midoriya stood outside, waiting for All Might to pick him up. He overheard Kaken shouting at his friends, firmly refusing their invitation to the arcade. Kaken had distanced himself from one of his former friends after the slime villain incident, demonstrating his loyalty and determination to stand his ground. Midoriya felt a sense of camaraderie in that moment, appreciating the complexities of friendship and support that surrounded him. It had been months since they had engaged in any real activities together. Shirten, a tall boy with brownish-red hair and amber eyes, had befriended Katsuki during his first year at Aldra, primarily to torment others. He was known for his cruel behavior towards anyone he did not consider a friend or useful. While he had enabled many of Katsuki's bad habits, there was a silver lining. Katsuki's stubbornness had finally led him to recognize Shiten's true nature. Shirten was a troublemaker, a significant JRK to everyone, and potentially a criminal. He had once been suspended for allegedly cheating and selling test answers, but he had never been caught. The real culprit had been apprehended, and the incident was quietly dismissed, despite the evidence pointing toward Shirten, thanks to his quirk. This was reminiscent of how teachers often overlooked Katsuki's aggressive behavior. Tsurugi, another of Katsuki's friends, had long brown hair and sunken eyes. He had stuck by Katsuki for years, unlike Tsubasa, who had mysteriously disappeared. Tsurugi also had a history of picking on others, though he was less harsh than Katsuki or Shurten, often being pushed around by them as well. Katsuki had become increasingly withdrawn, brooding and isolating himself from others. Tsurugi suggested they go out and mess with Izuku for old time's sake, but Katsuki dismissed the idea, insisting that Izuku was beneath him, merely a pebble on his path to becoming the #1 hero. He expressed that if Izuku somehow managed to pass the entrance exam, he would finally understand his place as a quirkless loser. Months earlier, such words would have stung deeply, but now they barely registered. Shurten, however, pressed the issue, questioning why Katsuki chose to ignore Izuku, suggesting it was not merely pride but perhaps guilt for having been saved by Izuku from a villain. Katsuki's anger flared, and he snapped at Shurten, who remained unfazed by the confrontation. Shurten pointed out that while All Might had saved Katsuki, it was Izuku who had rushed to help him first, despite the harsh words Katsuki and Tsurugi had directed at him in the past. This remark unnerved both Tsurugi and Katsuki, causing Katsuki to generate sparks in his hand. Shurten continued, mocking the situation and expressing a longing to have witnessed Izuku's reaction to Katsuki's earlier insults. He questioned why Katsuki was leaving Izuku alone, implying it was out of pride or guilt. Katsuki, unable to contain himself, discharged a small explosion in response, asserting that Izuku was nothing more than a pebble on his road to becoming a hero. Then, in an unexpected turn, Katsuki admitted that Izuku had more guts than Shurten, which surprised everyone, especially the narrator. Katsuki had not spoken kindly about anyone in a long time. Shurten reacted with venom, challenging Katsuki to explain how Izuku could possibly surpass him. Katsuki's frustration boiled over as he declared that Izuku had more courage than Shurten, who would have likely abandoned him in a crisis. Shurten did not deny the accusation, merely scowling in response, while Tsurugi appeared stunned by Katsuki's admission. Katsuki interrupted Tsurugi when he attempted to speak, dismissing him as just another extra, albeit one slightly more important than the rest. This left Tsurugi looking dejected, prompting the narrator to sigh at Katsuki's inability to express gratitude for Tsurugi's loyalty over the years. Shurten then reminded Katsuki that he had sought him out 2 years prior, to which Katsuki retorted that Shurten was not a useless extra or a sycophant. Shurten shrugged off the comment, recalling their past fun in tormenting others. He then questioned why Katsuki had been giving him the cold shoulder lately, mocking him about his suspension. Katsuki growled in response, revealing that he had discovered Shiten's true nature, including his involvement in a test scandal and a side business. He expressed disbelief that Shurten had not been caught yet and indicated that he was considering severing ties with him sooner rather than later. Shurten, unfazed, taunted Katsuki, suggesting that if he reported him, his own record would be tarnished. Katsuki shot back, asserting that at least he would not end up in a juvenile training school or worse, unlike Shurten. Bakugo had made his feelings clear, warning anyone who dared to cross him or interfere with his friends, including Deku. His anger was palpable as he stormed off, leaving a tense atmosphere in his wake. Following his lead, the protagonist made their way to the designated pickup spot, eager to avoid further confrontation with Bakugo in his current state. The unexpected compliment and defense from Bakugo lingered in their mind, a small but significant acknowledgement that they were more than just a quirkless outcast in his eyes. This shift, however minor, hinted at a change in Bakugo, even if he would never openly admit it. In the days that followed, the protagonist kept a close watch on both Bakugo and Shurten, who had developed a fierce rivalry that was evident to everyone at school. Their mutual disdain had created a palpable tension, with classmates steering clear of the two, leaving Tsurugi caught in the middle. The protagonist prepared for any potential altercations, hoping they would not be necessary. Unfortunately, they found themselves intervening on 2 separate occasions, but they were ready each time. As the day progressed, the protagonist found the routine of dodge practice increasingly tedious, especially during sessions with the robots. Despite their growing frustration, they adapted to the training. Unbeknownst to them, they were being observed during these sessions. The realization hit the protagonist the day after overhearing Bakugo and Shaitan's argument, coinciding with Monarch's significant advancements in developing a cure for Erika. It was also the day All Might introduced a grueling new component to their training regimen. At the temporary headquarters of Monarch, the lab buzzed with activity as scientists worked diligently to study Erika and create her cure. Erika, however, was not in the mood for curiosity, growling at a few scientists who ventured too close, causing them to flee in fear. The protagonist sighed, placing a reassuring hand on her vines, which prompted the Venus flytrap-like appendage to nuzzle against them, calming her down. This had become a routine, and the protagonist was growing adept at soothing her agitation. Yujiro approached, shooing away the rookies who had dared to approach Erika. He expressed his gratitude for the protagonist's efforts, acknowledging that they had managed to keep Erika calm longer than he expected. Yujiro then lowered his voice, inquiring about All Might's whereabouts. The protagonist, surprised that Yujiro knew All Might's secret, felt a rush of concern. Yujiro explained that Director Serizawa had informed him, along with Dr. Mifune and Agent Gordon, about All Might's situation, assuring the protagonist that their secret was safe. The protagonist shared that All Might was currently resting, preparing for their next training session. There had been a surge of villain activity that day, and All Might had nearly reached his limit by the time he was scheduled to pick them up. Erika let out a small growl as another scientist approached too closely, prompting the protagonist to reach out to her again, calming her instantly. Yujiro warned the scientists to return to their station before Erika could lash out. Curious about Erika's behavior in their absence, the protagonist learned from Yujiro that she was unpredictable when alone. Only they could soothe her without resorting to physical means. Yujiro mentioned that Director Serizawa was considering sending another top agent from Antarctica for additional support if Erika's behavior continued. He also hinted at something familiar being sent from Antarctica, which piqued the protagonist's interest. As Yujiro called for assistance to bring a fold-up table into the lab, the protagonist's mind raced. Antarctica was home to one of the most dangerous kaiju, and the thought of something awakening there sent a wave of panic through them. Just as anxiety threatened to overwhelm the protagonist, Erika wrapped her vines around them, holding them close and providing a sense of comfort amidst the chaos. Erika was doing her best to calm the narrator down, her face reflecting concern. Despite her efforts, the narrator felt overwhelmed. The pressure of one of Erika's vines was becoming too much, making it difficult to breathe. As soon as Erika released her grip, the narrator took a deep breath, filling her lungs with air. Erika emitted a sorrowful growl as the narrator stood up. The narrator reassured Erika, expressing gratitude for her concern but requesting a gentler approach in the future. Erika responded with a soft roar, seeming to understand. Dr. Mifune approached them, carrying a metal briefcase. He noted that it was never a dull moment with the two of them. Yujiro acknowledged Dr. Mifune's late arrival, mentioning that two agents had set up a table and quickly left after Erika growled at them. Dr. Mifune explained that he had been catching up with his daughter and son-in-law, as he rarely returned to Japan. He placed the suitcase on the table and turned to the narrator, inquiring about their findings in Antarctica. The narrator's heart raced at the mention of another Ghidorah in Antarctica, fearing the consequences of such a discovery. Dr. Mifune clarified that it was not another Ghidorah but rather a distant ancestor, based on the blood sample they had collected. They had sealed the sample tightly and established a highly secure stronghold to contain it. The plan was to be prepared with enough firepower to neutralize the creature if it ever awoke. Yujiro expressed his hope that it would remain undisturbed, as any attempt to eliminate it could risk awakening it and unleashing another Ghidorah upon the world. The narrator reflected on the terrifying implications of having another Ghidorah, praying that it would remain frozen beneath the ice. The memories of past near-extinction events during the era of Kaiju haunted her, and she hoped to avoid experiencing such horror again. As Erika wrapped a vine around the narrator, pulling her close, the soft growls provided some comfort amidst the rising panic. The thought of an impending apocalypse weighed heavily on her mind, but she focused on staying calm for Erika's sake. Dr. Mifune acknowledged the narrator's anxiety, sharing that he had experienced similar feelings when he was first stationed in Antarctica. He reassured her that the panic would subside within a couple of days. The narrator tried to push away the unsettling thoughts and take deep breaths to regain composure. Yujiro checked in on her, and she nodded shakily, still feeling Erika's comforting presence. Yujiro explained that Antarctica was their most secure base due to the creature locked in the ice. The area had been recognized as the world's largest natural reserve for a century, deterring most people from approaching. Any kaiju artifacts were transported there for study before being sent to other facilities, unless deemed too dangerous for transport. The narrator understood the necessity of such precautions, recognizing that anything capable of being vaporized to contain a Ghidorah-level kaiju would require the highest security. The discussion turned to the illegal experimentation with kaiju DNA, which had caused severe consequences for those who attempted it. Thankfully, the number of individuals trying to exploit kaiju resources had decreased significantly over the past 50 years, and no one had managed to steal from their transports. However, the security of their less secure facilities was a different matter. Yujiro requested the narrator to stop mumbling, and she realized she had been speaking to herself again. Apologizing, she recalled that if something was being brought from Antarctica, it must relate to Erika. She remembered the crystal they had found alongside Erika, covered in her blood and emitting cosmic radiation. The realization hit her, and she confirmed her suspicion about the crystal. Dr. Mifune opened the briefcase, revealing the exposed crystal. Erika's grip on the narrator loosened, and she began to emit a menacing growl, her eyes glazing over as one of her vines rose, ready to strike at the crystal. The narrator quickly intervened, grabbing Erika's vine and snapping her out of her trance. She urged Erika to calm down, reminding her that it was just a crystal and asking her to relax. The situation was tense as Erika stood in the greenhouse, her eyes darting between the agents and the figure of Yujiro. Behind her, a group of Monarch agents was poised with tranquilizer guns, ready to act. The tranquilizers they carried were powerful enough to incapacitate a large creature, but it was uncertain how effective they would be against someone with Erika's regenerative abilities. The thought of her being subdued was not something Yujiro wanted to witness. Yujiro urged Erika to calm down as she shifted her gaze between him and the agents. In a moment of frustration, she wrapped a vine around him, expressing her displeasure at the situation. 18 days prior, things had taken a turn for the worse for Erika. An issue that had gone unnoticed until then raised concerns among those around her, particularly Yujiro. On that day, he faced his own challenges, which compounded the tension. The setting was a concrete bunker, reinforced with large glass windows and heavy security. This was where Erika spent most of her time when not undergoing tests or with Yujiro. The security measures were heightened due to the ongoing threat posed by a kaiju, which, even in a diminished form, could be dangerous to professional heroes. The advanced security doors were a necessary precaution. Yujiro observed the nervous agents surrounding him, including Agent Aoki and Snipe, a teacher from UA. They were preparing to conduct further tests on Erika, and it had been a while since they had heard any of her roars. The absence of sound was unsettling, especially since Midoriya was not present for training that day, leaving Erika in a particularly irritable mood. Yujiro questioned why the agents were so anxious, especially Snipe, who had faced scarier situations in his career. Snipe admitted that Erika had developed a troubling habit that could frighten even seasoned heroes. As they walked down the hallway toward the greenhouse, Yujiro recalled how Erika had a tendency to terrorize anyone who offended her or when she was bored, particularly if they called her by certain names. One rookie had learned this the hard way, suffering a broken rib for his mistake. Yujiro wanted to avoid any unpleasant surprises, especially since he had recently vacated his apartment for pest control and needed to find a way to sneak his guest into the base. Aoki described Erika's behavior as something out of a horror movie. She would dissolve into spores and disappear into the soil, only to reappear moments later, roaring and ensnaring anyone nearby with her vines. The agents shuddered at the thought, and Yujiro sighed, knowing this would not end well. As they entered the greenhouse, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. There was no sign of Erika. The interior was designed with various rooms filled with soil, a central area equipped with a television, couch, desk, weights, and a mini-fridge, everything Erika needed when Izuku visited. The walls bore marks from her previous attempts to escape and see Izuku after hours. Despite the absence of Erika, Yujiro remained cautious. He asked Aoki if he had received any alerts from the security systems. Aoki shook his head, explaining that the reception often faltered when Erika transformed into spores. However, the systems should have detected any escape attempts. He indicated that the terminal in the central room could provide more information. Yujiro instructed Aoki to access the terminal, but Aoki hesitated, fearing the possibility of encountering Erika in her preferred hiding spot. The tension was palpable as he realized the others were searching the greenhouse, leaving him alone in a potentially dangerous situation. Determined to avoid becoming an easy target, Aoki hurried to the terminal, while Yujiro, Snipe, and the other agents continued their search for any signs of Erika. After a minute of searching, Yujiro noticed something on the ground, half buried in the dirt. He pulled it up to reveal one of Erika's fang-like thorns, the bottom broken off. The tips still looked sharp, but what intrigued him most were the bits of concrete visible through several small cracks in the tooth. Yujiro communicated through his earpiece, asking Agent Aoki if there was any footage from the cameras in the room, specifically regarding Erika's presence near the walls. Aoki responded that he needed a moment to check the feed. As he reviewed the footage on the terminal, he noted that it was choppy. Any recordings featuring Erika were obscured by her spores fluttering across the camera lens. However, earlier footage captured Erika sealing off part of the wall with her sap very carefully. Aoki informed Yujiro that the only clear footage was from earlier that day, showing Erika sealing the wall with her sap. He assured Yujiro that it should be easy to spot and that he would contact the base for assistance in clearing it up. Yujiro then inquired about any traces of Erika, as he discovered fresh sap holding the wall together. He realized it would be challenging to remove, but he had an idea. Yujiro asked Snipe if he had any incendiary rounds. Snipe typically wouldn't carry them, but given their situation with a mini kaiju, he had brought some along. He advised Yujiro to step back from his current position. As Yujiro complied, a shot rang out through the greenhouse. The bullet struck the sap directly, igniting it and causing a small fire to spread around the wall. Pieces of the wall began to peel away one by one. Yujiro observed the unusual reaction of Erika's sap as the fire died down, revealing a sealed portion of the wall. His eyes widened in horror as he realized what was carved into the wall and preserved by the layer of sap. Written in perfect kanji was a message dated for that day, expressing Erika's frustration with the waiting and tests, and her longing to see Izuku again. The message warned that anything attempting to stop her would be destroyed. Meanwhile, Izuku had just finished school and should have been on his way home. Instead, he found himself being followed by Tsurugi, who had done the same 2 days prior. Initially, Izuku thought it was a coincidence, but this was the third consecutive day Tsurugi had trailed him. Having known Tsurugi from a distance for the past 10 years, Izuku was aware that whenever Tsurugi was around, Kacchan or Shirten were likely nearby. As Izuku surveyed his surroundings, he spotted an alleyway that served as a shortcut home and dashed through it, with Tsurugi close behind. He ran as fast as he could and reached a familiar fork in the alley, hiding behind a dumpster on the right path as Tsurugi ran past. He felt relieved, believing he had bought himself some time away from Tsurugi and whoever he was with, planning to wait at home until all might arrive to pick him up for training. However, he quickly realized he needed to escape from behind the dumpster. The alley, located behind a Chinese restaurant, smelled unpleasant, and he was certain a rat had just scurried across his leg. He bolted from his hiding spot and ran back home without looking back. Just as he exited the alleyway, something gray and reflective flew toward him. Thanks to his recent training with All Might, he easily dodged it, recognizing it as Shaitan's typical opening move. Shirten commented on the rumors being true, noting that Izuku had been working out or at least learning how to dodge. He taunted Izuku, calling him a quirkless loser, while forming a gray blob in his hand and rushing toward him. Izuku pulled back and reached into his pocket, realizing he should have anticipated Shaitan's aggressive behavior, especially with Kachan's threats hanging over him. Shurten then called out to Tsurugi, who unexpectedly grabbed Izuku by the arm. Before Izuku could react, two gray blobs slammed into them, binding Tsurugi's hand to Izuku's arm and his other hand to the wall behind them. The blobs hardened, trapping them. Tsurugi shouted in confusion, while Shurten continued to lob more blobs at their feet, securing them to the ground. Shurten expressed a lack of remorse, stating he needed to ensure Izuku wouldn't escape. He intended to knock some sense into Izuku, seeing it as an opportunity to assert his demps. Tsurugi, however, challenged Shurten, pointing out that his actions were deceitful and that he would abandon them both. Shurten smirked, revealing his true intentions. He planned to summon Kachan to witness the situation, threatening that if they tried to stop him, he would take Izuku down with him. Shurten wore a sadistic grin as he expressed his satisfaction with the idea of leaving someone slightly battered. Normally, the thought of confronting him would have made anyone think twice, and even now, a hint of fear lingered. Shurten had always been this way, but his behavior had only worsened since his suspension. His version of slightly battered involved coating his hands with a thin layer of his quirk, mercury, and striking his victims a couple of times. Having experienced his attacks firsthand, the pain was unforgettable. His quirk allowed him to create a liquid metallic substance from his calorie reserves, and the intensity of the pain was amplified by the iron content in his diet. However, I was no longer a frightened first-year student worried about the possibility of him becoming another Kachan. I understood his weaknesses, particularly the reason he refrained from challenging Kachan directly. As Shurten coated his hand with the metallic substance and charged toward me, he recoiled in pain when I illuminated the pocket lighter I held in my free hand. While his quirk was effective for capturing others, it had a significant vulnerability to heat. Even a small flame could quickly burn away his metallic constructs. Kachan had often ensured that Shurten didn't get too confident with his explosions. I felt prepared and informed Shurten that I had come ready for a confrontation. He taunted me, suggesting that I was a quirkless stalker and implying that I had pages dedicated to him in a journal. In a swift motion, he flung the metallic blob containing my lighter against a nearby wall. Seizing the moment, I leaned toward Tsurugi and reached for another lighter hidden in my uniform's pocket. I had taken precautions, carrying multiple lighters since overhearing their conversation the other day. My paranoia had proven useful. Tsurugi questioned my actions as I ignored his concern and freed his hand. I assured him that my goal was to get him out of there, emphasizing that Shurten was after me, not him. Tsurugi expressed doubt about my decision to hand over my only means of escape, warning me that Shurten would likely flee as soon as he had the chance. Just then, Shurten shouted in pain, clutching his eyes. Tsurugi had retracted two of his fingers and ignited the lighter, quickly freeing his other arm and then my feet. We were even now, and it was time to escape. I agreed that it was a good idea, knowing that if I could get home with Tsurugi, it would be the end for Shurten. I had endured his threats for years, and I was certain Kachan would follow through on them. Shurten, furious, declared that we were not going anywhere and swung his arm, creating a metallic WHP. The WHP split into several blobs that scattered, and Tsurugi and I dodged as best we could. All Might's training in evasion was finally paying off. As we continued to evade Shaitan's attacks, one of his metallic blobs struck Tsurugi's hand. Frustrated, Tsurugi attempted to retaliate, but another blob collided with him, sending him crashing against the wall. Shurten, now looking exhausted, proclaimed that it was time to teach us our true place. He coated his hands in metallic slime, hardening it into fists adorned with spikes. In that moment, I realized he had lost control. He charged at me, and I barely managed to evade his fist as it embedded itself into the wall. He was intent on causing me harm. As he shouted for me to stand still and accept my fate, I dodged another of his strikes, realizing that he was trying to cripple me and reduce me to what he deemed my rightful place. Despite the danger, I focused on All Might's training and continued to evade his attacks. With each missed strike, I began to notice a pattern. Shaitan's movements were slower than mine, but he compensated with reach and power. As his frustration grew with each failed attempt, His strikes became increasingly erratic. Shirten shouted for me to stand still, but he suddenly noticed something behind me and grinned. He attempted a wild haymaker aimed at my head, forcing me to dodge. In that moment he rushed past me, targeting Tsurugi. I sprinted after him, determined to protect my friend. Shirten declared that he would take us both down as he turned to strike me in the gut. Anticipating his move, I tripped him, causing him to fall backward. In his descent, he managed to hook his leg with mine, and we both tumbled to the ground. He recovered first and attempted to punch me in the stomach, but I narrowly rolled away from his ironclad fist. I realized I needed to find a way to break free from him or risk being finished. Shirten pressed his knee onto my stomach, pulling back his arm to strike. It was now or never. With determination, I pushed myself off the ground and kicked his free leg out from under him. Shirten was sent crashing to the ground, but he attempted to strike once more. This time, however, he was met with resistance. Grasping his left forearm with both hands, I pushed it back, causing his metallic fist to slam into his own face. A scream of pain escaped him as he melted the metal over his left hand, clutching his bleeding face. I hoped I hadn't hurt him too badly. Still, disbelief washed over me as I realized what I had just done. I pulled out my last remaining lighter and rushed over to Tsurugi, who was equally stunned. 8 months ago, I could not have imagined being in such a situation. All Might's training had paid off, but my brief encounter with Shirten revealed that I still had a long way to go. Despite nearly 2 weeks of training and learning how to fight, I had barely escaped the confrontation with Shirten unscathed, relying on my understanding of his weaknesses and 2 years of analysis. Even then, I knew he wouldn't stay down for long. I needed to free Tsurugi and get us out of there, hopefully returning home to inform someone about Shiten's actions. He had crossed a dangerous line, openly expressing a longing to cripple me and showing indifference to the possibility of killing both Tsurugi and me. Given his previous behavior and what Kacchin knew about him, it was clear he was on a path toward becoming a villain. Shaking off those thoughts, I managed to free the still surprised Tsurugi. It took a few moments to get the lighter working, but I succeeded in releasing him from the wall. His expression quickly shifted to panic as he pushed me away just in time for Shirten to strike where we had just been. Shirten turned toward me, a piece of metal embedded under his left eye, bleeding profusely. It could have been from one of the spikes on his metallic fists or a piece he created to slow the bleeding and seal the wound. Regardless, the murderous look in his eyes was genuinely terrifying, and he was clearly intent on killing both Tsurugi and me this time. As he roared, declaring his intent to end my life, he generated a metallic blob aimed at trapping me. There was no way to evade it without being struck, so I braced myself for the inevitable impact until I noticed a light, something that should have been impossible in that location. The day after Erika's escape, I expected many things to happen at school, from Shirten confronting me to Erika bursting through the doors just to see me again. Thankfully, nothing like that occurred, though students and teachers cast concerned glances my way, likely due to the news of the previous day's events. Strangely, Shirten never showed up at school. It wasn't until the end of the school day that I learned what had happened to him. As classes ended, I kept my distance from everyone while searching for All Might's parked vehicle. Many students expressed concern for my well-being, considering I had nearly been caught in the crosshairs of a villain who was known to be extremely dangerous. Some even congratulated me for standing up to Shirten. Honestly, it was nerve-wracking, and I had no idea how to handle it. I had never experienced such concern or praise from my classmates before. Even after the slime villain incident 8 months ago, I had been a mere footnote while everyone else praised Kacchin. Now, the complete shift in their attitude toward me, especially after what I had heard from Tsurugi, left me unsure of how to react. However, my mind was preoccupied with another concern: what would happen to Erika? She had escaped just to see me, and the frightening details of what had been found written on the wall lingered in my thoughts. Witnessing her determination to reach me was unsettling, yet I had always known she was capable of such lengths. We all did, but I never wanted to believe it. Now, I had no idea what Monarch would do with Erika. It was evident that they were heavily invested in establishing a base at UA and working on a cure for her, which meant they were not going to abandon their efforts. They would undoubtedly increase security, but how effective it would be against someone like Erika, who had already evaded their countermeasures for nearly an hour, remained to be seen. What also remained uncertain was my role in all of this. With Monarch's forces stationed nearby and the potential for reinforcements after the incident, along with UA's staff and all available pro-heroes in Mizudafu, there was practically an army capable of matching Erika's power. Unless she returned to her full size, which seemed unlikely since she wished to restore her humanity, the situation could escalate dramatically. As for me, I was just a quirkless junior high school student, practically insignificant in the grand scheme of things against Monarch. Yet I was being trained by All Might to become a hero and inherit his quirk, which made me somewhat important in this context. Still, I couldn't shake the worry about what would happen to both me and Erika. The best I could foresee was that they might separate us, possibly for my safety or for the safety of others. The worst-case scenario was something that weighed heavily on the mind of Midoriya. Despite his concerns, he felt a strong longing to help Erika, a promise he had made to her. If he couldn't save her, how could he ever aspire to be a hero capable of saving anyone else? Suddenly, he was interrupted by Bakugo, who shouted at him from behind. Midoriya turned to see Bakugo approaching, accompanied by Tsurugi, who seemed to be avoiding eye contact. Bakugo's words were sharp and filled with bravado. He insisted that Midoriya's recent actions against a villain did not elevate him above Bakugo. To Bakugo, Midoriya was merely an obstacle in his path to becoming the #1 hero. He expressed his relief that the villain was no longer a threat, thanks to Midoriya's intervention, but warned him to stay out of his way. Bakugo then directed his ire at Tsurugi, threatening him if he attempted anything similar to the previous day's incident. As Bakugo strode past, Tsurugi let out a sigh. He remarked that Bakugo was never one to offer a simple thank you, but surprisingly, he mentioned that Bakugo was actually pleased about Shaitan's expulsion. This revelation shocked Midoriya. Shurten had been expelled. While he believed Shurten deserved the consequence of his actions, he wondered why the news had been kept quiet. It seemed that word about such an event would spread quickly throughout the school. Tsurugi explained that Shurten had influential family members in the Ministry of Education, which likely contributed to the silence surrounding his expulsion. This revelation made sense to Midoriya, who had suspected that nepotism had allowed Shurten to evade punishment for so long. He couldn't help but wonder what Bakugo had on Shurten that warranted such animosity. Bakugo had repeatedly referred to Shurten as a crook and mentioned a side business. Midoriya speculated that Shurten might have been stealing from other students and selling their belongings for profit. Tsurugi interrupted Midoriya's thoughts, confirming his suspicions and urging him to stop mumbling. Midoriya apologized and asked for clarification about Shaitan's actions. Tsurugi revealed that Shurten had kept meticulous records of everything he had stolen, from notebooks to phones, and had marked up the prices significantly. The total amount he had sold was staggering, and he had a significant amount of stolen goods still in his locker. This information left Midoriya stunned, realizing the extent of Shaitan's wrongdoing. The implications of Shaitan's actions were serious, and Midoriya wondered about his current whereabouts. Tsurugi informed him that Shurten had been admitted to a hospital but had escaped the previous night. The police were still searching for him, but given his injuries, he would likely struggle to evade capture for long. Tsurugi expressed concern about Shaitan's potential return, and Midoriya shared his unease. Despite the tension, Midoriya hoped for Shaitan's safety, reflecting on how Erika's treatment of him had left Shurten in a bad state. He couldn't help but think about what Erika might do if she were truly angry. As they stood there, a car horn sounded nearby, prompting Tsurugi to mention that he had to leave to avoid any trouble. He thanked Midoriya for saving him from Shaitan's wrath the day before, which left Midoriya feeling a mix of emotions. It was strange to receive gratitude from someone who had treated him poorly in the past, but he felt a sense of accomplishment knowing he had helped Tsurugi. Midoriya's thoughts were interrupted when All Might arrived in his truck. As he climbed in, he shared his feelings about the day and the mystery surrounding Shaitan's fate. All Might sighed, confirming that Shurten had indeed escaped and that his aunt had been arrested for facilitating his escape and covering up his actions. The situation was more complicated than Midoriya had realized, but he remained determined to understand the full extent of what had happened. Shirten faced a few years in a juvenile training school, a revelation that surprised Midoriya. It seemed that Monarch had uncovered the truth faster than he could have anticipated. In the grand scheme of things, a corrupt ministry employee and her delinquent nephew were minor issues compared to what Monarch typically dealt with. All Might expressed hope that Shirten could turn his life around after his sentence. He was still young, and there was a chance he could avoid the path of villainy. Midoriya nodded in agreement, recalling how even Kacchan had begun to change, albeit slightly. This gave him a glimmer of hope for Shiten's future. However, he preferred to keep his distance from Shirten after the events of the previous day, wishing for a pro-hero or the police to find him and facilitate a change. Midoriya's concern shifted to Erika, especially after the chaos of the previous day. All Might informed him that Erika was currently in a containment shelter designed to prevent a repeat of the incident. She had attempted to escape multiple times, prompting Serizawa and Nizu to decide it was best for her and Midoriya to be separated for at least a day. The following day, things would return to normal, but under closer supervision. Midoriya found the measures taken to be surprisingly lenient, considering Erika had caused the first kaiju attack on Japanese soil in nearly 250 years. He questioned whether there were more conditions in place, but All Might clarified that Erika would be under even stricter surveillance in Midoriya's absence. Serizawa was bringing in additional agents for security, and Erika would be monitored closely until they could prevent her spores from interfering with electronics. Furthermore, she would remain out of her greenhouse until they could investigate what she had hidden within the walls. The first batch of her cure, based on Dr. Shirogami's previous work, was expected to be synthesized soon. The prospect of a cure excited Midoriya, as this represented a significant step toward restoring Erika to her human form. All Might reassured him that they would test the reaction as soon as it was ready, aiming to improve upon it. With the cure nearing completion, there was hope that Erika could soon be restored. Midoriya felt a renewed sense of determination. He had promised Erika he would help her, and he was committed to that promise, just as he was committed to his own training to become a hero. He resolved to give his all in both endeavors, believing that nothing would stand in his way. Suddenly, the truck came to a halt, breaking Midoriya's train of thought. All Might, in his heroic form, instructed him to wait in the truck for a few moments while he dealt with a pair of carjackers nearby. Midoriya understood that the journey to becoming a hero would be filled with unexpected twists and turns. 2.5 hours later, in Erika's containment cell, a small 3-story building had been erected near Monarch's temporary base. The first 2 floors lacked doors and windows, designed specifically to contain Erika. The walls were reinforced to withstand her strength and thorns, and the air vents were engineered to counteract her spores, flooding the room with sleeping gas if she attempted to escape. The top floor served as an observation platform, where multiple agents were stationed, ready to respond if necessary. Snipe, Ectoplasm, and Cementos kept a watchful eye from the balcony, prepared for any potential escape attempt. For the past 50 minutes, Erika had been visibly discontent. She had previously tried to break down the walls, scratch at them with her thorns, and even resorted to bouts of animalistic rage. However, she seemed to have calmed down somewhat, likely due to Midoriya's presence on the premises. Graham, observing Erika from the control room, noted the change in her demeanor. Director Serizawa had arrived promptly after Erika returned to UA, following the news of her escape and the second kaiju attack since her arrival on Earth. He reflected on Erika's dependence on Midoriya, acknowledging that her reaction upon his arrival was predictable, especially given the writings found in her greenhouse. Over 2/3 of the room had been uncovered, but the thickest concentrations of her sap remained, particularly in one specific area, making progress slow. Whatever was hidden in that place was something Erika wanted to keep secret. The various writings they found were often scratched out, but some were legible. They mentioned Midoriya and the promise they had made, along with Erika's thoughts about those around her. There was at least one mention of an unusual longing, a few writings that expressed her feelings or boredom, and a significant number of entries filled with frustration about her current state and her father for bringing her back to life. The most surprising discovery was a series of calculations and potential solutions aimed at improving her cure, hinting at a glimpse of hope for her future. Principal Nizu reflected on the situation, acknowledging that it was inevitable for Erika to develop a connection with Midoriya. He believed that Midoriya had given her hope for the first time since her original death. Nizu struggled to comprehend the depth of her pain, especially considering her erratic behavior and bouts of rage. He found it difficult to imagine what she would be like once restored to human form. As he worked on paperwork with Agent Gordon, they discussed the events of the previous day, including the investigation into Shurten and the behavior of Katsuki Bakugo, a second applicant to UA. They noted discrepancies in the school's records and the lengths to which some teachers had gone to conceal information in order to enroll students. Nizu had been principal long enough to recognize when a school was trying to hide the truth. He took satisfaction in exposing such errors, but for now, Erika's situation took precedence. Sarazawa agreed, emphasizing that Erika's mental state and centuries of experiences were unknown to humanity, making it impossible to predict how she would behave once returned to human form. Nizu mentioned Ryo, a student on campus who could assist Erika due to the nature of his quirk and profession. He had been working to ensure Ryo could approach Erika without his instincts taking over, fearing that she might harm him. Once they managed to restore Erika to a human state, they could begin her recovery. Nizu acknowledged that there was no training available for dealing with someone who had died and been resurrected as a plant and then a kaiju. The group around him nodded in agreement, while Erika let out a roar filled with frustration and began tracing her vines in the dirt out of boredom. Nizu decided it would be best to allow Midoriya some time with Erika before leaving, realizing that he needed to locate Midnight, who was supposed to have taken over watching Erika a few minutes earlier. Meanwhile, at UA, All Might encouraged Midoriya during training. He was engaged in combat against a modified one-pointer robot, the same one Erika had previously destroyed during her rampage. All Might had ensured that the robot could not reset due to a rock lodged in its SWs. After an hour and a half of cleaning up Dagoba Beach, Midoriya had arrived at UA for training, where All Might explained that the goal was to defeat the robots twice by hitting their suches. Midoriya had already beaten one of the robots and was now focused on the last one standing. The training sessions had become progressively more challenging, with the robots moving faster and making it harder to land clean hits. Midoriya suspected that Aoki was modifying the robots after each training day. Despite the difficulties, he appreciated the challenge as it contributed to his combat training. He narrowly dodged a punch from the robot, feeling the pressure of the moment as he attempted to land a kick. The robot evaded his strike, but Midoriya seized an opportunity to attack its chest. The robot flashed green before shutting down and collapsing to the ground. With a sigh of relief, Midoriya wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling accomplished after the workout. All Might praised his progress, noting how far he had come in his training, and announced that it was time for a well-deserved break. After the training session, All Might informed his student that they would face 2 more rounds before returning to Dagoba Beach to conclude their training for the day. He handed over a water bottle, which the student eagerly drank from. Normally, receiving praise from All Might would have filled him with joy, but today he felt a sense of unease. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. He often thought about Erika, who usually found ways to wrap her vines around him and nuzzle against him. Over time, he had grown accustomed to her presence, so much so that he could almost feel her vines coiling around him. But when he looked down, he realized that what he thought were vines were actually arms, and they were secured with HNDCFFS. Panic set in as he recognized the familiar accessory of a certain hero from UA. Midnight was the only hero he knew who wore such HNDCFFS. She had a sultry smirk on her face, and the look in her eyes did nothing to calm his nerves. She remarked on how he was the boy who could calm Erika, teasing All Might for not sharing this information sooner. As she wrapped her arms around him, All Might's face paled, and the student felt heat rise to his cheeks. He had never been particularly comfortable around women, aside from Erika, and now Midnight was pressing herself against him, her skin-tight costume leaving little to the imagination. All Might, realizing the situation, exclaimed in surprise, asking how long Midnight had been there. She casually mentioned that she had been watching him train against the one-pointers and found him to be an adorable early birthday gift. The student felt overwhelmed as Midnight began to trace her fingers over his developing muscles. In a moment of desperation, he called for All Might's help, fearing what might happen if Midnight continued her advances. Midnight continued to compliment him, expressing her delight in finding such an adorable cinnamon roll. Just as he attempted to escape her grasp, All Might intervened, pulling him away and urging him to run for his life. The student wasted no time, taking off without looking back. Days later, he shuddered at the memory of that encounter with Midnight, still uncertain about her intentions. He had hidden behind a building for several minutes until All Might returned to rescue him before Midnight could pursue him further. Fortunately, he managed to say goodbye to Erika before All Might and Nizu hurried him to the truck, heading toward Dagoba Municipal Park. Concerned that Midnight might still be searching for him, All Might decided to have him train away from Yue the following day, a decision that, in hindsight, seemed unwise. If they had been at Yue, they might have discovered what was troubling Erika and prevented her from losing control. The next day, with no school, All Might took him for training after lunch, following a morning spent helping his mother at home. He cherished the time he had with her, especially since he had been busy with school and training. With finals approaching, he appreciated All Might's suggestion that he could take some extra time off to spend with his mother, though it meant increasing the difficulty of his training. As they approached Dagoba Beach, they noticed construction taking place a block away. All Might parked the vehicle, confirming that Monarch was blocking off the beach because Erika was already there. According to Sarazawa, she had been aggressive after a day of confinement and was still being contained until they reached the beach. All Might and his companion stepped out of the truck, and the weight of their conversation lingered in the air. The mention of a recent incident made the protagonist wince, recalling the events of 2 days prior. It was surprising that Erika had been allowed outside of Yue, especially to Dagoba Beach. Sarazawa had been hesitant, but ultimately he and Nizu agreed it was best for her to be with the protagonist, at least for now, to keep her away from Kiyama. The protagonist felt a shudder of horror at the thought of Kiyama's influence, realizing a long, cold shower would be necessary upon returning home. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted their thoughts, followed by Aoki's frustrated shout from the beach. The protagonist quickly deduced what had happened, and before they could react, Erika reformed and wrapped her vines around them, nuzzling affectionately. While the protagonist appreciated Erika's affection, they were concerned about Monarch's reaction to her breaking free. Aoki, flying toward them, expressed his discontent, followed by Agent Gordon and Snipe, who were there as extra security in case Erika acted out again. All Might noted that Nizu had been right about limiting Erika's interactions with the protagonist. If this was her reaction after just 1 day apart, the implications of a longer separation were troubling. Gordon, however, was focused on training the protagonist, emphasizing the importance of developing their fighting skills. The protagonist felt a wave of anxiety at the thought of training with Gordon, fearing they might not survive the experience. All Might urged Gordon to take it easy on the protagonist, but Gordon insisted he intended to teach them how to fight effectively, acknowledging their analytical mind but noting the lack of real combat experience. The protagonist recognized the truth in Gordon's words. They needed to prepare for the challenges ahead, especially if they were to inherit one for all. Despite their fears, they understood the necessity of pushing through. They asked Erika to release them, but her grip remained firm, and her demeanor shifted to something more predatory, reminiscent of a past encounter. Concerned, the protagonist inquired about her well-being, noticing a fleeting moment of fear in her eyes before she relaxed and nuzzled against them. The protagonist reassured Erika, acknowledging their need to train while grappling with the unsettling realization that something frightened her. This was a new experience for Erika, who had always been fearless. The protagonist felt compelled to uncover the source of her fear, especially given her unusual behavior and the secrets hidden within her greenhouse. Gordon, having observed the interaction, gave a nod of understanding and set a strict time limit for the protagonist to prepare for training. As he walked away with Aoki and Snipe, the protagonist turned to Erika, asking for a moment alone with All Might. Erika reluctantly slinked away, allowing the protagonist to speak freely. Concerned, the protagonist confided in All Might about Erika's fear and the changes they had sensed in her. They described the unsettling look in her eyes and the shift in her vines, expressing their worry that something was wrong. All Might's expression changed as he processed the information, his concern for Erika evident. He questioned why the protagonist had not mentioned this sooner, and the protagonist explained that they had initially dismissed it, recalling a previous incident where Erika had acted protectively. The weight of the situation hung heavily between them, and the protagonist knew they had to uncover the truth behind Erika's fear before it was too late. Agent Gordon appeared to have suspicions, but there was something else troubling her regarding Erika. The possibilities weighed heavily on the mind, ranging from the most likely scenario of Erika reverting to a beastly state to the unlikely chance that she was somehow connected to the crystal she had crashed with, which bore similarities to her own DNA. Given that no one else shared a similar genetic structure, a myriad of potential problems loomed over Erika, each one amplifying the anxiety. All Might placed his hands on Midoriya's shoulders, urging him to calm down. He recognized Midoriya's worry for Erika and shared it. He advised Midoriya to stop fretting about what could go wrong, as it would only worsen the situation. Instead, he encouraged him to focus on his breathing until he felt ready to move forward. For a minute, Midoriya concentrated solely on his breath, allowing some of his worries to dissipate. When All Might asked if he felt better, Midoriya nodded, albeit shakily. He admitted to feeling slightly improved. All Might then informed him that he would speak with Gordon and that Midoriya would spend the remainder of the training session with Serizawa. If there were any signs of trouble with Erika, they would promptly take her to UA. While they might not uncover the truth at that moment, Serizawa could potentially help. All Might reassured Midoriya that they would figure out what was happening with Erika, urging him to be patient. As All Might prepared to leave, he reminded Midoriya to avoid invoking Murphy's Law, flashing a reassuring smile before running off. Midoriya turned around, realizing his earlier suspicion was correct. Erika had ensnared him in her vines and pulled him closer. He acknowledged that he needed to face Agent Gordon eventually, but Erika responded with a soft growl and nuzzled against him. Midoriya expressed his reluctance to confront Gordon, knowing Erika felt the same way. However, he emphasized the importance of facing the agent to become a hero and help people like her. Erika responded with a soft grumble, holding him tighter and growling softly. Midoriya reassured her that everything would be all right and asked her to trust him. She reluctantly nodded and growled in response, prompting him to thank her. Midoriya pondered whether Erika was hiding something from him. He gently reminded her that if something was wrong, she could always communicate it to him. Erika paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating her choice before resuming. Her affectionate nuzzling, which left Midoriya sighing in concern. 3 hours later, at the temporary Monarch base, Director Serizawa was on the phone, inquiring about any progress in uncovering Erika's secrets. He had agents searching both her greenhouse and containment cell for any clues. In the lab with him were Graham and Principal Nizu, while Dr. Toga and Dr. Mifune were testing the effects of the first batch of the completed cure. The atmosphere in the room was tense, heightened by the reports from All Might and Agent Gordon earlier that day. Serizawa had already dispatched a team to analyze the sap in the greenhouse, but the results were consistent with previous findings. Aside from a large patch of sap they were still working to break down. After receiving the troubling report about Erika, he had another team investigate her containment cell, suspecting she might have hidden something there as well. With the potential for a serious issue at hand, he understood the necessity of thorough investigation. The agent on the phone reported that they had encountered difficulties in their efforts, having covered and uncovered the area multiple times, complicating their progress. However, they believed they were close to breaking through. Serizawa grimly acknowledged this and instructed the agent to notify him immediately upon any breakthroughs. Turning to Graham, Serizawa sought good news, but she explained that Agent Dupré was still on assignment in Jamaica and would not return for another 2 days. However, they did have information regarding Erika's re-entry path, confirming Nizu's earlier predictions. Nizu had long anticipated the trajectory of Erika's crash, supported by satellite images that traced her return to Earth from within the solar system. It was believed that she had bypassed both Mercury and Venus after passing the Sun. Given Erika's unique biology, it was theorized that she might have stopped near Mercury to replenish herself after her journey through deep space. Recent developments regarding the crystal and the trajectory raised further questions. Nizu noted that there had been reports of two objects of equal size in Mercury's orbit, detected just before Erika's return to Earth, coinciding with a massive solar flare that had erupted shortly thereafter. The implications of these findings added another layer of complexity to the situation surrounding Erika. The objects that were initially believed to be asteroids were later identified as something far more significant when Erika was discovered. Graham conveyed this information with a serious demeanor. Serizawa grimly noted that one of the objects was indeed Erika, while the other might have been another kaiju of equal size. Nizu nodded in agreement, contemplating the implications of their findings. He expressed concern that one of these creatures could have been created from Erika herself, perhaps failing to survive the solar flare or even being the cause of it. Given Erika's aggressive behavior around the crystal and the fleeting flicker of fear that Midoriya had supposedly witnessed, Nizu concluded that if the other kaiju were still alive, it would have revealed itself by now. The origins of the second creature remained completely unknown, but Serizawa speculated that what was happening with Erika could be a parasitic reaction to her cells, a notion that troubled all three of them. If this theory held true, it could drastically alter their operations concerning Erika. Dr. Mifyun's voice interrupted their thoughts, prompting all three to turn and see him and Yujiro approaching, each carrying two cases. Serizawa inquired whether the cure worked and if there was any connection to the crystal, hoping for clarity. The two scientists exchanged a glance before placing the cases on a nearby desk, with Mifyun moving to set up a microscope. Yujiro indicated that it would be better for them to see the evidence for themselves as he opened three of the cases. One contained a vine, another held a few samples reluctantly provided by Erika, and the third contained the crystal. The final case revealed multiple syringes filled with a pale green substance, nearly white in color. Graham gasped at the sight of the cure, while Mifyun explained that it was more accurately referred to as the Shirogami compound. He then opened the last case, displaying several microscope slides containing various blood samples. The scientists were familiar with Erika's cells by now, but the others were less understood. Mifyun suggested they first examine the initial attempt of the Shirogami compound, emphasizing the need to terminate this first batch after the second was completed. Yujiro picked up one of the syringes, shocking everyone except Mifyun. Nizu deduced that the implications of such a statement indicated there was more to the situation than they had anticipated, and Mifyun confirmed this. The Shirogami compound worked too effectively, and Mifyun insisted that it was better to demonstrate than to describe. He directed Toga to proceed, explaining that through trial and error, they had discovered that the Shirogami enzyme worked best when administered directly into the bloodstream. This method would allow it to circulate throughout Erika's body via her heart, with expected results emerging within days or weeks. However, Yujiro cautioned that this batch was both a failure and a success, and they were about to witness why. As he injected the Shirogami enzyme into a blood vein, the area began to calcify, slowly spreading before breaking down and corroding. The horrifying effect reminded all three of them of something long forbidden. Serizawa realized that Genshiro Shirogami had not created a cure but a means to generate micro-oxygen, a process that had been outlawed following the Age of Kaiju due to its extreme dangers. The creation of micro-oxygen had led to the emergence of the kaiju that ended that era, with Destroyah being a living extinction event, surpassed only by Ghidorah. The deaths of Gajura and Ghidorah marked the end of the kaiju era, and no one was willing to risk a repeat of that catastrophic history. All traces of micro-oxygen had been eradicated, and any means to recreate it had been eliminated. No one had dared to attempt such a thing until now. Mifyun clarified that while Shirogami had found a way for Erika's biology to generate a self-contained and sufficient form of micro-oxygen, it was much less reactive. The only immediate danger lay in being near Erika. Both Graham and Serizawa observed the effects on Erika's cells, noting their rapid decay. Nizu inquired about the enzyme's effects on human cells, prompting Yujiro to respond that it had a different impact. With ample human blood available for experimentation, Yujiro replaced the slide with one containing human blood injected with the Shirogami enzyme. Instead of breaking down the human cells, the enzyme itself dissolved upon contact. Mifune added that it also completely destroyed any foreign object within Erika's body, even if it originated from her own being. As they watched, a small crystal, roughly the size of a child's thumb, emerged from her flesh before crumbling to dust, leaving them stunned once again. Nizu concluded that the crystal had never come from another kaiju. It had originated from Erika herself. However, Yujiro corrected him, suggesting they examine another slide. Serizawa noticed that the new blood cells were old yet preserved, resembling Gojira's cells but lacking the crystal growths on the cell membrane. Yujiro quickly swapped the slide for one containing Erika's cells, which appeared more fluid. They were almost a complete match. The samples had been taken from the blood on the crystal and from one of Erika's spores. Mifune theorized that the crystal was a last-ditch effort from Erika. He asked if there had been any significant events within 24 hours of Erika's arrival. Serizawa recalled a solar flare that might have exterminated the second kaiju, suggesting that it had made one final attempt at Erika. In theory, given their similar properties and Erika's nature after being injected with Gojira's cells, it was reasonable to conclude that this new kaiju was a result of Erika suffering extreme damage, similar to her initial defeat by Gojira. The radiation from the atomic breath likely caused another mutation, leading to her current form after enduring severe damage from an area of high and dense cosmic radiation. Yujiro explained that enough of Erika's DNA had been left behind after her healing, creating a 1 in a million chance of something unexpected occurring. Mifune elaborated that the Gojira cells could almost completely take over, forming another kaiju using traces of Erika's form as a template. Given her unique ability to split into spores, this new kaiju would possess a similar capability. However, due to the state of the cells, it was likely a desperate last-ditch effort, as they were effectively dead by the time of the solar flare. Graham noted that the similar DNA might have allowed the kaiju to take control of Erika had the solar flare not burned up the spores. Serizawa pointed out that one spore had managed to land on Erika, and it was now affecting her. Nizu grimly compared the situation to a reverse of the Trypanosoma brucei parasite, explaining that instead of rearranging its own DNA, it was rearranging its host's DNA to create a new body for itself, cleaving Erika's strands until only its own remained. He asked Yujiro if the Serizawa enzyme completely destroyed the crystals. Yujiro confirmed that it did, demonstrating by removing half of an original crystal that had been cut in half and applying another syringe of the enzyme to the remaining piece in the case. Upon contact, the crystal began to break down rapidly, much faster than Erika's vine had. Mifune explained that under the microscope, one could observe the energy created from the process, generating microoxygen as the enzyme worked to break down the plant and Gojira's aspects of Erika's cells. Since the crystals were based on Gojira cells, they broke down quickly at a molecular level. Serizawa looked through the microscope, confirming Mifune's observations as the sample continued to disintegrate until it became too small to view properly. Nizu remarked on the frightening implications of Serizawa's work, noting that it was only the beginning without the final ingredient. He explained that while Serizawa had identified the necessary bounding agent to bind the enzyme without breaking down Erika's cells, he had perished before making it safe enough to test on her daughter. Mifune added that the current batch would be 100% fatal to Erika, leading to a slow and painful death due to her regeneration delaying the inevitable. Yujiro expressed concern over the possibility of bringing Erika back for further study to find a true cure or finally granting her a peaceful end. The decision weighed heavily on everyone present, as they considered the risks of continuing to work on a cure while something was slowly taking over Erika's body. Nizu concluded that they needed more information before making a decision. Serizawa directed Graham to contact Agent Gordon, and if that failed, to reach out to All Might, emphasizing the urgency of bringing Erika back immediately. Nizu insisted that Midoriya should be informed of everything, recognizing his emotional investment in Erika's situation. Graham began making the call. Serizawa inquired about the timeline for an updated batch of the Shirogami enzyme. Mifune responded that with Erika's notes, they could synthesize a new batch within a few hours, But modern methods would require constant fresh samples from Erika and additional ingredients, potentially taking several days. Yujiro asked if they had made a decision, but Serizawa insisted they needed to gather more information first. He expressed a longing to avoid desperate measures and to allow Erika to make her own choice regarding her fate, given her long history as a monster due to her father's actions. Nizu questioned what would happen if Erika did not make a decision, to which Serizawa sighed, hoping it would not come to that. Just then, his phone rang, revealing a message from the agent leading the team uncovering the secrets of the greenhouse. The message indicated that the last of the sap had been cleared out and suggested that Serizawa should see the findings for himself. The first image was a tarp with a surprising pile of crystals. The second was a carving depicting Erika alongside another kaiju, whose shape resembled Gojira but featured elements similar to Erika's. The carving was accompanied by spiteful wording. The final image was a message etched into the wall, expressing a sense of fading and the feeling of an abomination affecting her very cells. The message conveyed Erika's concern for Izuku, acknowledging his care for her and the possibility that discovering her condition could break him. She reassured herself that if he couldn't save her, it would not be his fault, but rather the fault of the abominations. Yet, she remained uncertain about how much longer she could maintain control. The only hope was the cure, and there was a lingering hope that it would work. If it didn't, there was still a longing to find a way to thank Izuku one last time before passing. He had been the first reason to live after so many years of despair. It was a pleasure to meet him, even if it was just before facing that abomination. If it came to that, there was one thing that needed to be conveyed: gratitude for the hope Izuku had provided after such a long time. The hope was that he would always cherish the moments they shared. Meanwhile, Izuku found himself in the most brutal training session of his life. All previous experiences paled in comparison to sparring with Gordon. He had been battered countless times, and it was astonishing to realize that Gordon had been holding back. If he hadn't, Izuku would have faced serious injuries rather than just a few scrapes. No matter how much he improved or how hard he struck, his efforts seemed to have no effect on Gordon. Even when Izuku dodged a punch that shattered a car door window, Gordon remained unfazed, with shards of glass embedded in his hand. After calling for a break to bandage his hand, the bandages came off within an hour. It was likely that Gordon possessed a quirk that negated pain and aided in healing, but that didn't alleviate the discomfort Izuku felt throughout his body. Fortunately, there had been many breaks during the 3-hour session, thanks to All Might, who intervened whenever he sensed that Gordon was pushing too hard. This was done for Izuku's safety and to ensure that Erika didn't become too agitated. Aoki spent most of the time repairing Erika's containment cell and working on a prototype device meant to counter any potential threats from her. Izuku hoped that it wouldn't be necessary. Snipe kept a watchful eye on Erika, and surprisingly, she didn't seem to have much of a problem with him. Although she growled and glared, it was significantly less than her reactions to anyone else who wasn't Izuku. For the most part, Erika appeared to be okay, though she grew increasingly angry at Gordon whenever Izuku was beaten up. Since the events of that morning, she had kept her emotions hidden, making it difficult for Izuku to gauge her thoughts. Thankfully, there were no signs of distress, but her growing agitation over the past hour had begun to worry him. Gordon's voice broke through Izuku's thoughts, reminding him to keep his focus on the opponent. The intensity of the fight was palpable, and Izuku realized he was practically fighting for his life. He stole a quick glance at All Might, who was on a call, and noticed Erika's noticeable agitation as she roared at Gordon. With only 20 minutes left in the spar, Izuku knew he had to survive this ordeal. Spotting a pile of debris nearby, he dashed toward it and narrowly dodged one of Gordon's punches. He climbed the pile and, as Gordon attempted to close the distance, jumped off and delivered a kick that struck Gordon in the chest. Although it barely fazed him, Izuku quickly retreated. Gordon acknowledged the improvement in Izuku's form, noting that there was decent power behind the kick. He continued to critique Izuku's technique after each hit, often blocking and countering with ease. Gordon rushed forward, and Izuku ducked beneath a hook. He attempted to strike Gordon's side, but Gordon evaded the attack. Izuku tried again, only for Gordon to block it with his arm. The counterattack came swiftly, with Izuku dodging punches and elbow strikes, but he was forced to block a powerful punch that left his arms numb from the impact. He staggered back in the sand before Gordon swept his legs out from under him. Erika let out a loud roar as Izuku landed on his back, his left arm brushing against a piece of trash half buried in the sand. Regaining his footing, Izuku prepared for another punch from Gordon. In a moment of quick thinking, he grabbed the trash, a burnt and rusted frying pan, and raised it to block the punch. The impact caused a loud clang as Gordon's fist dented the pan. Gordon complimented Izuku's quick thinking before ripping the frying pan from his hands and tossing it aside. Gordon charged again, and Izuku barely managed to evade an uppercut. Gordon unleashed a flurry of punches, forcing Izuku back toward the debris. Some of his dodges were clumsy, nearly tripping over the half-buried trash. Finally, Gordon landed a jab to Izuku's gut, knocking the air from his lungs and sending him crashing into the trash. With little time to recover, Izuku pulled himself away just as Gordon prepared to strike again. Seizing an opportunity, he climbed back onto the pile of debris. As Gordon pulled back, Izuku launched himself from the pile and delivered a powerful punch to Gordon's face, feeling pain radiate through his hand as if he had struck a brick wall. To his surprise, Gordon didn't retaliate immediately. Instead, a drop of blood trickled from his nose, which he quickly wiped away. Izuku couldn't believe he had actually landed a hit. Gordon admitted that Izuku was performing better than he had expected that day. Gordon acknowledged the reason why Yagi had taken me under his wing before he suddenly vanished from sight. Just as confusion set in, he reappeared and delivered a powerful punch to my gut, sending me flying once more. He remarked that I still had a long way to go as I struggled to regain my breath on the ground. Determined to rise again, I hoped this ordeal would soon come to an end. Gordon rushed toward me, but Erika's spores intervened. She reformed and unleashed a fierce roar, wrapping me in her vines and launching several clumps of sap toward the monarch agent. Her eyes were glazed over, signaling a troubling situation. Snipe readied his weapon while Aoki hurriedly worked on his device. Just as Gordon seemed poised to issue commands, All Might appeared in his muscular form, positioning himself between us and Erika. He urged everyone to give me a chance to calm Erika down and insisted that we needed to return her to UA immediately. Gordon questioned Yagi's certainty in this plan as Erika's grip on me tightened. Her gaze remained intense, but I noticed a change in her left eye, which was shifting from its usual golden hue to a dark reddish-orange. Concerned, I addressed Erika, trying to draw her attention. I expressed my worries about her aggression, the mysterious substance in her vines, and the alarming change in her eye color. I reassured her that I wanted to help, urging her to share what was wrong. Upon hearing my words, fear flickered in Erika's eyes. She released me and began to retreat, crystals starting to emerge from her vines. I was bewildered by what was happening to her. Gordon demanded an explanation from All Might, who revealed that Erika had been infected by a crystal believed to be the remnants of a kaiju from her time in space. This revelation shocked everyone present, and disbelief echoed in Gordon's voice. Snipe added to the skepticism, but I felt a sense of urgency as I observed Erika beginning to spasm, more crystals spreading across her vines. All Might explained that even Nizu had initially thought the theory was far-fetched, but evidence had emerged that Erika had been hiding in the walls, leading to the current crisis. He insisted that we needed to act quickly to get her out of there. Aoki reached for his phone, likely to call for backup, but I was too preoccupied with the implications of what I had just learned. Erika had been concealing her condition all this time, and I was filled with questions. However, one question loomed larger than the rest. Why had she kept this hidden from us? If she had only confided in us sooner, we could have helped her. As I voiced my concern, I watched in horror as Erika roared in pain, a crystal beginning to grow from her head. I stepped closer to check on her, but the look she gave me froze me in place. It was an expression of remorse, pain, and fear that I had never seen before, and it twisted my heart. She let out a sorrowful roar and hastily wrote 2 words in the sand with one of her vines. The first word simply read, "I'm sorry," but the second sent a chill through me, "Run." I wanted to help her, but the sickening crack that followed her warning made it clear that I needed to heed her advice, no matter how much I wished otherwise. As I turned to flee, I caught sight of what had become of Erika and instinctively began to back away. This creature was no longer Erika. It may have held her form, but its eyes revealed a different being entirely. Its vines were adorned with small crystals, one vine completely covered, and atop its head rested a fractured, trans-orange crystal crest. The most disturbing aspect was its eyes, which still bore the same color as Erika's left eye but now radiated seething hatred and loathing directed at me. I had no idea how I had provoked a kaiju to such an extent, but I had no intention of finding out. The creature let out a furious roar and charged at me, its vines propelling it forward with alarming speed. As it closed in, a device was thrown between us, exploding and creating a cloud of smoke. Gordon instructed me to stay back, emphasizing that this situation was beyond my control. All Might echoed his sentiment, warning me that Erika was no longer in charge. Aoki swiftly grabbed me, urging me to follow him. I tried to protest, but All Might reassured me with a smile, promising that everything would be all right. He declared his commitment to ensuring our safety. As the kaiju emerged from the smoke and resumed its charge toward me. Just then, both Gordon and All Might lunged forward, delivering powerful punches to the creature's vulnerable stomach, causing it to double over in pain. A bullet from Snipe struck and cracked its crest, intensifying the chaos of the moment. The creature shook its head vigorously before unleashing a loud roar, spewing radioactive sap from its mouth and vines. This forced both Gordon and All Might to retreat to avoid being hit. The creature lashed out with its vines, attempting to bite or impale them, but Gordon and All Might responded by ripping or smashing the vines whenever they came too close. Meanwhile, Snipe remained at a distance, firing what appeared to be incendiary rounds that blew chunks off the vines. Although the vines quickly regenerated, the kaiju seemed to have learned from its previous mistakes, keeping both All Might and Gordon at bay while attacking them with its vines and sap. The situation had spiraled out of control, and the thought that Erika could have foreseen this weighed heavily on the group. There was no way to change the past, but there was a desperate hope that they could find a way to eliminate whatever was controlling Erika. The uncertainty of their options loomed over them, creating a sense of dread. Aoki, focused and serious, broke into Midoriya's thoughts, instructing him to hold a glass canister filled with a familiar gas while he worked on a device. Midoriya recognized the gas as being related to Midnight's somnambulist quirk, used to sedate Erika. Aoki confirmed that the canister contained primarily anesthesia mixed with enough desflurane to incapacitate multiple people. He had painstakingly repaired the gas distributors in Erika's containment cell, ensuring they were durable enough to withstand use. The gas was potent enough to knock her out for about 15 to 20 minutes, but it was meant for both distributors. Aoki believed that one of the canisters could slow down whatever was controlling Erika. However, to be effective, they would need to administer it directly through her flesh. With enough tranquilizers, they hoped to subdue her enough to transport her back to the containment cell. The thought of having to drag Erika to save her was a bitter pill to swallow, especially since she was not herself and the kaiju showed no signs of slowing down. 13 days prior, in the UA training grounds, Director Serizawa convened a meeting with key personnel, including Graham, Principal Nizu, All Might in his hero form, Agent Aoki, and 2 doctors. Agent Gordon was absent, tasked with picking up Agent Dupre from the airport. It had been 3 days since Erika's possession, and security had improved significantly, though it seemed unnecessary. Erika had been lethargic since her awakening, barely responding to anyone. Some scientists had bravely volunteered to collect small crystals that emerged from her body or take genetic samples, but Erika only seemed to regain a semblance of herself when she lashed out in anger, particularly when someone jokingly suggested naming the kaiju Space Gorgira. The mixture of anger and laughter in her roars left everyone uncertain whether it was truly Erika or the kaiju briefly surfacing. The scientific staff had been working tirelessly to find a way to lower the fatality rate of the Shirogami compound. Just over an hour before the meeting, they had finally exhausted all modern methods. Yujiro presented 2 syringes filled with the Shirogami compound, one darker than the other, along with 2 small samples of Erika's flesh. The sight made Nizu and All Might wince, but they steeled themselves to focus on the task at hand. Both batches of the compound were equally effective, but the third batch had a faster rate of breaking down Erika's DNA. As the scientists injected the syringes into the flesh samples, they observed the third batch breaking down and dissolving more quickly than the second. The implications were clear. While the third batch had a higher decay rate, it also had strange effects on the Kaiju's crystals. When they injected the crystals with the Shirogami compound, the one treated with the second batch shattered almost immediately, surprising everyone present. Aoki noted that given Erika's clear hatred for the Kaiju, this reaction should have been anticipated. However, Graham raised concerns about whether Erika fully understood the effects of the Shirogami compound. All Might sighed, acknowledging that they would not be getting any answers from her at that moment. Mifune pointed out that Erika had enough understanding to modify the second batch, which had a predicted fatality rate of 98.2%. In contrast, their modern methods combined with Erika's batch resulted in a 97.4% fatality rate. The small chance of a cure with the third batch was overshadowed by the potential for a painful death without a binding agent. Serizawa's frustration was palpable as he asked if there were any other ways to improve the Shirogami compound or any clues about the bonding agent. The scientists shook their heads, confirming that they had exhausted all conventional means of modern science in their efforts. With time, there might be a chance to improve Erika's survival, but it would be minimal. Mifune sighed, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Yujiro opened a second briefcase, revealing several laminated pictures of Erika's cells. As he distributed them, grim expressions spread across the faces of the group, with Nizu and Serizawa immediately examining the images. The pictures documented Erika's cells from the time she returned to Earth to the present, with certain areas highlighted from the second photo onward, progressively increasing in size. The images showed that a significant portion of her cells had been affected, and subsequent photos indicated a worsening condition. Serizawa noted the stark contrast between the earlier and later images, observing that the infection had escalated dramatically since the Kaiju's emergence. Yujiro explained that the infection rate had started small but had gradually doubled over time, increasing from 1.5% in the first week to 3% just before her possession. Afterward, Erika's infection rate had risen to 6.25% that day and was now over 7.06% based on the latest test samples. Mifune sadly calculated that if the corruption of Erika's cells continued unchecked, they could be beyond help in exactly 8 weeks. Nizu added that if Erika were to be possessed again, they would have only 27 days, 7 hours, and 2 minutes to find a bonding agent to prevent a worst-case scenario. The urgency was palpable, and Serizawa instructed Mifune and Toga to begin their search for the bonding agent immediately. Yujiro assured them that efforts had already begun before their arrival. Serizawa then assigned Aoki to enhance security measures based on the Kaiju's capabilities, emphasizing the need for perfection in their preparations for any potential crisis. Aoki acknowledged the directive and promptly left to fulfill his task. Nizu turned to All Might, who had just coughed up blood and reverted to his regular form. He inquired whether it was time to bring Midoriya back. All Might nodded, expressing his belief that Midoriya had been coping better with recent events. However, he remained uncertain about how Midoriya would react to meeting Erika face-to-face, or how Erika would respond to him. All Might had been monitoring Midoriya's progress during his recovery, relieved that he had not contracted any infections. Despite the scar on his shoulder, Inko had scolded him for the injury, which was technically a training accident, albeit a severe one. Midoriya had shown signs of recovery, but the prospect of him interacting with Erika was fraught with potential complications, especially with the possibility of the Kaiju re-emerging. Graham suggested that reuniting the two might be essential, as Erika was becoming increasingly unresponsive. With her mental health deteriorating, there was a risk that the Kaiju could take hold of her. Nizu agreed, noting that bringing Midoriya to meet Erika, with adequate guards and fail-safes in place, could mitigate the risks. All Might decided to go to Midoriya immediately, intending to inform him about Erika's situation. He felt a small smile form on his face, knowing that Midoriya might not take the news well, but he believed his young protege could handle it after the last attack. An hour later, Midoriya struggled to process the news he had received from All Might. After school, All Might had picked him up and delivered the grim update. There were only 8 weeks left before Erika was deemed beyond the point of a cure, and less than 4 weeks if she were to be possessed by the kaiju again. The thought of it caused his shoulder to ache, a reminder of the recent battle. His mother had been upset about the scar left behind, but at least it was just a scratch after Recovery Girl's treatment. Midoriya reflected on the scar, considering it a mark of resilience, akin to those worn by heroes and villains alike. He recalled All Might's own scars from past battles, and despite the pain, he understood that it was a small price to pay for survival. All Might's voice broke through his thoughts, reminding him to focus. Midoriya apologized, realizing he needed to manage his distractions better. Despite the bleakness of the situation, there was a glimmer of hope with the potential cure from the Shirogami compound, though the risk of loss loomed large. The news weighed heavily on him, especially given how unresponsive Erika had been since the incident, which was a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. This realization left him feeling disheartened. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. Standing before the door to Erika's containment cell, the weight of the moment pressed heavily on the protagonist. This was a decision that should have been made at least a day after the incident, and now it was time to act. All Might, a figure of unwavering support, expressed concern about the protagonist's readiness. With a firm nod, the protagonist affirmed their determination. All Might opened the first security door, revealing a tall, pale man dressed in worn black clothing and a large gray scarf. The man, Shota Aizawa, was familiar yet unsettling, his presence adding to the tension in the air. Aizawa had been assigned as backup by Nizu, anticipating that Erika might pose a threat. He regarded the protagonist with an inquisitive gaze, which only heightened their unease. Aizawa bluntly referred to the protagonist as a problem child, prompting All Might to interject, but Aizawa continued, indifferent to the interruption. He outlined the protagonist's recent misfortunes, detailing encounters with a kaiju, a global organization, and a junior high-aged criminal. Aizawa's words painted a picture of chaos surrounding the protagonist, emphasizing the dangers they faced. All Might sighed, agreeing with Aizawa's assessment of the protagonist's string of bad luck. Aizawa's tone remained even as he warned that Erika could succumb to the kaiju at any moment. The implications were grave. Even if the Shirogami compound was completed, the threat to both Erika and the protagonist loomed large. The protagonist felt a chill at Aizawa's words, realizing the stakes involved. If the kaiju fully took over Erika, it would have everything it needed to reconstruct itself on Earth, leading to unimaginable consequences. The fear of such a possibility weighed heavily on their mind, but they had spent 3 days contemplating their next steps. They were resolved to do everything possible to prevent that outcome. With a shaky voice, the protagonist expressed their commitment to helping Erika, despite the risks. They believed that if they couldn't support her when she had placed her faith in them, they could never truly become a hero capable of saving anyone. All Might smiled at this declaration, while Aizawa remained contemplative before posing a challenging question about the potential futility of their efforts. The protagonist acknowledged the possibility of failure but reaffirmed their promise to be there for Erika, regardless of the outcome. They had considered the option of granting her peace, recognizing that her first death had led to her transformation into a kaiju. Now, there was a chance for her to find rest, and the protagonist was determined to help her reclaim her humanity as much as possible. Aizawa's silence was broken by a grin that felt slightly unsettling. He acknowledged the protagonist's readiness, expressing his disdain for dragging unprepared individuals into perilous situations. He reminded them of the harsh realities heroes face, including the inevitability that sometimes saving everyone is impossible. The protagonist nodded, understanding the weight of Aizawa's words. As the doors to Erika's cell opened, All Might placed a reassuring hand on the protagonist's shoulder. Turning to face him, the protagonist noticed the fatigue in All Might's smile. The city may have been quiet, but the toll of heroism was evident. The protagonists steeled themselves for the challenges ahead, aware that the path they were about to tread was fraught with uncertainty and danger. All Might had always been a beacon of hope, saving everyone he could since his debut and his time in the United States. He had faced many challenges, including the incident that led to his injury. As Midoriya stood lost in thought, All Might's encouraging words broke through his reverie, reminding him that he was not alone. With a nod, Midoriya stepped into Erika's cell, planning to ask All Might about his injury later. Inside the cell, multiple agents and Snipe were poised to intervene if necessary, a situation Midoriya hoped would not arise. Above, Director Sarazawa, Vice Director Graham, and Agent Gordon observed the unfolding events, accompanied by an unfamiliar young woman. She had black hair partially covering her left eye and wore a loose black suit with a violet shirt. Midoriya had an inkling of who she might be, but his priority was Erika. He noticed her lying on the ground, looking paler than usual and barely moving. As he approached, Erika noticed him and let out a soft roar, instinctively moving away. This reaction concerned him. Normally, she would have wrapped him in her vines by now. It seemed she still blamed herself for what had happened. Although she had kept the incident a secret, it was the kaiju that had caused his injury and the ensuing chaos. Midoriya reassured Erika that he was all right, just as he had promised. He urged her to let him talk to her. After a moment of hesitation, she let out a low roar and slowly moved closer, reaching out a vine to gently trace over his left shoulder, expressing her sorrow with another roar. Midoriya explained that he was unharmed, save for a scar, which only made her roar louder and a small crystal grow on her head. He realized he might have chosen his words poorly, but he needed her to hear what came next. He reassured Erika that the scar was something he had anticipated as part of becoming a hero. It was not her fault, the blame lay with the kaiju. He considered the scar a reminder of the promise he made to help her and of everything they had been through together. As Erika drew closer, she wrapped him in her vines and nuzzled against him softly. They both understood the gravity of their situation, but it was a comfort to be together. With only 8 weeks left according to Monarch and the threat of the kaiju looming, Midoriya expressed that he would cherish their memories together. He acknowledged that he had given her hope, and he would not let that hope be misplaced. He vowed to do everything he could to help her, even if the odds seemed insurmountable. There was still a chance for the Shirogami compound to work, and with that, hope remained. Midoriya then asked Erika to promise not to hide anything from them again, especially concerning the kaiju. He wanted to prevent another incident and focus on improving the Shirogami compound without fear of possession. After a moment of silence, one of her vines reached for the crystal on her head and ripped it out, letting out a roar that momentarily echoed the kaiju's, sending a shiver down Midoriya's spine. The sound drew the attention of the agents above, causing tension in the air. Snipe called for calm, assuring everyone that there was nothing to worry about, but the atmosphere remained charged. The woman accompanying the directors and Agent Gordon was particularly concerning, as Midoriya suspected she was Agent Dupré. Before he could dwell on the implications, Erika shook the vine holding the crystal to remove the blood and gently placed it in her hand. Midoriya flinched at the sight of the trans-orange crystal, reminiscent of the crest that adorned Erika when the kaiju had taken over. She let out a soft roar and used her vines to guide him to a patch of dirt where she had written a message. The message conveyed her promise to him, expressing her fears and hopes. She acknowledged that his belief in her gave her hope for the cure to work. In case it didn't, she wanted him to keep the crystal as a reminder of their bond and his promise, and to know that he was her hero. Midoriya stood in stunned silence, processing her words while Erika looked away, letting out a soft growl. Tears welled in his eyes as he realized the significance of her sentiment. No one had ever thought of him as a hero before. Overwhelmed with emotion, he wrapped his arms around her neck and began to cry, eliciting a startled roar from her. His body moved instinctively as he broke down, not from sadness, but from happiness. He expressed his gratitude to Erika for making his dream come true, even if just in a small way. Erika and her companion were determined to face whatever challenges lay ahead, striving to turn her dream into reality. With a loud roar, Erika embraced her friend, enveloping them in her vines. Although it caused some discomfort, the joy they felt overshadowed any pain. The bond they shared was unbreakable, and the friend was resolute in their commitment to help Erika regain her human form. She saw him as her hero, and he could not bear the thought of failing her after everything they had endured together. In the containment cell on the second floor, Snipe approached Serizawa, expressing relief that their concerns were unfounded. Serizawa acknowledged this but insisted on having Erika checked, noting that her roar resembled that of a kaiju, which was troubling. The orange crystal found during the incident was the only one of its kind, and they needed to proceed with caution. Graham suggested they allow Erika and Izuku some time together, believing they deserved a moment of peace after the turmoil they had faced. Although Serizawa hesitated, Gordon supported Graham's suggestion, arguing that a brief reprieve would not harm anyone. Serizawa eventually relented, activating his earpiece to inform Agent Dupre that the situation was under control. Meanwhile, All Might and Aizawa observed Agent Dupre as she arrived, realizing her presence was unnecessary. Dupre commented on her surprise at the boy's ability to reason with a kaiju, while Aizawa noted that Serizawa had sent her as backup in case the kaiju manifested. All Might expressed his unwavering faith in Izuku, confident that he could help Erika before it was too late. Dupre silently acknowledged All Might's words before disappearing, leaving only a faint static buzz in her wake. Aizawa warned All Might about the challenges that lay ahead with Yamada taking over his shift, and All Might braced himself for the impending encounter. After Erika underwent further tests, there were no signs of the kaiju emerging or any infection spikes. However, she had reacted defensively when Monarch attempted to take the crystal from Izuku, which he wore around his neck for safekeeping. He had shared a partial truth with his mother, explaining that Erika was a friend he met while training under All Might. She was receiving treatment to help her recover, and he was committed to keeping the promise he made to her. His mother had been emotional but proud, eager to meet Erika once she was well, which filled Izuku with a mix of anticipation and dread. Life gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy, with the highlight being an autograph from President Mike. The only significant change was that All Might and Agent Gordon extended their daily sparring sessions to an hour, presenting a formidable challenge for Izuku. However, everything shifted again when they discovered the final component 3 days later. As the 10th day approached at UA Training Grounds, now serving as a temporary Monarch headquarters, Dr. Mifune questioned Yujiro about their decision. Despite their reservations, they were making significant progress on perfecting the Shirogami compound, even if the methods employed were unconventional. With only 7.5 weeks left to assist Erika, they had enlisted help from other Monarch facilities, including Dr. Erika Shirogami, a brilliant geneticist and the daughter of a historical pioneer in the field. Her cooperation had improved after Izuku's conversation with her, and they hoped her expertise would help them overcome the obstacles they faced. Erika displayed a remarkable level of intelligence, though her behavior sometimes made it difficult to recognize. Her actions included roaring at the scientists assisting her and violently tearing at her own vines and flesh to test the effects of the improved batches of the Shirogami compound. Despite the brutality of her methods and the challenges they posed for maintaining a clean workspace, her contributions significantly advanced the development of the cure. With her assistance, the fatality rate of the Shirogami compound had been reduced from 97.4% to 95.7%, with each new batch showing improvement every few hours. The project was spearheaded by 3 individuals: Mifune, who utilized the latest measurements to synthesize each new batch; Yujiro, who tested the compound's effectiveness and assessed its safety for humans; and Erika, who played a crucial role in the process. Some batches had the potential to cause severe harm, theorized to reduce humans to bone due to their ability to produce microoxygen and destroy multiple blood cells. At one point, Erika was in the midst of tearing off one of her vines with her mouth, a sight that disturbed both scientists due to the ease with which she performed the act. Although they had removed her vines in the past and were aware of her extraordinary regenerative capabilities, witnessing her do it herself was unsettling. Suddenly, one of the scientists warned the others just in time for them to dodge a large chunk of vine that flew toward them. The vine crashed into a workstation, shattering several vials of blood and a syringe filled with the latest Shirogami compound. Yujiro expressed his frustration, urging Erika to be more careful. In response, she roared back while a scientist assisted her in applying the Shirogami compound to the dismembered vine. Given her strength, it was wise to have someone help her with the process to avoid any accidental exposure to the compound. Mifune sighed, noting that they had just finished the latest batch and would need help cleaning up the mess. Yujiro offered to start the cleanup, but as he gathered supplies, he noticed Erika's spores manifesting around him as she reformed over the chaos. Erika pointed one of her vines toward a piece of vine lying in a puddle of blood and the Shirogami compound, prompting Yujiro to wonder if she wanted him to examine it. As he approached, a rancid smell filled the air, causing him to GG. The odor was reminiscent of roses soaked in blood and gasoline, mixed with a hint of rotten meat. Erika seemed to agree with him, responding with a mixture of growls and GGs. Yujiro examined the putrid vine and noticed that blood was leaking from one of its openings, mingling with human blood and the Shirogami compound. The outer edges were calcifying, and the texture was changing. He decided to cut off a small piece of the vine and the mixture, placing it on a glass slide for further analysis under a microscope. As he zoomed in, his eyes widened in shock, and he called for Mifune to come and see the discovery before it broke down. Mifune rushed over, gagging at the smell, and upon looking through the microscope, his expression mirrored Yujiro's astonishment. He quickly requested that Director Serizawa be summoned and called for anyone not currently engaged in work to assist in gathering data, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. The lab erupted into activity as people left their stations, and Yujiro informed Erika that they would need many more vines. In response, she let out a joyous roar, eager to contribute to the significant breakthrough they had just achieved. Meanwhile, at the Midoriya family apartment, Izuku reflected on the day ahead. All Might had informed him that training at UA would be lighter than in previous days, particularly because he would not be sparring with Agent Gordon. This news brought Izuku immense relief, as he often found himself battered and bruised after their sessions. He felt torn between facing another sparring session with Gordon or encountering the kaiju again, unsure which would be worse. All Might had been dispatched to investigate unusual activity in a lake in Aomori Prefecture, alongside Director Serizawa. Izuku hoped it was a false alarm, considering the challenges posed by Erika and the kaiju within her. He braced himself for Erika's enthusiastic greetings, recalling how she would wrap him in her vines with such force that he feared for his lungs. It often took All Might's intervention to free him, but thankfully, Erika only exhibited this behavior once a day during their initial meeting. Despite the discomfort, Izuku felt a sense of happiness for Erika, especially after learning about her significant role in improving the Shirogami compound. Her unconventional methods had proven effective, and he was confident that her contributions would continue to accelerate the progress of the cure. This would ensure that they could prevent the kaiju from taking over and that Erika would regain her human form before her deadline approached. As he finished drying off after a shower, he felt a renewed sense of hope for the future. After a long jog, the protagonist felt a sense of relief, especially since there had been no sign of Shirten for over a week. Given the condition Erika had left him in, it was surprising that he hadn't been found yet. Despite the lingering worry for their safety, the jog had been enjoyable. They even witnessed Kamui Woods apprehending a mugger with a crocodile quirk in an impressive display of heroism. Overall, it had been a good day. As the protagonist dried off, their phone vibrated with urgency. Upon checking, they saw 5 missed calls from All Might within the last 10 minutes. Feeling a mix of anxiety and curiosity, they answered the call. All Might expressed his concern about not being able to reach them and asked what they had been doing. The protagonist explained that they had just finished showering. All Might cheerfully instructed them to get dressed quickly because he was almost at their apartment and they were heading to UA earlier than planned. When asked about the reason for the sudden change, All Might hinted at a surprise, leaving the protagonist eager to find out more. The protagonist speculated about the news All Might share. Perhaps it was related to Erika, and the absence of negativity in All Might's voice suggested that there were no new troubles regarding her situation. They hoped for good news, maybe even a breakthrough regarding the Shirogami compound or updates from Aomori Prefecture. After getting dressed and preparing, the protagonist put on a necklace that held Erika's crystal and left the bathroom. They overheard All Might speaking with their mother in the hallway. Surprised, they approached and asked what they were discussing. Their mother, slightly flustered, explained that All Might had offered to drive her to pick up the car after its annual inspection. The protagonist nodded, knowing that All Might's reliable transportation would be helpful, especially considering the circumstances with Bakugo's family. As it was time to leave, All Might encouraged the protagonist to grab their belongings. Their mother reminded them to stay safe and to convey her well wishes to Erika. The protagonist promised to do so and returned the sentiment before they parted ways. Once outside, All Might and the protagonist walked together. All Might quietly discussed the reason for picking them up early, revealing that he had a monthly appointment to check on his injury, but that was not the main reason for their early departure. He then disclosed that they had found a potential cure for Erika. The protagonists stopped in their tracks, overwhelmed by the news. Later, at the UA training grounds, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Dr. Mifune explained that the bonding agent for the Shirogami compound was found to be human blood cells and platelets. Erika, present in the room, appeared ecstatic, reflecting the significance of the moment. The protagonist felt tears of joy welling up, knowing they were close to restoring Erika to her human form. Dr. Mifune clarified that while human blood was part of the solution, the process was more complex than simply injecting it. It would require a careful procedure akin to a blood transfusion, where Erika's blood would need to exit her body at the same rate the cure was introduced. The details of this intricate process were still being discussed, but the protagonist felt a surge of hope for Erika's future. Aoki was called upon for assistance with a crucial task. He acknowledged the request, understanding that a thorough examination of medical equipment was necessary to comprehend its functionality. Professional guidance would be essential before he could proceed with creating the required device. Serzo agreed to transfer additional personnel to the base, while Nizu planned to have Aoki start working with Chio upon her return. Concerns arose regarding Erika's blood. The potential for a blood transfusion raised questions about the implications of transferring her unique cells into another individual. The chimera-like nature of her cells, which included Gajira DNA, posed significant risks. Many had suffered severe consequences from radiation poisoning due to direct injections of kaiju cells. If the Shirogami compound did not neutralize or dilute these cells, the outcomes could range from minor effects to severe mutations or even death. Dupré acknowledged the risks, noting that there were no documented cases of how a human would react to Erika's cells. She urged the group to find a solution to mitigate these effects. Yujiro confirmed that changes were inevitable for any willing donor, but he believed that the mutations would not be life-threatening. Dr. Mifune elaborated on the transfusion method, explaining that the Shirogami compound needed to be injected into the donor's cells. Tests indicated that the compound had a short lifespan once inside a human body, just enough time for a blood transfusion, requiring a bonding PRD of 10 to 15 minutes with the blood platelets. However, with Erika's cells, the compound would remain viable longer, potentially diluting the effects of her cells. Monitoring the donor's health would be crucial, and they planned to administer the transfusion in increments over 3 weeks. The proposed ratio for the procedure was 1 full syringe of the Shirogami compound, 10% of an adult's blood supply, and an equal amount of Erika's blood. This careful approach aimed to ensure the donor's safety while restoring Erika to a human form. However, the implications of such a process were grim. If Erika were at her full size, it would have required draining the blood of 6 grown men, a horrifying thought that left everyone in the room unsettled. All Might offered reassurance to Izuku, who was struggling with the weight of the situation. The potential disaster from the original treatment was daunting, and Graham raised a critical question about the survival of the kaiju within Erika during the treatment. Dr. Mifune reported that tests indicated all crystals had been eliminated, and they were closely monitoring each trial for any anomalies. The team was gathering blood samples and mixing them with the Shirogami compound to simulate an artificial procedure. Initial tests had been chaotic, resulting in a breakdown of the samples. They aimed to analyze various blood types to determine the best chance of survival, which had shown a significant improvement compared to previous attempts. Graham committed to securing resources from local hospitals and blood drives, while Nizu mentioned he had connections that could help acquire additional samples. With the necessary data expected within a week, They would be ready to proceed with the operation once a willing donor was found. The process would be painful, and Erica's determination to undergo it for the chance to become human again was evident. Dupré inquired if there were any additional concerns, and Dr. Mifune indicated that there were still a couple of important details to address. The atmosphere was tense as Dr. Mifune explained the situation regarding Erica. He warned that a foul odor would accompany her transformation back into human form, suggesting that those monitoring her should wear protective suits due to the lingering smell. The thought of such a stench made everyone wince, especially Yujiro, who noted that they would need blood samples from every adult present, with Nizu being the only exception. Nizu, the principal, humorously acknowledged the reason for his exemption, expressing concern that Erica might be tempted by the scent of his blood. As Erica emitted a low growl, it became clear that her instincts were heightened. Nizu reassured Tashinori, known as All Might, that they would manage the situation, calming the hero's evident anxiety. It was apparent that something significant was troubling All Might, a concern that Director Serizawa seemed to share. Serizawa directed Agent Aoki to begin monitoring Erica, noting that her agitation was increasing. As Erica extended her vines toward Nizu and the others, sap dripped ominously from them. Nizu, maintaining his composure despite his fear, requested Midoriya to take Erica away. Midoriya, feeling the weight of the situation, urged Erica not to harm Nizu while attempting to grasp one of her vines. As the door opened, Erica roared and began to envelop Midoriya in her vines, expressing her excitement and affection. Aoki, observing the scene, asked if he should intervene, but Midoriya suggested giving Erica a moment to enjoy the connection. Despite the discomfort he felt, Midoriya was overwhelmed with emotion, realizing that Erica was on the verge of regaining her human form after centuries of struggle. The prospect of her transformation filled him with hope, overshadowing his concerns about other matters, including All Might's unease and his own physical discomfort. Midoriya felt tears welling up, reflecting on the dreams that once seemed impossible, now within reach. However, he soon found himself gasping for air, prompting him to plead with Erica to release him. Erica, lost in her joy, did not respond, even as Aoki attempted to free Midoriya with a crowbar. The struggle continued, and it took several minutes and the assistance of other agents before Midoriya was finally liberated. Despite this, Erica remained in high spirits, wrapping him up again, albeit more gently this time. The meeting concluded shortly after, leaving Midoriya unaware of All Might's concerns until days later. He learned that there had been increased activity in Aomori Prefecture, hinting that Erica might not be the only awakened kaiju soon. Although no further incidents had occurred, the uncertainty loomed large. In the days that followed, life continued as usual, but Midoriya's training regimen had changed significantly after a recent life-threatening encounter. 8 days prior, during a sparring session at UA examination grounds, Midoriya counted down the minutes until the session's end. Agent Gordon, despite showing signs of fatigue, prepared for the next round. Midoriya, having endured numerous bruises and scrapes, recognized the vast gap in skill between himself and Gordon. Each session brought improvement, yet Gordon's experience and strength always seemed to counter Midoriya's efforts. Despite the challenges, Midoriya remained determined, fueled by the hope of protecting those he cared about and the promise of a brighter future for Erica. Usually, when he felt he had pushed me enough or when I was close to knocking him out of the ring, it typically lasted only 2 or 3 minutes, but it was enough time for me to catch my breath. Agent Gordon had set up the training area to give me an advantage, having Cementos create several cement pillars that I could use to my benefit. Although Gordon never utilized them, he often smashed them, leaving the sparring area littered with partially destroyed pillars. Despite their condition, they still provided a significant advantage against him. The presence of Erica and All Might watching added to the intensity of the moment. However, today only Erica was there, as All Might was busy due to a spike in crime in Mizudafu. I felt the familiar sensation of Erica's vines wrapping around me again, confirming my thoughts. As she pulled me back with a quick motion, she backed off with an irritated growl when Agent Aoki flew in close, wielding a crowbar. Aoki tried to sound stern as he advised Erica to back off, but his voice revealed a hint of nervousness. Given the heated glare Erica directed at him, it was understandable. I groaned, asking Erica to wait just a little longer. After a brief pause, she let out a soft roar and gently lowered me back to the ground, though not before growling at Aoki, causing him to hastily retreat. The crowd around us found this amusing, and Aoki pointed out that it must be humorous for them, but Erica had done the same to each of them at least once. Most turned their attention away, and anyone who might have complained was silenced by a simple glance from Agent Dupre. Erica smirked at their reactions and let out a series of soft growls, perhaps in an attempt to laugh. Aoki returned to his position, expressing his belief that I was doing great and that I might be able to beat Gordon this time. I appreciated his faith in me, though I was uncertain if he was part of the betting pool that had formed among some Monarch agents and scientists watching the match. Agent Dupre ensured that things did not get out of hand, even as some placed bets using yen or whatever currency they had. Aoki had been working on some kind of machine for a while, though he had not revealed its purpose. He mentioned it was in case Erica got possessed again, something we both hoped would not happen. However, it was better to be prepared, especially since he had finished making a transfusion device the night before. We just needed to wait for the best option for Erica's recovery and find a willing donor. I hoped it would only be a few days until they found a solution. The week-long wait was meant to determine the best variables for the cure, but the longer it took, the more likely the parasitic kaiju could resurface and take control of Erica again. A gentle brush against my face broke me from my thoughts. It was one of Erica's vines, which she nudged against me while letting out a soft growl. I reassured her with a smile, telling her there was nothing to worry about. Despite my fears of the parasitic kaiju returning, I was confident that Erica would not allow it to happen. After what had occurred last time, it would not be surprising if she tore herself apart to protect me again. This was something both I and Monarch were trying to prevent, and once they found the best chance for curing Erica, we would be rid of it for good. Even after a week, I still wondered why that kaiju seemed to hate me on sight or enjoyed causing me pain. Just thinking about it made the scar on my shoulder ache slightly. I hoped I would never encounter it again. When I was informed that my break was almost over, I sighed and brushed my hand against Erica's vine as she let out a soft growl. I reassured her that I was fine and ready to continue. Erica hissed softly before nodding and shakily pulling her vine back. With a brief nod to her, I walked toward Gordon. When the break ended, he would not give me a moment to catch my breath, rushing forward at top speed to catch me off guard. After fighting him long enough, I had developed a general understanding of his attack patterns and how to dodge them, though I still struggled with the strength of his counterattacks. I had about 14 minutes left, and I knew this session would soon come to an end. As time ran out, Gordon rushed forward. Spotting a concrete pillar, I dashed toward it and barely dodged his fist. I ran up the pillar and jumped just as he attempted to punch me again, landing a kick to the center of his face. The surprise of the successful hit caught me off guard, especially when it caused his nose to bleed slightly. However, I knew that my advantage would not last long. After a rough landing, I quickly straightened myself and threw a punch at his face, only for him to block it with his right arm. He wiped away the blood with his left arm before stepping back and immediately trying to punch me again. I barely had time to duck, feeling the rush of air as his fist narrowly missed me. Gordon followed up with a quick jab that I could barely evade. The battle intensified as the two opponents faced off, each determined to outmaneuver the other. The Monarch agent, Agent Gordon, launched a left cross, which narrowly missed its target. The force of his punch fractured the concrete pillar nearby, a stark reminder of the stakes involved. Realizing the need for distance, the protagonist quickly retreated, just as Gordon attempted an uppercut that barely grazed his chin. Despite the initial distance, Gordon closed in rapidly. Before the protagonist could escape further, Gordon stepped on his foot, causing a sharp pain that made him wince. In a desperate attempt to defend himself, he raised his arms to block a punch aimed at his chest. The struggle continued for a moment until he managed to free his foot and began to backpedal, but Gordon was relentless, quickly catching up. Gordon unleashed a flurry of punches, most of which were dodged, but the fourth connected solidly with the protagonist's gut, knocking the wind out of him and sending him stumbling back. Gasping for breath, he prepared for the next onslaught. In a moment of opportunity, he threw a punch that landed squarely on Gordon's throat. Seizing the chance, he dashed away, hiding behind a concrete pillar to regain his composure. As he caught his breath, the sound of Gordon's footsteps grew louder, signaling that the agent was closing in. The protagonist stepped back from the pillar, preparing for the next move. When Gordon approached, he leaped off the pillar, delivering a punch to Gordon's cheek. The impact caused Gordon to spit out a small amount of blood, but he merely smirked, acknowledging the force behind the blow. With renewed determination, Gordon charged forward, landing a punch to the protagonist's head that left his ears ringing. A warm sensation at the corner of his eye indicated that he had sustained a cut, but there was no time to dwell on it. Gordon followed up with another punch to the gut, pushing the protagonist back against a half-broken concrete pillar. Groaning in pain, he brushed his hand against the cut, realizing it was minor but still stinging. With no time to waste, he climbed onto the broken pillar as Gordon rushed at him again. The agent threw a punch that was narrowly dodged, and the protagonist launched himself into the air, aiming a kick at Gordon. The kick landed, but Gordon retaliated with a punch to the side that sent waves of pain through his body. Despite the agony, he managed to strike Gordon in the kidney before collapsing to the ground, clutching his side. The pain was intense, more so than previous blows he had endured, but he refused to give in. He remembered that a true hero could withstand much more. As he struggled to rise, he heard Erika's encouraging roar, and amidst the noise, he recognized another voice calling out to him. Yujiro, sitting next to Erika, shouted words of encouragement, urging him to keep fighting. It was a surprise to see him there, especially since Erika usually reacted aggressively to unfamiliar faces. However, Yujiro's presence seemed to have a calming effect on her, likely due to their shared goal of finding a cure. Determined not to disappoint them, he tried to stand again, only to be pushed back down by another punch from Gordon. The force of the blow made him grit his teeth as he fought to maintain his ground. Gordon taunted him, suggesting that he almost had the match won, but the protagonist was not ready to give up. Seizing the moment, he sprang to his feet and sprinted away, albeit unsteadily, narrowly avoiding another punch. He dashed toward a half-fallen concrete pillar, scrambling to reach it just as Gordon closed in. With a quick maneuver, he climbed the pillar and launched himself off, kicking Gordon in the back as he jumped. The impact sent Gordon crashing face-first into the pillar, but he quickly recovered and pursued once more. The protagonist threw a punch, but Gordon blocked it effortlessly and retaliated with a punch to his chest, pushing him back slightly. The fight was far from over, and both opponents were determined to see it through to the end. 2 days prior at the UA examination grounds, All Might informed Izuku Midoriya that their training session had come to an end. Izuku nodded, feeling a mix of relief and exhaustion as he stepped back from the downed one-pointers he had been working to disable. His skills had improved significantly, allowing him to take down multiple modified one-pointers simultaneously, but it still required considerable effort. The thought of training with Agent Dupre lingered in his mind, especially after the last session where she had increased the difficulty, leaving him feeling defeated and barely able to land a hit. He decided it was best not to dwell on that experience, especially with the important events that were about to unfold. Izuku inquired whether everyone was already at the lab, but All Might shook his head, indicating that Agent Gordon was still on his way. All Might urged Izuku not to keep the others waiting, as they needed to head to Monarch's temporary headquarters. Curiosity about the results weighed heavily on Izuku's mind. All Might admitted that he had no concrete information, only that there were a few promising matches for a donor from 2 days ago. He expressed concern that the results might have changed drastically since then and warned Izuku to prepare for the possibility of disappointing news. Izuku sighed, acknowledging the reality of the situation. The thought of unfavorable results had been troubling him for days. Regardless of the outcome, he believed that Monarch's findings would help identify the right conditions for a potential donor for Erika. Time was running out, and he felt a sense of urgency. He was determined not to give up on her. With only a few weeks left before Erika's DNA might become irreparable and the kaiju fully took over, finding a donor was critical. After 8 days of waiting, they were finally about to receive the results. Erika, along with Dr. Toga and Dr. Mifune, had been diligently monitoring thousands of blood samples to identify the most compatible qualities for a donor. They were examining each sample's effectiveness with Erika's blood and the Shirogami compound, looking for any signs of cellular degeneration or harmful effects. Dr. Toga had informed Izuku that a quarter of the samples had already degraded and calcified after just 2 days, most of which came from individuals with at least 4th-generation quirks. The discovery of a genetic mutation among the samples added to the urgency of their situation. He had been anxiously awaiting the results, which Dr. Mifune had promised would be presented in a few hours. As he approached Monarch's temporary headquarters, Izuku felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. The results could lead to promising opportunities or more dead ends. Nevertheless, he held on to hope that they would find a way to restore Erika to her human form. They were so close to uncovering the right answer, and he desperately wished that the 8 days of waiting would yield the answers they needed. 8 minutes later, in a room off the main lab, Agent Aoki struggled to pry a crowbar into the vines that had ensnared him. Agent Gordon joined in the effort to free him. Izuku, feeling the pressure of the situation, pleaded for Erika to release him so they could proceed. After a small roar from Erika, the vines loosened enough for him to slip free, and he expressed his gratitude to the agents. With the immediate crisis averted, Nizu prompted the doctors to begin their presentation. Dr. Toga and Dr. Mifune nodded in agreement, ready to share their findings. They revealed that, with the support of UA, they had procured over 4,300 blood samples from a diverse group of individuals, including heroes, villains, and citizens of Mizudafu. They had considered both quirked and quirkless blood samples. Dr. Mifune noted the significant amount of blood provided by Dr. Shirogami for the experiment, which had been collected due to Erika's unique regenerative capabilities. However, the circumstances under which the blood was obtained were troubling to consider. The doctors explained that a quarter of the initial samples had become unusable after just 2 days, primarily from individuals with quirk factors that had passed through at least 3 generations. This left them with 3,225 viable samples. Unfortunately, the degradation continued, with most samples following a similar pattern to the first batch. This meant that individuals with 3rd-generation quirk factors or more were not suitable as potential donors for Erika, although there were some exceptions that they would address later. After careful observation, it became evident that 1st- and 2nd-generation quirk users experienced a slower degeneration of their abilities, although the majority ultimately became unusable. The rate of degradation varied, influenced by the donor's health and any pre-existing conditions, with some showing unexpected resilience. Despite ongoing efforts to refine their findings, after 8 days, only 806 samples remained in a condition that could be salvaged. The hematologist expressed his frustration at the limited results. Of those samples, only 312 presented at least a 50% chance of survivability for both the donor and the recipient, based on the results obtained thus far. This statistic highlighted that out of all the samples collected, merely 7.26% qualified as potential donors for Erika. Nizu acknowledged that these results were better than anticipated, as he had expected some success but not to this extent. The reality of having only 312 possible donors from over 4,300 individuals raised concerns about the overall effectiveness of the findings, as they were likely based on a limited time frame for sample collection. However, it did provide a foundation for identifying the best qualifications for potential donors with the highest chances of survival. Yujiro's mention of a genetic mutation they had discovered might play a significant role in this context. Yujiro's sudden interjection brought Midoriya back to the present, as he realized everyone in the room was looking at him. He acknowledged his tendency to mutter aloud, prompting Agent Dupre to remind him to refrain from doing so. All Might pointed out that despite Midoriya's muttering, he had indeed made a valid point regarding the mutation. Yujiro requested Dr. Graham and Midoriya to activate the projector located behind Dr. Shirogami, as they were closest to it. Graham complied, and as they moved closer to Erika, Midoriya noticed the projector behind her. Just as he was about to address Erika, he felt her vines wrapping around him, prompting a sense of déjà vu. Erika let out a roar as she drew nearer, encasing him in her vines while Graham turned on the projector. Agent Aoki approached with a crowbar, instructing Erika to release Midoriya. After a brief moment of hesitation, she complied, giving him a gentle nuzzle before letting go. With the distraction resolved, Serizawa inquired about the findings related to the mutation. Mifune explained that this mutation was unprecedented and would have been dismissed as something else had Dr. Toga not identified certain common factors. He gestured for the hematologist to proceed with the presentation. Yujiro began displaying images of DNA chains, highlighting various segments. He noted that out of the 312 samples, 134 had essentially flatlined at a 50% chance of survival. The genetic mutation revealed by the Shirogami compound showed significant similarities within the genetic codes of both quirk users and those without quirks. Additionally, there were parallels to Erika's DNA, which led to further discoveries. Yujiro displayed images of 5 distinct DNA chains, one of which Midoriya recognized as Erika's. The other 3 were unfamiliar to him, but they too had highlighted segments. Mifune elaborated that several cells they had on record exhibited similarities to this mutation and Erika's cells. The images represented the genetic codes belonging to Agent Aoki and 2 heroes, Godzilla and Humanzoid. All 3 blood samples shared a commonality that intrigued Midoriya. He realized that all 3 samples contained traces of Kaiju DNA. Godzilla's DNA showed similarities to Gojira, while Humanzoid's traits had not been fully explored during her brief but impactful career as a hero in the U.S. Agent Aoki likely possessed traces similar to Rodman due to his wings. Midoriya speculated that while these individuals might lack the associated speed of Kaiju, they likely had comparable durability for their size, along with potential heat and fire resistance. He quickly noted these observations in his notebook, becoming aware that everyone was once again focused on him, except for Nizu and All Might, the former appearing amused. When Aoki inquired about the notebook, Midoriya explained that he had just taken it out. All Might remarked on the detailed pages it contained about every agent and hero present, including Erika, along with insights into their quirks and potential areas for improvement. Midoriya felt a flush of embarrassment as Erika attempted to reach for him again, but Agent Gordon intervened, pulling her vine back and advising her to wait. Grateful for the shift in attention, Serizawa urged the doctors to continue. Yujiro confirmed that all the cells they had examined contained traces of Kaiju DNA alongside their quirks. However, these cells were among the first to degenerate during the week, with the Shirogami compound producing the highest traces of micro-oxygen in the blood cells compared to any other samples they had analyzed. Consequently, those samples had to be disposed of immediately, a decision that left Midoriya feeling uneasy and Aoki looking pale. Given the implications of the Shirogami compound's effects on Erika's cells, their caution was understandable. The thought of exposure to the unknown was a terrifying prospect. Agent Dupre expressed that it was for the best, emphasizing that there should be no feasible way to produce micro-oxygen. Nizu contemplated the implications, noting that the results might support the theory that quirks originated from residual Kaiju radiation, although further experimentation was necessary to confirm this. Mifune elaborated on the findings, revealing that out of all the samples, only 75 potential donors exhibited the genetic mutation, with a projected survival rate of 50 to 60% for both the donors and Erika. This variety of survivability was the most promising among the remaining samples. However, he acknowledged that identifying this mutation was likely the most challenging task due to the time and resources required. Graham suggested that it might be prudent to explore other conditions. This led to a surprising revelation. All potential donor samples came from individuals who were quirkless. They had managed to obtain 86 blood samples, all of which surpassed the 50% survivability mark. Unfortunately, while the blood degraded at a slower rate than others tested, administering it was only marginally better than the 134 samples that had flatlined. The results indicated early stages of a hemolytic transfusion reaction, which caused concern. The implications of such reactions were serious, especially considering Erika's unique cells. The thought of a donor's immune system attacking them was unsettling. Mifune then pointed out that those with O-negative blood types were strong candidates for donation. However, only 28 out of 153 O-negative samples passed the 50% survivability mark, and those that survived came from first and second generation quirk users, boasting close to a 60% survival rate. All Might concluded that the best candidates for donors would need to have a combination of O-negative blood type along with the genetic mutation or be quirkless. Nizu seemed to perk up at this information, suggesting that there was at least one potential donor among the samples, as he had counted 187 out of 188 that surpassed the 50% mark. A knowing grin spread across his face, hinting that he had pieced something together. The realization struck that the ideal donors needed to possess a combination of the genetic mutation or be quirkless with O-negative blood. This led to a shocking conclusion. The protagonist was a potential match. Although doubts lingered about whether Yujiro and Mifune had already identified a better candidate, the possibility remained. As thoughts swirled, Erika let out a joyous roar, wrapping the protagonist in her vines and nuzzling affectionately. It was clear she had grasped the situation as well. Agent Aoki sighed, while Nizu insisted that they allow Erika this moment of joy, believing she sensed that a potential match might be found or was preparing herself for a wait. Nizu's enjoyment of the situation was evident, and while the protagonist had never witnessed his more sadistic side, it was apparent that he was relishing the moment. Erika growled at Nizu, possibly contemplating a playful threat. The protagonist quietly urged her to calm down, assuring her that everything would be fine. Everyone paused to consider the implications of the situation. All Might sighed, and Agent Aoki put away his crowbar, acknowledging the protagonist's reassurance. Mifune redirected the conversation, noting an outlier. All Might's blood showed a 60% survivability rate without any of the previously identified factors. However, it reacted similarly to the quirkless samples, indicating a developing hemolytic transfusion reaction, rendering him unsuitable as a donor. The group learned that 2 potential donors matched the criteria, but neither was recommended. Mifune explained that the first candidate was a quirkless man named Mr. Tanaka, who was 86 years old and recovering from a slide, making him too frail for a transfusion. The second candidate was a woman in her early 20s, a villain whose blood sample exhibited the least degeneration seen in the trials. Her blood carried both the genetic mutation and O-negative blood type, but her criminal record made her an unsuitable choice for donation. Mifune began to reveal her name, but All Might interrupted, highlighting the complexities of their situation. The search for a viable donor continued, with the stakes higher than ever. Unexpected developments unfolded in the meeting room. Agent Dupre inquired about a certain villain, prompting All Might to share what he knew. He explained that Kokuyasenki was a trigger dealer linked to several kidnappings of next-level users, though concrete evidence was lacking. Recently, she had escaped from a hospital after being injured and arrested during a police raid. This connection to the villain factory raised concerns, as the organization had been involved in numerous attacks, distributing dangerous trigger and conducting human experimentation. All Might's involvement had prevented a catastrophic loss of life during the bombing of the Tokyo Sky Egg, making it crucial to keep Kokuyasenki at bay. Agent Gordon agreed with All Might's assessment, while Erika, who was present, tightened her grip on the protagonist. The tension in the room was palpable, and the protagonist realized they had been muttering again, a habit that seemed to draw attention. All Might reflected on the challenges they faced, noting that Kokuyasenki was essentially a hired thug, albeit a resourceful one. Yujiro, another member of the team, turned off the projector and added to the discussion. He detailed Kokuyasenki's criminal record, which included multiple assaults, 1 case of dismemberment, bribery against a police officer, speeding, and a murder that had been ruled an accident. The gravity of her offenses sent a chill down the protagonist's spine, and the roar from Erika only heightened the tension. With Tanaka hospitalized and Kokuyasenki deemed too risky, Graham expressed concern about the lack of suitable donors for Erika. Despite the odds, they knew that 7% of the population had O blood type, and 20% were quirkless. Time was of the essence, and they needed to find donors who met these criteria quickly, as searching for the specific genetic mutation would take longer than they had. Sarazawa, another team member, asked Dr. Toga and Dr. Mifune about the survivability rates for both Tanaka and Kokuyasenki. The doctors estimated a 70% to 80% survivability rate for the donors and Erika, with Tanaka on the lower end and Kokuyasenki on the higher end. They had analyzed numerous blood samples to determine the best candidates, but Yujiro, the head hematologist, confirmed that no one among the staff matched the necessary factors. As the conversation progressed, it became clear that the protagonist had been overlooked as a potential donor. Yujiro pointed out that they had a suitable candidate right there, prompting Principal Nizu to agree. The attention of the room shifted to the protagonist, who felt a mix of anxiety and surprise as Erika's vines tightened around them in excitement. The pressure made it difficult to breathe, but the protagonist understood the importance of the moment. After a struggle, the protagonist managed to request Erika to loosen her grip, and she complied, allowing them to catch their breath. Despite the discomfort, the protagonist recognized Erika's enthusiasm and affection. All Might checked in on their well-being, and the protagonist assured him they were fine. Agent Gordon expressed skepticism about the protagonist being the donor, noting that they only had one of the necessary factors. Nizu clarified that the protagonist had an O blood type and was physically healthy, confirming their suitability as a donor. Yujiro acknowledged that Erika had likely figured it out based on the protagonist's reaction, which was a common occurrence. Graham confirmed that the protagonist's medical records aligned with the requirements, making them a perfect candidate. However, Agent Aoki reminded everyone that they needed to finalize the transfusion rig's failsafes before proceeding. Given the unpredictability of the transfusion and the nature of Erika's blood, preparation was essential. Agent Dupre raised concerns about the protagonist's survivability during the transfusion, noting that they had only identified 2 other potential donors with similar factors. The uncertainty surrounding the effects of the transfusion added to the gravity of the situation, highlighting the risks involved in this critical decision. Mifune explained that they would need to monitor the changes in Midoriya's body throughout the process. All Might expressed his faith in young Midoriya, believing he would be willing to embrace the risks to save Erika. However, he felt it was essential to confirm Midoriya's willingness to undertake such a challenge. The room filled with surprised expressions at All Might's words, and Midoriya felt a mix of confusion and concern. He had been determined to help Erika since their first meeting, especially after the incident with the kaiju, so why would All Might question his commitment now? Serizawa inquired about the reasoning behind All Might's suggestion, while Nizu leaned forward, intrigued. Erika emitted a soft growl, sensing the tension. All Might clarified that he wanted to ensure Midoriya was truly ready for the task ahead. He praised Midoriya's growth and potential, noting how his longing to save Erika had shone brightly over the past month. All Might acknowledged Midoriya's willingness to sacrifice his own blood to cure her but emphasized the importance of hearing Midoriya affirm his readiness. Midoriya took a moment to process All Might's words, feeling a mix of pride and anxiety. He was eager to help Erika but also apprehensive about the implications of becoming her donor. All Might revealed a scar on his abdomen, a reminder of a choice he had made 5 years prior to save many lives. He shared the weight of that decision, illustrating the risks involved in heroism and the sacrifices that sometimes had to be made. The atmosphere in the room shifted as the staff absorbed All Might's revelation. Midoriya felt a wave of emotions, and Erika, sensing his distress, wrapped him in one of her vines, offering comfort. Despite her efforts, Midoriya's thoughts were consumed by the gravity of the situation. He understood the potential dangers of becoming Erika's donor, including the risk of death for either of them or the possibility of significant changes to his own body. Although he trusted that Monarch could mitigate some effects, uncertainty loomed over the procedure. Time was running out for Erika, who had been infected by the parasitic kaiju for nearly 3 centuries. Midoriya had promised to do everything he could to save her, even if it meant facing the possibility of her passing. He reflected on Erika's fears about revealing her true nature, knowing she had hidden it to protect him from despair. Despite the risks, he felt that undergoing the transfusion might be the best way to help her. As he contemplated the decision, he realized it would take time to assess the survivability rate and explore other potential donors. However, he was also concerned about his mother, who was already anxious about his hero aspirations. The thought of her reaction to the risks of the transfusion weighed heavily on him, especially if she were to learn about the potential consequences. In that moment of reflection, Erika's soft growl brought him back to the present. He noticed that everyone in the room was focused on him, awaiting his decision. With determination, he resolved to move forward, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead in his quest to save Erika. Erika and All Might watched with concern as the decision weighed heavily on me. I had been lost in thought for some time, but clarity emerged. Reassured Erika, gently placing a hand on her vine, which elicited a soft growl from her. Turning to All Might, I expressed my choice. I would become Erika's donor, fully aware that it would take days to sort out the necessary details. I also acknowledged that if Monarch found a donor with better potential, I would accept that. I had promised Erika my support in any way I could, and if that meant becoming a donor, I was ready for whatever came next. However, I needed to find a way to inform my mother about this decision. She deserved to know, especially if anything went wrong. All Might assured me that we would find a way to communicate this to her. As Erika wrapped her vines around me, she let out a loud roar and began to nuzzle against me. Her grip was tighter than usual, and I realized how much this meant to her. It seemed like this might be the happiest she had felt in centuries, so close to regaining a human form. Yet it was becoming difficult to breathe. I expressed my happiness but asked her to loosen her hold. Instead, she responded with another loud roar, constricting me even tighter. In desperation, I called for help, prompting Aoki to sigh and pull out his crowbar. However, Erika retaliated with a blast of sap that landed at Aoki's feet. I pleaded with her to stop and to let me go. After a moment, she huffed but loosened her grip enough for me to breathe normally again. Aoki attempted to approach, but Erika growled at him, sap dripping from her vine. Nizu suggested it might be best to end the meeting or to take Erika outside. I agreed, struggling against her hold, but she was determined not to let go. Mifune proposed that this time could be used to prepare for tests, and Yujiro added that gathering several samples of my blood would be beneficial for understanding the transfusion process. This was crucial, considering the life-or-death stakes for both Erika and me. Gordon pointed out that it might be wise to get Erika out of the room, and All Might asked if I could help with that. Transforming into his heroic form, he attempted to pull Erika along, but she reached for Nizu. Suddenly, a burst of static filled the air, and Agent Dupre yanked one of Erika's vines away, fixing her with a stern gaze that sent a chill down my spine. I tried to calm Erika, explaining that it was better for her to be outside. I understood her excitement about my decision, but I urged her not to do anything that could jeopardize our situation or get her into trouble with Monarch, and Uenizu echoed my sentiment, visibly shaken. After a moment of consideration, Erika huffed and transformed into spores, exiting the room with me following closely behind to ensure she didn't cause any further disturbances. As I approached the door, Serizawa called out to me, asking for a moment of my time. He expressed his understanding of my feelings and the gravity of my decision to become Erika's donor. He reminded me that there were still potential donors with greater capabilities and wanted to ensure I had no second thoughts about the irreversible effects of the transfusion. I took a moment to process his words before nodding in affirmation. I admitted my worries about the upcoming procedure but reiterated my commitment to go through with it if no better option was found. I was determined to support Erika after everything that had transpired over the past month. Serizawa seemed satisfied with my response, nodding with a small smile. He noted that it would be rude to keep Erika waiting any longer, as her spores began to gather around me. I sighed and nodded, noticing the amused expressions on Nizu and Graham's faces while Agent Gordon shook his head at the sight. The spores began to settle onto Midoriya's clothes, gently guiding him toward the exit of the room. All Might held the door open, encouraging Midoriya to step forward as the spores moved ahead, creating a surreal sight. Many researchers and agents observed this unusual scene with a mix of amusement, awe, and fear, particularly those who had witnessed Erika's anger in the past. Some had even mistakenly referred to her as Biollante. It didn't take long for them to exit the facility. Once outside, Erika reformed herself, wrapping her vines around Midoriya and pulling him close as she began to nuzzle him. Thankfully, she was not squeezing him too tightly, and her happiness was palpable. All Might, having shifted out of his heroic form, coughed up some blood but quickly wiped it away, smiling at Midoriya. All Might expressed his surprise at Midoriya's willingness to become Erika's donor. He acknowledged the weight of the decision and urged Midoriya to voice any doubts he might have before it was too late. Erika let out a small roar, pausing her nuzzling to look at Midoriya, who was still processing All Might's words. With both All Might and Erika's attention on him, Midoriya understood he needed to speak up. He reflected on the meeting they had just left, where he had shared his thoughts. However, there were still lingering concerns. He worried about the potential effects of the transfusion on his body, given that no one had attempted anything like this with Kaiju DNA and survived. Even if they managed to mitigate the risks with the Shirogami compound, the chimeric nature of Erika's cells posed unknown challenges. Ultimately, he was willing to accept these risks if it meant saving Erika. His greatest concern, however, was how this decision would affect both Erika and his mother if he proceeded. Midoriya acknowledged that there was a significant risk Erika might not survive the process, and he dreaded the thought of what that would mean for his mother. He knew she would worry about the consequences of the transfusion, especially if it resulted in his death. The thought of causing her further pain was unbearable, especially considering the emotional turmoil she had experienced when she learned he was quirkless. All Might, noticing Midoriya's distress, asked if he was all right. Midoriya looked around, seeing the concern etched on All Might's face as Erika softly growled, her vine brushing against his cheek, causing his eyes to blur. He reassured All Might that he was fine, though he was still grappling with painful memories. Midoriya felt it was essential to inform his mother about the upcoming procedure, regardless of whether Monarch found a better donor. All Might agreed, emphasizing that they had a few days to prepare but that Midoriya's mother needed to be aware of the situation. He acknowledged Midoriya's unwavering resolve to save Erika, even in the face of potential danger for both of them. Midoriya reflected on how close Erika was to achieving a human form, free from the burdens of her past and the parasitic kaiju. He remembered his promise to be there for her until the very end, and he was determined to follow through with the transfusion, accepting whatever consequences might arise as long as it meant curing Erika. He was resolute that this decision would restore Erika to her human form, and he would not back down, no matter the risks involved. He recalled how he had persevered in his training to inherit one for all, refusing to give up then and vowing not to do so now. His commitment to Erika's well-being was unwavering. As Midoriya contemplated his next steps, All Might laughed, and Erika playfully tightened her grip around him before relaxing and nuzzling him again, expressing her joy. All Might praised Midoriya for being on the brink of embodying what it meant to be a true hero. He advised Midoriya to focus on Erika for the time being, hinting at the need to adjust his training regimen soon. Curious and slightly anxious, Midoriya inquired about the changes to his training. All Might reassured him that he planned to make it less strenuous if Midoriya decided to go through with the transfusion. Both for the procedure and for Monarch to monitor any changes that would happen, All Might explained, prompting a nod from the listener, albeit accompanied by a wince. 2 weeks later, at the Barasabisu Juvenile Detention Center, a heavy-set guard with brown hair, Miura, expressed his frustration about being assigned to a less desirable shift. He complained about Hayashi, who had been stationed in the camera room for 3 consecutive weeks. Miura felt it was unfair that he had to take on Hayashi's patrol routes while Hayashi remained comfortably in the controlled environment of the camera room. His irritation grew as he recounted how Hayashi had previously made a comment about the cold, which only fueled Miura's annoyance. Sakaki, a guard with longer blue hair and small horns protruding from the top, attempted to calm Miura down. He advised Miura to keep his temper in check, especially since Hayashi's older brother worked in human resources. Miura, still fuming, asked for advice on how to handle the situation. Sakaki suggested that they wait for Hayashi to make a mistake, as it was only a matter of time given his laziness. He reminded Miura of an incident involving Hayashi and the former chief guard that had left Hayashi in a precarious position. As the 2 guards continued their patrol, they turned a corner and were startled by a commotion. They heard cries of pain and frustration from 3 teenage inmates. 2 of the boys were struggling to pull a larger teen through a hole cut in the fence, while one of them had already made it to the other side. The situation escalated when Sakaki ordered the boys to freeze, causing them to halt in their tracks just as alarms began to blare. The teen on the other side of the fence took off running, while the larger teen and his companion raised their hands in surrender. Miura demanded to know what was happening as Sakaki detained the stuck teen. When the radio crackled to life, the chief's voice informed them of a significant breach. 13 boys had escaped from their rooms and the infirmary due to malfunctioning locks, one of which had been tampered with using an EMP quirk. The chief expressed frustration that Hayashi had fallen asleep on the job, allowing the escape to occur. With 7 inmates still unaccounted for, the chief promised to send assistance. As the radio fell silent, Miura tossed a 500 yen coin to Sakaki, acknowledging that he had been right about Hayashi's laziness. Meanwhile, the larger teen, still stuck in the fence, pleaded for help. Miura instructed him to SCK in his gut while he and Sakaki, along with the other teen, prepared to pull him free. 4 kilometers away from the detention center, 2 inmates sat in the back seat of a car driving along back roads. One was a tall teen named Izuku, who appeared nervous, while the other, Shirten, was slightly shorter with reddish-brown hair and amber eyes. Izuku expressed doubt about their escape plan, fearing the consequences of their actions. Shirten reassured him that remaining in the facility would lead to a prison sentence for defending himself against a hero's son. He lamented their family's lack of support, revealing that their parents were in prison for embezzlement. Izuku, reflecting on his time in juvenile hall, admitted that he had focused on his education and had become physically stronger. Despite this, he felt a sense of dread about returning, fearing that he would be blamed for the lock malfunction. Shirten, however, had a plan to help Izuku avoid trouble, but it required Izuku's cooperation. Just then, a woman's voice from the driver's seat interrupted their conversation, questioning Shiten's ability to fulfill his promises given their current circumstances. Shirten had been hired by his aunt to help his cousin escape and find refuge in a safe house. He had managed to create a distraction, which allowed them to leave quickly, bringing along another individual due to the urgency of their situation. As they drove, Shirten suggested that his cousin, Izuku, should get some rest in a real bed for the first time in a while, which made Izuku smile and agree. As they traveled, Shirten felt a painful sensation in his fingers, which locked up momentarily before releasing with a loud crack. He clenched his fists, knowing he just needed to endure a little longer. 2 weeks had passed since the transfusion process began to cure Erika. Izuku had undergone the procedure twice, and it was as uncomfortable as everyone had warned. The Shirogami compound caused a burning sensation in his body, and the experience of having his blood drained and replaced was not something he would wish on anyone. However, he accepted the discomfort as necessary for Erika's recovery. After each transfusion, Izuku was monitored for any immediate side effects before being released. His routine had settled into a familiar pattern, marked by the absence of Erika and daily inspections of his own body for changes. The following week focused on the progress of the transfusions, and at least on those days, he was spared the relentless sparring sessions with Agent Dupre. Erika's condition had shown signs of improvement. Her vines had withered and contracted, and her body appeared smaller. Monarch had to occasionally remove chunks of her flesh that fell off, but her condition had stabilized since the first transfusion, with infection rates nearly non-existent by the time of the second. The only remnants of the Kaiju's influence were the crystals that had been extracted from Erika during the initial days. Izuku wished things had not come to this, but they both understood it was unavoidable. At least they had managed to prevent the Kaiju from taking over Erika again. However, the transfusion process was also affecting Izuku. Despite the Shirogami compound diluting the mutagenic properties of Erika's blood, the chimeric nature of her cells meant that he would inevitably experience some side effects. After the first transfusion, he had not noticed much, aside from feeling slightly better in sunlight and his skin becoming paler. He had checked for chlorophyll in his blood cells but found no evidence. However, after the second transfusion, the changes became more pronounced. His mother knocked on the bathroom door, asking if he was all right. Izuku assured her he was fine while examining himself in the mirror. Over the past week, he had observed several changes in his body. His skin had grown even paler, and his hair felt matted. His canines were elongating, and some of his other teeth were becoming pointed, leading to a few close calls with biting his tongue. His pupils had started to resemble slits, and he was adjusting to bright lights while developing a form of night vision, allowing him to see in the dark as clearly as during the day. He felt heavier overall, with increased bone density contributing to the sensation. The most noticeable change was his height, which had increased by an entire centimeter in just a week. Despite these transformations, his training felt easier than usual, even after All Might had adjusted the difficulty to challenge him more. Outside of UA and Monarch, no one seemed to notice these changes, though he sensed that his mother was beginning to suspect something. Looking in the mirror, could see his spinal column pushing against his back, with what appeared to be new bone growth curving beneath his skin. All Might had planned a training session at Dagoba Municipal Park, but Izuku felt it was more important to address his condition first. After getting dressed, he hoped his mother wouldn't notice anything unusual before he left with All Might. At breakfast, he managed to suppress the urge to scratch his back against the chair, finding relief only when he was alone. When All Might arrived, Izuku was eager to leave. After a quick goodbye to his mother, he rushed down the stairs and climbed into All Might's truck. All Might noticed his urgency and asked if something was wrong. Izuku explained that he thought he might be starting to grow spines or something similar, prompting All Might to cough up blood before starting the truck. An hour later, at the Monarch temporary headquarters in the UA training grounds, the team assessed Izuku's condition. They informed him that he was not growing spines, but rather experiencing a deformation of his vertebrae as a result of the transfusion. The changes in Midoriya's body were becoming increasingly apparent, with parts near his back extending and curving under the skin. Recovery Girl reassured him that while these changes would not pierce his skin or negatively impact his life, he should avoid any injuries that could lead to surgery. Her pointed glare made him sigh with relief, though he winced at her intensity. After revealing his back to All Might, they rushed to UA to report the latest developments. Monarch was preparing to conduct an early transfusion following some tests. Recovery Girl and Dr. Mifune were busy examining Midoriya's body, while Dr. Toga focused on analyzing his blood. The prospect of surgery was a concern, but for now, he felt a sense of hope. All Might, visibly worried, inquired if there were any other issues to address regarding Midoriya's health. Dr. Mifune confirmed that there was nothing else to worry about but noted a curious change in Midoriya's skeletal structure. Along with increased bone density and enhanced muscle structure, there were signs of deformation that appeared beneficial. He handed All Might an X-ray scan, which revealed flat bone-like structures growing along Midoriya's rib cage, forearms, hands, shins, knees, feet, and shoulders. Some pointed pieces were emerging among the ribs, while others followed the curvature of the bones, resembling organic plating. Recovery Girl explained that she had encountered similar quirks before, but these plates seemed to be growing directly on the bones, which was unusual. Typically, there would be more muscle between such structures. She speculated that it might take months for these changes to fully develop. Midoriya traced his finger along the X-ray image, feeling a bump on his rib cage where one of the plates was forming. The sensation was strange and would require some adjustment. He questioned why he hadn't felt any pain from these changes. Dr. Mifune suggested that the alterations might be affecting his ability to register internal pain, but both All Might and Midoriya dismissed this idea, recalling a recent sparring match that had left him shaken. Dr. Yujiro entered the room, noting a higher white blood cell count in Midoriya's blood, which could indicate an enhanced immune system. He informed them that Dr. Mifune and Recovery Girl were needed for the upcoming transfusion. As they prepared to leave, Midoriya felt a shiver of apprehension about how quickly the plating would spread. Yujiro assured him he would return shortly with updates, leaving Midoriya alone with All Might. The silence was heavy as All Might reviewed the scans, and he eventually turned to Midoriya, asking how he felt about the situation. Midoriya admitted to feeling uncertain about the changes and the unknown future. He had come to terms with having partial kaiju blood, especially since it meant that Erika would soon regain her human form. All Might reflected on his own experiences, recalling how he had once faced a villain who threatened Japan, a memory that still haunted him. All Might acknowledged the difficulty of facing such unknown changes and reassured Midoriya that it was natural to feel fear. He shared his own struggles with the consequences of his injuries and how he had learned to manage them over time. He emphasized that Midoriya was not alone in this journey, encouraging him to remember that support would make the adjustment easier. Midoriya recognized the truth in All Might's words. The unpredictability of his changes weighed heavily on him, especially since just weeks ago, there had been no safe method to inject someone with kaiju blood without severe side effects. The only reason he had avoided those dangers was due to his unique traits and the Shirogami compound, which mitigated the effects of Erika's blood. Yet, he understood that the alterations to his body could eventually become harmful. His skeleton was already undergoing significant changes, and he suspected he was losing pigmentation in his skin and hair. The path ahead was uncertain, but he felt a flicker of determination to face it. While the changes I was experiencing weren't harmful yet, everyone warned that could easily change. Last week had been an indication that the next transfusion would likely bring about changes more rapidly than they had occurred previously. It would take time to adjust, but there was no going back. These changes were a result of my efforts to help Erika, and I had accepted that. As All Might had reassured me, I wasn't alone in this. Everyone was working together to ensure that both Erika and I would be all right, and I felt grateful for their support every day. However, there was someone else who needed to know about everything that was happening. I felt a mix of gratitude and apprehension as I prepared to speak with All Might about my mother. I had not mentioned anything to her due to the urgency of Erika's situation after the Kaiju's last emergence. During the first week, we had focused solely on ensuring Erika's survival. Yet, I sensed that my mother was beginning to suspect something. If earlier events were any indication, it would become increasingly difficult to hide the truth. I didn't want her to worry about any of this. All Might understood my hesitation and encouraged me to share everything with my mother that week, including the details about Erika and the truth about One for All. He mentioned that there were things he had needed to tell me for a while, particularly regarding an incident from 5 years ago. After everything that had happened with the kaiju, he believed I was ready to hear it, but he had waited until Erika's condition was more stable. There was no more time for secrets. I felt a sense of relief at the thought of finally being able to share the truth with my mother. While I was curious about what had happened 5 years ago, my priority was to relieve some of the burden I had been carrying. I was also aware that I might soon be gaining physical weight as the bone plates in my body were growing. All Might advised me to rest, but I knew I needed to see Erika first. Recovery Girl, who had been monitoring my condition, warned me to avoid straining myself. All Might assured her that he would keep an eye on me, even as he struggled with his own health. As I stood up, I felt soreness in my legs and a lingering burning sensation from the Shirogami compound, but I managed to walk. The lab where Erika was being kept was not far. The smell in the lab had improved somewhat, but it still carried faint aromas of roses, blood, gasoline, and traces of decay. Some scientists wore hazmat suits to cope with the stench, a necessary byproduct of the ongoing transfusion process. When I finally reached Erika, I was struck by how she looked. Although she appeared the same as before, more bits of her flesh had begun to fall away. With her vines wrapped around her and her head tilted back, she resembled a withering rosebud. Yet her vitals indicated that she was stable. Every time I saw her like this, it felt strange and unsettling. I was accustomed to her being more active, often trying to wrap a vine around me. Even after 2 weeks of her being in a comatose state, it was difficult to see her in such a vulnerable position. All Might reassured me that everything would be all right, and that we just needed to wait. However, Nizu approached us with Vice Director Graham, who had taken over in Sarazawa's absence while he dealt with budget issues for Monarch's operations in the United States. It seemed that waiting would come with its own set of challenges. Nizu maintained a cautious distance from Izuku after his transfusion, likely due to concerns about the changes in his body. Izuku understood that Nizu might be worried he would develop an unusual craving, similar to what Erika experienced. Thankfully, he had not felt such urges, but he remained anxious about the alterations to his physiology. As the days passed, the urgency of the situation became apparent. The UA entrance exam was approaching in just 2.5 weeks. Graham informed Izuku that while they awaited further updates on Erika's condition, they could only remain at the current base for one more week before it needed to be vacated for the exams. This revelation shocked Izuku, as he recalled the agreement Nizu and Serizawa had made regarding the base's location on UA grounds. Izuku inquired about Erika's future if her condition did not improve. Graham explained that they were still searching for a suitable location to establish an outpost where they could monitor Erika effectively. The ideal site would also need to be close enough to resources for potential transfusions. Currently, the best options seemed to be outside the city. Graham assured Izuku that they would inform him immediately once they relocated Erika. Izuku nodded, processing the information. All Might then asked Nizu if there was any possibility of delaying the exam. Nizu shook his head, explaining that they had a strict agreement with Monarch and that he had already postponed the exam start date by 2 days due to the circumstances surrounding Erika and the kaiju. He could only negotiate for one more day to facilitate the move. Any further delays would raise questions from the board and the Ministry of Education about the situation being more than just a repair issue. Izuku sighed, recognizing the fairness of Nizu's position. Although it would take time to adjust, he understood that these measures were likely for Erika's benefit. He hoped that the new location would be nearby or within the same province. His thoughts were interrupted when his vision blurred as he attempted to stand. All Might caught him, suggesting they continue the discussion another time, as Izuku needed rest. He had already fainted from exhaustion once, and All Might preferred to avoid a repeat of that incident. Graham, sensing the need for Izuku to leave, advised him to head home for the day. She noted that the transfusion had taken a toll on him and reassured him that they would keep him updated on any changes in Erika's condition. She expressed concern for both Izuku and Erika, urging him to prioritize his rest. Izuku acknowledged their concern, feeling fatigue wash over him. Erika had been in a deep sleep for 2 weeks, and no one knew when she would awaken. The kaiju threat had been neutralized, and Monarch was monitoring Erika around the clock, conducting daily tests on both her and Izuku to ensure their well-being. With a heavy heart, Izuku promised to return soon, even though Erika had not responded to him in weeks. He hoped she could hear him regardless. As he prepared to leave, Graham and Nizu bid him farewell, and All Might asked if he felt capable of walking back to the truck. Izuku assured him he could manage, hoping that this final transfusion would lead to a positive change in Erika's condition. For now, all he could do was wait. Meanwhile, in the temporary Monarch base security room, Agent Gordon observed Izuku and All Might leaving through the security cameras. Many of the feeds were glitching, a consequence of hastily installed equipment. Despite having replaced one malfunctioning camera that morning, several others were now acting up, prompting Gordon to question the reliability of their contractors. Agent Aoki, who was troubleshooting the broken camera, confirmed that neither he nor the technicians understood the cause of the issues. Gordon expressed his frustration, suspecting that they had been sold faulty equipment once again. Just then, Agent Hawkins reported a disturbance, noting that the storage room containing Erika's parts had been opened while still locked. This raised alarms for both Gordon and Aoki, as only the scientists or Aoki himself had the means to access that room. The situation was becoming increasingly concerning, and they needed to investigate further to ensure the safety and security of everyone involved. Agent Aoki had never anticipated the need for such precautions until the previous week. He spoke seriously, prompting Gordon to refocus on the screens before them. It was crucial that no one had opened the door until the process of removing the flesh and vines from Erika for storage was complete. Gordon inquired about Agent Hawkins, seeking any additional information. A moment of silence followed before Hawkins reported that some containers appeared unopened but were half empty or contained only remnants. He suspected that at least one of them was completely empty. This situation was not entirely unusual. Erika's flesh had previously exhibited a flare-up of micro-oxygen after being peeled, which would spread through a container, causing the surrounding flesh to rot until nothing remained. This required a hazmat team to dispose of the contaminated containers. Gordon asked if there were any signs of rot or graying in the containers. Hawkins confirmed that most showed signs of deterioration, while some did not. Gordon instructed Hawkins to remain in place and not move before shutting off the communicator. Aoki mentioned that he had already contacted the hazmat team and intended to survey the base. Gordon advised him to gather additional agents and assured him he would reach out to Graham. They both understood that while this might turn out to be a series of malfunctions, it was better to be prepared for the worst. Meanwhile, in the parking lot, All Might noticed that Izuku had fallen asleep in the passenger seat. It seemed the young hero was more fatigued than he had realized. All Might reflected on how Izuku had managed to stay awake longer than expected, perhaps masking his exhaustion during their walk back to the truck. He hoped this would be the last transfusion for Midoriya, as the recent procedures had placed considerable strain on his body. After ensuring Izuku was securely buckled in and reclining the seat, All Might started the truck and drove away. As he drove, he heard a bump beneath the vehicle and glanced in the rearview mirror, relieved to discover it was merely a rock. He recalled the first time he had taken the All-Mobile for a test drive, which ended with significant damage to the undercarriage due to a broken hubcap left on the road. The memory of David's frustration from that incident brought a smile to All Might's face as he focused on the road ahead. He acknowledged that Izuku had been pushing himself harder than ever in the past 2 weeks, particularly since the encounter with the kaiju. All Might believed that Izuku was not only striving to earn one for all but also to prepare himself to assist Erika when the time came. Although Izuku could not hear All Might's thoughts, the mentor felt confident that this was indeed the young hero's motivation. All Might was certain that Izuku was on the brink of a breakthrough. He believed that with just a little more effort, Izuku would be ready to inherit one for all. The mentor reflected on the past month, realizing that Izuku could have received the power earlier, but he had held back for several reasons. He worried about how the transformation would affect Izuku's body, especially given the changes he was undergoing. The thought of what Recovery Girl would do if Izuku sustained any injuries during this time made All Might uneasy. Additionally, he recognized that Izuku was already burdened with concerns about Erika and the kaiju situation. He did not want to add to that weight. Most importantly, All Might wanted Izuku to come to the realization that he was ready for the next step. He believed that once Izuku understood this, he would surpass the limits they had set during their training. As All Might drove, he pondered what Inko might like for lunch, deciding it would be best to wait until Izuku woke up before asking him. He turned on the radio, and the announcer reported on a breakout at the Barasabasu Juvenile Detention Center. 13 boys had attempted to escape, with 8 successfully making it through a hole cut in the perimeter fence. 5 had been apprehended, while the remaining boys were still at large. All Might felt a sense of urgency and resolved to contact Tsukachi, just in case. He knew that while it was unlikely, Izuku had a tendency to attract trouble, a fact he would never openly admit, lest he agree with Aizawa. The radio continued with updates, warning listeners to avoid Torres Street due to a police chase involving a thief who had stolen from a pharmacy. All Might remained vigilant, knowing that the world around them was unpredictable and that they needed to be prepared for anything. As they traveled eastward, a newscaster reported on the radio about heroes on their way to intercept a situation. All Might assessed his surroundings before parking on the side of the road. He acknowledged the urgency of the moment, transforming into his heroic form as he exited the truck. He reassured young Midoriya that it would only take a minute. With a powerful leap, he jumped over a building, the sound of police sirens approaching in the distance. Unbeknownst to him, something briefly peeked out from under his truck before retreating back into the shadows. An hour later, Isegai expressed disbelief to his cousin Shurten about their current predicament. The two were in the back of a car, having changed into casual clothes after discarding their uniforms in a dumpster behind a Chinese restaurant. Isegai felt increasingly anxious with each update he received about the other escapees, particularly since one had been caught attempting to rob a liquor store just 20 minutes prior. It was clear that many of their fellow escapees lacked common sense. What troubled Isegai the most, however, was the driver and his cousin. The woman who was driving them had been unsettling enough, especially since his mother had hired her. Her cold demeanor towards both him and Shurten, combined with her piercing golden eyes, sent shivers down his spine. He could only liken her gaze to that of a surgeon preparing for an incision, calculating the most effective way to inflict harm. Shurten, on the other hand, was only slightly less intimidating than his parents because he genuinely cared for Isegai. Isegai had witnessed Shaitan's capacity for violence against those who crossed him, and it was not a pretty sight. Shurten had spent considerable time in the infirmary, nursing injuries and using his quirk to fashion a makeshift brace for his injured hand. Isegai was certain that if Shurten discovered who had hurt him, he would retaliate with brutal force, regardless of their familial bond. Isegai also worried about the state of Shaitan's hand, which twitched uncontrollably at times, with his fingers locking into a claw-like shape. Despite this, Isegai was taken aback when Shurten handed him a backpack filled with 2 million yen just a block or two away from his aunt and uncle's house. Shurten explained that Isegai was free to go as long as he remained silent about him. The money was part of Isegai's mother's trust fund for Shaitan's high school expenses. Shurten had managed to access one of his aunt's accounts from an ATM after blocking the camera, ensuring that the police would not suspect any connection between them for some time. Isegai hesitated, expressing concern that the police would still pursue him and suggesting that he would rather turn himself in. Shurten sighed at this, incredulous at his cousin's suggestion. He insisted that Isegai's best chance for freedom lay with his family, who could help him navigate the situation. Shurten mentioned that his mother was already working to undermine a certain hero at the bar, and he believed that Isegai's conviction would eventually be overturned. He urged Isegai to avoid the hero commission to stay safe. Isegai contemplated Shaitan's words, feeling the weight of the decision he had to make. The woman's unsettling gaze and Shaitan's growing impatience added to his anxiety, but he soon reached a conclusion. He agreed to leave but expressed concern for Shaitan's well-being. Shurten laughed at this, stating that he would serve his time after ensuring that a certain rival learned his place. He reminded Isegai of the consequences of speaking out, warning him of what he might do if pushed too far, and even more so of what the driver could do. Isegai reluctantly departed from the car, watching as it drove away in the opposite direction. Shurten shook his head, determined to break his rival's spirit and body before considering his own escape. He believed he could manage on the run for a while after that. The driver, however, had her own agenda. She coldly offered Shurten an additional sum of money to assist him in his plans, revealing that Isegai's aunt had been moved to a higher security wing. The only reason she was helping Shurten was that his aunt had paid in advance. Shurten groaned at the news, realizing that his aunt's capture was inevitable. He acknowledged that he needed time to heal, and waiting a few days to confront Midoriya would only make it more satisfying. He inquired if the driver had anything that could level the playing field against his rival, knowing he had underestimated Midoriya before. The driver considered his request, suggesting that for an additional fee, she could procure what he needed, though it would take a day or two. Shurten grumbled, feeling cornered but willing to accept her terms to ensure he could fully break Midoriya. Just as he agreed, he felt something sharp press against his neck, a reminder of the precarious nature of their arrangement. The driver made it clear that while he was a client, she was not his subordinate, and they would work together on her terms. Shurten was determined to see the job through, but he made it clear that he would not tolerate being treated like a lackey. He warned that if anything from his prized possessions went missing, there would be consequences. The woman he was working with trailed off, and as she did, an object emitted a soft hum, causing Shurten to feel a sharp sting at his neck. He quickly covered the scratch as the object retreated with a series of audible clicks. This woman was dangerous, though not as dangerous as the villain who had thwarted his first attempt at Midoriya. Nevertheless, she was still a significant threat, capable of killing him if she chose to. Yet there was something about her that he found perfect. After a moment of contemplation, Shurten relaxed slightly, relieved to be alive. He wondered what he should call her, as she had not introduced herself throughout their interaction. The woman regarded him for a moment before revealing her name, Sumire Kokuyasenki. Shurten nodded, a grin spreading across his face at the introduction. Meanwhile, All Might and Izuku were carrying takeout bags and a drink holder as they made their way to the truck. All Might expressed his concern about whether Izuku's mother would enjoy the meal they had chosen. Izuku reassured him that they had dined there several times before, though he still felt a bit tired. All Might playfully chided him about ordering too much katsudon, causing Izuku to blush with embarrassment as they climbed into the vehicle. In an alleyway across from the restaurant's parking lot, A pair of small eyes watched the two from the shadows. Suddenly startled by a seagull that swooped down, the creature observing Izuku and All Might reacted swiftly, killing the bird with a burst of energy. After taking an experimental bite, it dragged the seagull's corpse into the darkness of the alleyway, roasting it piece by piece before devouring it greedily, all while keeping a watchful glare on Izuku as he and All Might drove away. The creature knew it would have its chance soon enough, once it had grown stronger. 3 days later, at Aldra Junior High, Izuku found himself facing another ordinary school day. However, he noticed that people were starting to stare at him more frequently. The changes from his last transfusion were becoming increasingly difficult to hide. His skin and hair had grown paler, with his hair taking on a peculiar shade that resembled a mix of green and charcoal gray. It had also grown longer, often falling over his right eye, prompting thoughts of needing a haircut. In addition to his hair, Izuku had grown taller, gaining a centimeter each day since the transfusion. While this growth was not yet too noticeable, it was still a change he had to manage. His vertebrae had elongated as well, making it necessary for him to hide his back to avoid drawing questions. Other changes were more subtle, such as some of his teeth transforming into fangs. His senses of hearing and smell had sharpened, making training feel easier. He could feel the bone plates beneath his skin growing larger, and he had developed night vision, at least in low-light conditions, which would prove useful for heroics and rescues. Despite these changes, Izuku's primary concern was Erika's condition. There had been no improvement in her health since the last transfusion, and with less than half a week remaining before Monarch would have to move on, he feared they might need to undergo another transfusion if her condition did not change. All he could do was wait while continuing his training and schooling, all the while being monitored by Monarch for any negative changes in his own body. As he lost himself in thought, Kachin's voice broke through, demanding that Izuku get out of the way. Izuku quickly apologized and stepped aside, but Kachin paused briefly, shaking his head in disdain. He growled that Izuku's growth spurt and longer hair would not change the fact that he was still a shitty Deku, before walking away. Midoriya let out a sigh of relief as he noticed that Bakugo seemed to be acknowledging the changes around them without making a fuss. This was a good sign, or at least he hoped it was. If Bakugo was ignoring the changes, perhaps most of their classmates were as well. For now, it seemed that there wouldn't be any drastic changes in the near future. He needed to head home soon, as All Might was scheduled to pick him up for training and a checkup by Monarch. Midoriya felt a sense of caution, especially with the news that Shurten was still on the run, according to All Might. However, he felt somewhat reassured knowing that All Might had called in a favor from Tsukachi, which would serve as a deterrent against Shurten if he decided to come after him. After the events of the past month, it was wise to remain cautious. As Midoriya walked out of the school gates, he was unaware that Bakugo had stepped out from behind them. Bakugo watched Midoriya with a huff before deciding to follow him for a short distance along their shared route home. This had become a routine for Bakugo over the past few days, especially when a certain blonde-haired figure hadn't been there to drive him away from school. According to his teacher, Bakugo had been training Midoriya for the UA entrance exams for the past 9.5 months. However, Bakugo doubted that this training would be of any real benefit to Midoriya, believing that the exams would only highlight his shortcomings. In Bakugo's eyes, Midoriya was just another obstacle on his path to becoming the #1 hero. Despite this, Midoriya had been the target of Shurten, who had caused serious harm to him. Bakugo felt a mix of frustration and anticipation, hoping that Shurten would show up again. He had a score to settle with the villain, especially after Shurten had threatened Midoriya and Tsurugi despite Bakugo's warnings. Bakugo was pleased to see Shiten's reputation in ruins, considering him a villain. Taking Shurten down would be a bonus on his journey to becoming a hero. However, Bakugo's longing for revenge against Midoriya complicated matters. He realized that Midoriya could serve as excellent bait to lure out Shurten, but their paths diverged as they reached a point where they would part ways. Midoriya waved to a passing car, which contained 2 unremarkable individuals, one of whom had a cat-like head. Bakugo clicked his tongue in annoyance as he watched Midoriya walk away, seemingly followed by undercover officers. He had no idea how Midoriya had gained their support or if they were merely patrolling for Shurten, but it didn't concern him much. The thought of losing another opportunity to confront Shirten crossed his mind, but Bakugo dismissed it. He was confident that Shirten would eventually be caught, and he would find amusement if Midoriya were involved in that capture. An hour later, after arriving home, Midoriya was picked up by All Might for training. They focused on defeating the one-pointers, a routine that had become familiar. Midoriya had not noticed any changes in Erika, which he had somewhat expected but still hoped for otherwise. He had only stayed long enough to greet Erika and have some blood drawn for testing. All Might had him practice against the one-pointers to help him stretch before Monarch conducted their tests. Midoriya managed to shut one of the one-pointers down and prepared to focus on the next. As it approached, he dodged its fist and brought his arms up to block another strike, wincing from the force of the hit before ducking and hitting its off SW. He let out a sigh of relief as the one-pointer sagged, and he heard All Might clapping in approval. All Might congratulated Midoriya for beating his previous record by a significant margin and encouraged him to take a break while the one-pointers reset. Midoriya nodded, feeling the pain in his arms begin to fade. He had been improving with this exercise lately, attributing his progress to the extensive training and experiences he had faced over the past month and a half. Although some of that experience came from sparring with Agent Dupre rather than facing Kaiju or Shirten, it had all contributed to his growth. Training with the one-pointers had become relatively easier for him, and he considered it light training compared to the challenges he had faced in recent weeks. All Might struggled with a remote that Agent Aoki had created for the one-pointers, expressing frustration that it wasn't working as expected. He recalled that Aoki had mentioned making 2 remotes. Suddenly, Agent Aoki appeared, informing them that they needed to cut their training short and return to the lab immediately. He also inquired about Midoriya's phone, stating that they had been trying to reach him for the past few minutes. Midoriya explained that his phone was charging in the meeting room and that he had planned to check it after setting up the one-pointers for training. Agent Aoki revealed that they had found something in Midoriya's blood, but it was the situation with Erika that required immediate attention. Midoriya's heart raced with hope as he wondered if the cure was finally starting to work on Erika. Agent Aoki confirmed that it was indeed happening, mentioning that they could see visible changes in Erika, which were affecting her on a cellular level. The lab was filled with a strange mix of scents, rose petals, gasoline, and something far less pleasant. It was a stark reminder of the journey they had undertaken to cure Erika. Although many were skeptical about the timing, there was a sense of anticipation in the air. Midoriya, overwhelmed by the moment, sank to his knees, feeling the weight of what was about to happen. It was finally happening. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he felt a rush of emotions. All Might, noticing Midoriya's distress, approached him with concern. The young hero was relieved, overwhelmed by the thought that Erika would soon regain her human form after years of struggle. The process to cure her had worked, and the transfusions had been successful. After weeks of anxiety and uncertainty, the moment they had all been waiting for was finally at hand. Midoriya had spent countless days worrying about Erika's fate, fearing the possibility of losing her. Yet, despite the challenges, hope blossomed within him. All Might reminded him that while this was a significant step, they still had to wait for the final results. Midoriya knew that Erika would not want him to fall apart in this moment of hope. He acknowledged All Might's words, feeling a mix of relief and happiness. The burden of worry had been heavy, but now it seemed lighter. All Might suggested that perhaps Midoriya should take a moment to collect himself, and he agreed, realizing how much he truly cared for Erika's safety. It was a vital aspect of being a hero, but it also came with its own set of challenges. Midoriya promised to share his worries more openly in the future, understanding that it was essential to communicate his feelings. All Might encouraged him to confide in those he trusted, emphasizing the importance of support. Midoriya felt a renewed sense of determination, knowing that he had been with Erika every step of the way. Soon she would need help adjusting to a world she had not known for centuries, and he was committed to being there for her. Feeling ready to return to the base, Midoriya expressed his longing to head back. All Might, in his heroic form, swiftly lifted him, and together they rushed toward Monarch's base. Despite the abruptness of being carried, Midoriya couldn't help but smile, filled with joy over Erika's condition. Upon arriving at the base, Midoriya's eagerness to see Erika quickly turned into a challenge. The chemical reactions in the lab produced a strong odor that overwhelmed him. He braced himself, knowing that witnessing Erika's transformation was worth enduring the unpleasant scent. Erika remained in the same position, but there were visible changes. She appeared slimmer, and sporadic bursts of spores emerged from her body. Scientists carefully removed chunks of petrified flesh, revealing the ongoing transformation. Dr. Mifune explained that while the surface changes were evident, the real transformation was occurring deep within her. He likened it to a flower maturing, preparing to bloom. Midoriya stood alongside All Might, waiting for updates on Erika's condition and his own test results. The anticipation was palpable, but the lingering smell began to affect him again. Nizu, observing Midoriya's discomfort, playfully inquired about his struggle with the odor. Midoriya admitted that he was still adjusting, but his focus remained on the hope that Erika would soon be free from her burdens. The air in the lab was thick with a peculiar scent, one that overwhelmed the senses. Nizu, a wise and experienced figure, chuckled softly at the question posed about his sense of smell. He explained that while his sense of smell was typically superior, his years of experience allowed him to filter out distractions, unlike his hearing, which remained sensitive. Just then, Dr. Mifune and Dr. Toga entered, apologizing for their delay as they had been meticulously examining every sample for traces of micro-oxygen. Yujiro reported that they had completed their checks, and Serizawa inquired about their findings. The doctors revealed that there were no signs of micro-oxygen or cellular degeneration, but they noted that Erika's cellular structure was undergoing rapid changes. Comparing samples taken an hour and a half ago to those taken just 10 minutes prior showed that while her cells still resembled plant cells, they were beginning to adopt characteristics similar to human blood cells, particularly those with plant-like physiology quirks. Dr. Mifune expressed optimism, suggesting that Erika would likely survive the transformation. This news brought a smile to my face, and I wiped away a tear of relief as All Might placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. Graham, however, raised a concern about the timeline, questioning the likelihood of Erika completing her transformation before their impending relocation in 4 days. Yujiro responded that while the exact timing was uncertain, it was very likely that they would need to be prepared for her awakening at any moment, whether it be in minutes or weeks. The waiting game was now in play, and Yujiro reassured me that at least I would no longer need to worry about further transfusions. Though I felt relief, I was acutely aware that the effects of the previous transfusions on my body were permanent, and with my own changes still ongoing, I knew that the repercussions could extend well beyond Erika's awakening. Fortunately, I had not experienced any negative side effects thus far. Serizawa confirmed that they would proceed with their plans for relocation, ensuring that if Erika woke up earlier than expected, they would be ready to accommodate her at UA and monitor her condition with some of their personnel before the exams. Yujiro volunteered to remain behind just in. Dr. Mifune shifted the focus back to the waiting game, emphasizing that while there was still time to speculate about Erika's awakening, any attempts to predict it could risk her safety. His gaze drifted to Erika's body, where a spore floated momentarily before vanishing. A scientist quickly removed a small chunk of flesh that had begun to decay, prompting a wince from me. The sight was unsettling, and I knew I would never grow accustomed to it. All Might then turned the conversation to my own condition, recalling that Agent Aoki had mentioned something unusual found in my blood. The doctors exchanged glances before Yujiro confirmed that they had discovered developing chloroplasts in my cell's mitochondria. This was unlike anything seen in Erika's cells or any plant, and there were no traces of a quirk, indicating that this was something entirely different. Along with my white blood cell count returning to normal, these were the only changes noted since the previous day's tests. Dr. Mifune congratulated me, stating that I was the first known vertebrate capable of photosynthesis without a quirk or being classified as a kaiju. He elaborated on the yellow-spotted salamanders from the United States, whose embryos contained algae that enabled them to photosynthesize in low-oxygen environments. This symbiotic relationship was rare in adult salamanders, except for females that passed the algae to their offspring. The implications of my cells developing a similar adaptation were profound, but it was not a symbiotic relationship. I pondered the potential limitations of the chloroplasts in my cells, realizing that while they could provide some nutrients and energy through photosynthesis, their effectiveness might diminish as I grew. The placement of these chloroplasts could enhance my body or contribute to the changes I had already experienced. I recalled that similar effects had been observed in plant-like quirks, particularly with increased activity in sunlight, and resolved to refresh my knowledge on quirks with similar effects later that evening. Serizawa encouraged me to do so, breaking my concentration as I closed my notebook and surveyed the table around me. Nizu and Yujiro appeared amused, while Serizawa and Dr. Mifune maintained neutral expressions. All Might and Graham looked on with confusion. I realized I had been muttering to myself again and quickly closed my notebook. Dr. Graham inquired about the notebook, to which I simply replied that I had brought it with me. All Might advised against asking further questions, shaking his head in amusement, while Nizu acknowledged my extensive knowledge and analytical skills regarding quirks. Dr. Mifune noted that while the photosynthesis ability might not offer immediate benefits, it could prove advantageous in the long run. The research on Midoriya and Erika continued, with Yujiro suggesting that they draw more blood from Midoriya for overnight study. This would help them understand any potential effects and compare his blood with other similar types on file. It was a prudent decision, especially since Midoriya's body was still undergoing changes, and there was no telling how far these developments might go. Once the blood draw was completed, All Might announced that it was time to resume Midoriya's training. He expressed his excitement about finally finishing what they had started months ago. Midoriya felt a rush of nostalgia, recalling the day the transfusions began. He was aware that Erika was close to achieving a human form, and her condition had stabilized. However, he remained uncertain about how One for All would affect her. The cleanup at Dagoba Municipal Park was expected to take a few more days, and Midoriya hoped that the rate of his own changes would slow down by then. Nevertheless, he was determined to give his all until the very end. After the meeting, he approached Erika, who was still in her current form. A spore emerged from her body and floated toward him, brushing against his hand before dissipating. He reassured her that soon he would keep his promise and show her what she had missed, vowing that she would no longer have to suffer. Hours later, at Dagoba Beach Municipal Park, All Might placed the last load of debris into the back of his truck. Inko, who had joined them in cleaning up the beach, took a moment to catch her breath. She had improved her stamina and was taking fewer breaks as they worked together. As they looked toward the beach, they saw Midoriya tirelessly gathering trash, organizing it into piles, and moving on to the next section. His determination was fueled by the news of Erika's improving condition and the nearing completion of her treatments. All Might had initially thought it would take Midoriya several days to finish the cleanup, but at this rate he suspected it would only take 2 more days, if not sooner. Inko expressed her longing to meet Erika, noting how happy Midoriya had become since hearing about her progress. All Might acknowledged that it was indeed the best news Midoriya had received in a while, and it had given him the motivation he needed. Inko reflected on her worries for her son, especially since he had been hiding the changes occurring in his body. All Might listened as she described her observations of Midoriya's growing paleness and changes in his appearance. He understood her concerns and knew that it was becoming increasingly difficult for Midoriya to conceal these changes. With Erika on the verge of regaining her human form and Midoriya preparing to receive One for All, All Might felt it was time to share the truth with Inko. She deserved to know everything, but he decided it would have to wait just a little longer. He reassured her that the changes had been relatively harmless so far and that someone was monitoring Midoriya's condition. All Might attempted to reassure Inko, expressing confidence that they would soon learn everything happening to her son. Inko, however, questioned whether she could trust the person monitoring the situation. All Might explained that the individual was a licensed medical professional, the same one who had helped him survive his own accident 5 years prior. He coughed slightly, wiping blood from his mouth, which caused Inko to regard him with concern before she sighed, acknowledging that he likely knew someone like that, especially since Detective Naomasa had been keeping an eye on Izuku after school. All Might informed her that tomorrow would be the last day Detective Naomasa could patrol around Izuku's school before moving to other areas, but he assured Inko that he would be able to pick Izuku up the following day. Inko expressed her relief, mentioning that Mitsuki had been eager to visit again. She also voiced her hope that they would catch Shirten soon, as he had already caused enough trouble for Izuku. All Might placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, stating that it was only a matter of time. He believed that Izuku would be ready to handle any challenges, although he hoped it wouldn't come to that. Inko shook her head, then turned to All Might, pondering when they should tell Izuku about their relationship. After another bout of coughing, All Might suggested they wait until Izuku finished cleaning the beach, noting that the boy already had enough on his mind. He wondered how Izuku would react to the news. Inko smiled, recalling her own reaction when All Might had first asked her out, confident that Izuku would accept their relationship without much trouble. All Might smiled back, but both were startled by a loud crashing sound from the beach. Inko sighed in relief upon realizing it was just a pile of trash collapsing while Izuku was gathering more on the other side. She decided it was time for him to take a break, and All Might agreed, rushing off to check on Izuku. As All Might approached, he marveled at how much Izuku had accomplished. He had expected Izuku to finish cleaning the beach by the next day, but upon arriving he found Izuku atop a massive pile of trash, shouting as the sun rose. All Might was astonished to see the beach in such a pristine state. Not a single piece of trash remained. The sun's rays reflected beautifully off the sand and water, restoring Dagoba Beach Municipal Park to its former glory. All Might could hardly believe that Izuku had completed the task in just under a day. However, he noticed Izuku beginning to sway before he fell from the pile. With a burst of speed, All Might caught him just in time, feeling the boy's exhaustion but unable to suppress his grin. Izuku, overwhelmed with emotion, reflected on his journey. After months of training, he had finally cleaned the beach completely. Although he felt exhausted, the accomplishment was worth it. All Might praised him for his hard work, acknowledging how far he had come both physically and mentally. He showed Izuku a photo from 9.5 months ago, highlighting the progress he had made. Izuku felt a mix of joy and disbelief, realizing that he could finally inherit One for All. He expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that he could not have achieved this without All Might's guidance and the changes brought about by Erika's blood. All Might, recognizing Izuku's struggle with self-confidence, embraced him in a hug, emphasizing that his achievements were a result of his own hard work and determination to become a hero. He reminded Izuku that his longing to save Erika had fueled his progress, and he would one day become the hero he had always aspired to be, making his mother proud in the process. Izuku Midoriya stood before All Might, feeling a mixture of pride and uncertainty. All Might had just expressed his unwavering belief in Izuku's potential, emphasizing that he had built the foundation for his future through hard work and determination. Izuku understood that he was not like everyone else. He had faced numerous challenges to inherit One for All and become a hero. He aspired to save others, just as he had been inspired by All Might and his mother. Their support had been instrumental in his journey, and he felt truly blessed. As he regained his composure, All Might smiled and encouraged him to prepare for the award ceremony. Izuku wiped away his tears, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. All Might then reached into his hair and pulled out a strand, revealing the unique method of transferring One for All. Izuku was taken aback, realizing that he would need to digest part of All Might's DNA. This was not what he had expected, and he felt a mix of apprehension and determination. All Might reassured him that this was the safest way to inherit the power. He explained that he had undergone the same process, and while it might be challenging, it was necessary for Izuku's growth. They both acknowledged the possibility of some injuries along the way, but Izuku was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. He understood that Recovery Girl would be there to help him, and he was prepared to endure the pain. As Izuku contemplated the strand of hair in his hands, he realized the significance of this moment. Eating the hair would mean inheriting One for All and stepping into the role that All Might had held for so long. It was a daunting prospect, but it also represented the opportunity to fulfill his dreams and honor All Might's legacy. He knew that there was no turning back, To hesitate would mean betraying the faith that others had placed in him. All Might had made it clear that he wanted Izuku to train at his own pace and find his own path as a hero. Izuku promised to do his best, even if he felt unsure about how to carve out his own identity in a world filled with expectations. All Might's confidence in him was a source of strength, and he felt a flicker of hope that he would eventually discover his own way. With a deep breath, Izuku prepared to take the final step toward his destiny. He understood that this was not just about inheriting power, it was about embracing the responsibility that came with it. As he moved forward, he felt the weight of All Might's legacy on his shoulders, but he also felt the thrill of possibility. It was time for him to forge his own path and become the hero he had always dreamed of being. With this being the first step, it was a disquieting one. The protagonist resolved to get it over with and consume the hair quickly, despite the unpleasant taste. Afterward, they felt a wave of nausea while All Might observed with a grin. It was a disgusting act, but there was no turning back now. All that remained was to wait for the hair to digest, which would grant them a quirk and bring them closer to achieving their dream. At Aldera Junior High, the protagonists stood at the school gates, bouncing on their feet in anticipation of All Might's arrival. They kept one hand in the shade and the other in sunlight, testing for any potential effects of their now photosynthetic blood. This was something that would take time to adjust to. They began to touch their fingers to their thumb, trying to notice any differences in reaction or movement between both hands. There was a slight delay in the hand that rested in the shade compared to the one in the sun. It could have been due to their blood or merely a figment of their imagination, but further study was necessary to determine the truth. They had been researching quirks with similar blood during their spare time at school, eager to keep their excitement in check about having gained one for all. While they were thrilled about this new power, they hadn't felt any significant changes yet. Considering All Might's immense strength, it was probably wise not to attempt using one for all just yet, especially to avoid the risk of being expelled for causing destruction at school. The protagonist decided to shift their focus to Erika, recalling that she was supposed to regain her human form soon, though they had yet to hear any updates. It was likely for the best that Monarch hadn't contacted them at school. They would have received a message if something significant had occurred. Despite this, the protagonist felt a sense of happiness knowing that Erika could reclaim a semblance of the life she had lost centuries ago, and they would be there to witness how much the world had changed. Suddenly, they felt a twitch beneath their skin, accompanied by a pulse inside them that vanished as quickly as it appeared. Was that one for all? They quickly stepped away from the school gate and gazed at the skyline, taking deep breaths to calm themselves. They reminded themselves not to focus on trying to use its power just yet. Instead, they needed to get a feel for it. This was easier said than done. After a few moments of nothing, they continued to concentrate on the sensation of one for all. Soon, they felt the twitching again, followed by a fainter pulse. This was promising. They just needed to keep focusing. As they concentrated, the pulse grew stronger until they sensed something different. It felt like placing a hand on the surface of the ocean, but warmer, with electricity coursing through it. There was one for all, at least the surface of it. They realized it was probably wise to pull back from it for now. Just then, All Might arrived, apologizing for being late due to dealing with a villain who had attacked an officer. The protagonist felt a rush of relief and excitement, eager to share their experience. They informed All Might that they could access one for all, which shocked him, causing him to cough. They clarified that they had only managed to get a feel for it without tapping into its full power. All Might, wiping away the blood, expressed that he should no longer be surprised by the protagonist's abilities. He acknowledged their progress but reminded them that they still needed to test the full extent of one for all. He had brought a change of clothes for them to wear during the testing, which would be more suitable than their regular uniform. As they drove toward you, the protagonist noticed that All Might appeared more focused and tired than usual. They hoped this had nothing to do with their inheritance of one for all, as they were uncertain how they would react if it did. When they inquired if something was wrong, All Might assured them that it was nothing to worry about, just something he should have mentioned earlier. This alleviated the protagonist's concerns, but they remained curious about what All Might wanted to discuss. The ride to UA was mostly silent, and upon arriving at the school, they prepared for the next steps. They had yet to visit the Monarch base, as All Might believed it was best to test for any changes after fully exploring One for All's power. The benefits of the situation were clear, though the thought of facing Recovery Girl afterward filled him with dread. He had just finished changing into the clothes All Might had provided, a long-sleeved shirt emblazoned with the kanji for test across the breathes, paired with dark green track breathes. He found All Might sitting on an overturned concrete pillar next to a one-pointer robot, gesturing for him to join. Curiosity and nervousness had been building since their arrival at UA, and as he took a deep breath and approached, he felt the weight of those emotions. All Might began by acknowledging that he might have a lot of questions, but he wanted to start with one of his own. He asked if he had ever shared anything about his MSTR. The young hero struggled to recall any details from the past 10 months, only remembering vague notions of what it meant to save someone and the reason behind All Might's iconic smile. When he admitted he didn't know much about All Might's Izuku, he was taken aback by the sudden change in All Might's demeanor. The hero went pale, pinching the bridge of his nose and sighing deeply, a look of fear crossing his face. It was unsettling to see such a reaction from someone as strong as All Might. He expressed concern about what would happen if his MSTR learned of their conversation, coughing up blood as he did so. Despite the alarming display, All Might managed to wipe his mouth and smile, revealing that his MSTR was Nana Shimura, a registered hero from his childhood. He wondered if the young hero had heard of her, given his enthusiasm for heroes. The name was unfamiliar, but he understood that narrowing down a hero from that chaotic era would be a challenge. The time All Might spoke of was marked by turmoil, with a crime rate far worse than when he became the symbol of peace. Villains were rampant, and many heroes had turned to crime. Without more details, identifying a hero from that time would be difficult. All Might confirmed that his assumption was correct, at least partially, prompting a sheepish response from the young hero. He realized he needed to control his muttering. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked what Nana was like. All Might's smile widened as he described her as amazing, though not regarded as one of the best heroes of her time. She genuinely cared for saving people and was the inspiration behind his own career. She had been kind and open-hearted, someone he considered more than just a mentor. She was like a mother to him. This revelation made the young hero ponder what that relationship must have been like for All Might. He recalled that All Might had once mentioned being an orphan, having lost his parents during the chaos of that era. The high praise he gave Nana spoke volumes about her impact on his life. All Might explained that Nana's quirk was recorded as float, which allowed her to levitate. However, there was more to her abilities. She was also the 7th inheritor of One for All, a power that he would later inherit as its 8th bearer. The young hero felt a surge of awe, realizing that he was now the 9th inheritor of this incredible power. He marveled at the thought of possessing something so potent within him, a power that had been cultivated over generations. It was astonishing to think that he held the potential to change the weather with a single punch, a feat that could have been catastrophic for him had he not undergone All Might's rigorous training. All Might interrupted his thoughts, expressing regret for his earlier words when they first met. Despite having apologized numerous times since that day, the memory still stung. He revealed that he had once been quirkless, just like the young hero. While it was not as rare in his generation, it was still uncommon. All Might shared his dream of becoming a hero, a symbol of peace, who could end the chaos and usher in an era of harmony. He recounted how he had confided in Nana about his aspirations, and despite his lack of a quirk, she had believed in him and nurtured his potential. The young hero was left in awe, realizing the depth of All Might's journey and the legacy he now carried. Considering he possessed One for All, it was difficult to envision him without it. However, knowing that his mentor had a quirk that was enhanced by One for All made it all the more understandable. His heroic form was described as akin to someone flexing on the beach, and Nana Shimura's use of float with One for All was fundamentally thought to operate similarly to the quirk flight. This suggested that One for All functioned differently depending on the user. The possibility of All Might having a secondary quirk had never crossed my mind until now. All Might acknowledged this realization, noting that I had never asked him about it. I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me, realizing I should have sought answers long ago. This led me to ponder a crucial question. If he had been quirkless, why had he said everything he did on the day we first met? All Might sighed, revealing that he had seen too much of his younger self in me and had become jaded from his battle 5 years prior. He had shared those words to inspire me to save others, but now it felt like a betrayal of the dreams he once held. He admitted that I had shown him the heart of a true hero, reminding him of what it meant to become one. His pride in my progress was evident, yet he acknowledged that the memories of that day must still sting. I winced at his words but shook my head to clear my thoughts. While his guidance had been invaluable, it still cut deep to hear that I could not become a hero. Yet, that seemed like a distant memory now. I reassured him that I had long since made up for it, and I believed his mentor would be proud of my achievements. All Might chuckled, though it was interrupted by a cough that brought forth blood. He acknowledged my words, adding that his mentor would likely have scolded him for his past mistakes. Then, All Might adopted a serious expression, one that made him appear older than before. He looked directly into my eyes, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. He informed me that what he was about to reveal was connected to the very origins of One for All. The mention of All for One sent a chill through me. I had never heard of it, but the way he spoke filled me with dread. All for One was both a name and a quirk, the opposite of One for All. The implications of this were unsettling, and I began to piece together why All Might spoke of it with such gravity. He had fought this individual 5 years ago, and the realization struck me hard. All for One had the ability to steal other people's quirks and transfer them to others. The thought of such a power existing was terrifying, especially considering that All for One must have stolen a longevity quirk to remain alive for so long. Quirks that granted extended lifespans were rare, and those capable of stealing quirks were even rarer. The only recorded instance of someone permanently stealing a quirk was a notorious criminal from decades ago. To learn that a villain like All for One had been active in Japan for years and was powerful enough to incapacitate All Might was a chilling revelation. All Might confirmed my fears, explaining that All for One could permanently steal and transfer quirks while stockpiling those he had taken, much like how One for All accumulated power with each new inheritor. He was Japan's first true supervillain, one of the earliest in Asia, and had existed since the dawn of quirks. He had built an empire that allowed him to control Japan's criminal underworld from the shadows for decades, only to retreat into dormancy when he chose. The first inheritor of One for All was All for One's frail younger brother, who had been thought to be quirkless. Driven by a twisted sense of care or a longing to control, All for One forced a power stockpiling quirk onto him. Unbeknownst to anyone, the brother possessed a quirk that allowed him to transfer it to others through DNA. This seemingly useless ability merged with the power stockpiling quirk, giving verge to One for All. The existence of such a villain and the history intertwined with my own legacy was a heavy burden to bear. All Might smiled as he reflected on the legacy of a powerful quirk that could not be stolen. He explained how All for One had unintentionally created the ultimate counter to himself. The irony of the situation was not lost on the young hero in training, who listened intently. All Might continued, revealing the tragic fate of his predecessor. He spoke of the uncertainty surrounding All for One's demise, suggesting that either he had killed his brother or that his brother's frail health had finally caught up with him. What was known was that One for All had been passed down, and All for One had relentlessly hunted its inheritors for years, eliminating them before they could fully harness their power. The young hero felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he imagined the brutal reality of All Might's past. He could understand the desperation that drove All Might to take such drastic measures against someone like All for One, but the thought of enduring such a scenario was almost unbearable. He hoped he would never have to face anything similar. All Might spoke of the remnants of All for One's dark legacy that lingered, despite his absence. While the threat of new villains would always exist, All Might expressed hope that the young hero would not have to endure the same struggles he had faced. He saw this as an opportunity for the young hero to forge his own path. The young hero realized he would be the first inheritor of One for All without the looming threat of All for One, which could lead to new possibilities. All Might shared his own experiences, explaining how he had left for the United States to escape All for One's influence over crime there. He trained until he was ready to become the #1 hero and the symbol of peace. He had grown up in an era of lawlessness, while the young hero had the chance to grow up in a time of peace. However, All Might cautioned that new villains would inevitably emerge, though none would match the level of threat posed by All for One. He encouraged the young hero to create his own legacy as the greatest hero, confident that he would discover his own way. The young hero reflected on All Might's words, understanding that without the influence of a centuries-old villain, the world was more peaceful. He acknowledged that remnants of All for One's empire would still exist, but he felt a sense of hope for the future. All Might was looking ahead, ready to support not only him but also other students at UA as they embarked on their journeys. Despite his uncertainty about how to become the greatest hero, the young hero felt a renewed determination. He resolved to find his answer and contribute to a new age of peace before All Might had to retire. He expressed his confidence in All Might's abilities as a teacher, noting the positive impact he had already made. All Might acknowledged the praise, admitting that he was still learning how to be a good teacher. He had been trying to improve since the day they found Erica, and he was determined not to let the young hero down. He then revealed something significant, looking down shyly before meeting the young hero's gaze. He shared that he had been dating the young hero's mother for over a month, a revelation that left the young hero in shock. As the young hero processed this unexpected news, he felt lightheaded. He froze in disbelief, unable to respond, and ultimately fainted. All Might sighed, having anticipated the reaction. He pulled out smelling salts to revive his protégé, reflecting on how similar the young hero was to his mother. Both had reacted in a similar manner to surprising news, and All Might couldn't help but feel that his life would be much duller without them. As the young hero began to stir, All Might noted that the smelling salts had worked, and he felt grateful for the bond they shared. Izuku Midoriya awoke with a throbbing head, struggling to shake off the remnants of a bizarre dream. In that dream, All Might had claimed he was dating his mother. As he rubbed his eyes, he was startled to find All Might smiling down at him, confirming that it was not a dream. Izuku's mind raced, grappling with the implications of this revelation. All Might explained that it was Izuku who had reminded him of what it meant to be a hero, and that his concern for both All Might and his mother, Inko, had sparked something within him. Over the months, their conversations had evolved from discussions about training to something deeper. All Might revealed that he had almost forgotten what it was like to live as Toshinori Yagi, rather than just the symbol of peace. Meeting Izuku and Inko had allowed him to experience happiness beyond his heroic duties. Izuku was taken aback by the idea that he had played a role in this transformation. All Might continued, sharing how it had taken him time to gather the courage to pursue a relationship with Inko. The joy he felt when she accepted him was overshadowed by worry when she fainted and overwhelmed him with her tears on their first date. Despite the uncertainty of where their relationship would lead, All Might was committed to ensuring Inko's happiness. After a moment of reflection, Izuku acknowledged All Might's intentions. He urged him to be honest with his mother about everything: his true identity, the power of one for all, and the circumstances surrounding their relationship. All Might agreed, promising to share the truth soon, but they both understood that this conversation would take time. All Might reassured Izuku that he had no intention of causing harm to Inko. He expressed his willingness to endure any consequences if he ever unintentionally upset her. Izuku smiled, feeling a sense of relief knowing that All Might was sincere in his feelings for his mother. As they discussed the future, All Might suggested they continue their training as they had before. Izuku felt a renewed sense of determination, ready to embrace the challenges ahead. Just then, All Might pulled out a one-pointer remote, signaling the start of a new training exercise. With a sudden burst of energy, All Might activated the one-pointer, which sped toward Izuku with alarming speed. The impact of its metallic fists against the ground created cracks in the concrete, heightening the urgency of the situation. Izuku had to focus, dodging the relentless attacks while trying to harness the power of one for all. As he evaded the one-pointer, Izuku felt the familiar pulse of energy coursing through him. He concentrated, channeling the power of one for all as he prepared to counter the oncoming assault. When the robot lunged at him, he raised his arms to block its attack. The force of the metallic fist crashing against his arm sent a surge of energy through him, igniting a fierce determination. With a powerful yell, Izuku pushed back against the one-pointer, feeling the strength of one for all as he dented its plating and sent it reeling. This moment was exhilarating, a testament to his growth and the potential that lay within him. There was no time to dwell on the feeling. He had to stay focused and ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. The one-pointer was still functional and charged toward Midoriya. With determination in his eyes, he pulled his right arm back, channeling one for all into it. As the one-pointer approached, he summoned all his strength and unleashed a powerful punch, shouting the word that had become his dream since he first saw All Might at the age of 4. The impact sent the one-pointer flying, scattering parts in all directions from the shockwave. However, the power of one for all took its toll on him. Pain shot through his right shoulder as he felt the energy dissipate. His arm hung limply, swollen and bruised, with broken knuckles. Despite the agony, he realized he had only just begun to grasp the power he had inherited. He felt grateful to stand alongside his peers, even if he was currently in pain and needed to rest. All Might, in his heroic form, looked at Midoriya with concern as tears streamed down the young hero's face. He expressed regret for what had happened, feeling responsible for Midoriya's injuries. Although Midoriya attempted to reassure him, All Might insisted they needed to get him back to Recovery Girl and Monarch for treatment. As All Might lifted him, Midoriya felt a strange sensation pulse through his body, causing him to wonder what it was. All Might also experienced a jolt, likening it to a static shock. After confirming that no further shocks occurred, he adjusted his grip and hurried toward the Monarch base, anxious to get Midoriya the help he needed. 2 hours later, after Midoriya's arm had been healed, Yujiro excitedly shared the results of the tests conducted on him. He explained that one for all had accelerated the changes in Midoriya's body. Midoriya, still feeling fatigued, listened as he sat on the medical bed, surrounded by All Might, Dr. Toga, Dr. Mifune, Director Serizawa, and Recovery Girl, who occasionally playfully hit All Might's shins with her cane. Vice Director Graham and Principal Nizu were busy explaining the earlier incident while the medical team assessed Midoriya's condition. Since then, he had not shocked anyone else and was cautious about using one for all, unsure of what had caused the strange sensation earlier. Director Serizawa inquired about the changes in Midoriya. Dr. Mifune reported that he had grown 3 centimeters since his last test and that the deformation of his spines had increased in length. The bone plating had now covered 19% of his skeletal structure, an increase from the 15% observed previously. He handed Midoriya a scan that showed multiple new spots on his bones, confirming the rapid changes. Recovery Girl noted that the only area fully covered in plating was his spines, which surprised Midoriya. Yujiro continued, explaining that besides sharing markers with All Might cells, Midoriya's blood exhibited several minor changes that did not match either All Might's or Erika's cells. While these changes were harmless, there was one significant discovery that raised concerns. Dr. Toga revealed that Midoriya's cells now bore similarities to those of electric eels and electric catfish, as well as several kaiju. Additionally, Recovery Girl noted that his bone plating appeared somewhat metallic based on the X-ray scans. This revelation startled Midoriya, as it explained the shock he had delivered to All Might. The medical team discussed how some kaiju could produce electric shocks due to specialized cells, with King Ghidorah being a notable example, capable of generating storms with its immense power. Midoriya absorbed this information, realizing that his transformation was more complex than he had initially understood. The atmosphere in the room was tense as Yujiro explained the unique abilities of Midoriya. He mentioned that Midoriya was capable of producing bioelectricity, specifically a bioelectric permeable shield that acted as a defense mechanism. Just as Midoriya was processing this information, Yujiro unexpectedly swung a scalpel toward him. In a split second, Midoriya's spines twitched and green sparks erupted at the point of contact, causing Yujiro to drop the scalpel in shock. All Might quickly intervened, stepping between them to defuse the situation. He warned Yujiro against any further reckless actions, while Midoriya took a moment to calm himself, relieved that the blade had not made contact. Yujiro acknowledged the scare he had caused and explained that Midoriya's ability had been triggered by the stimulus of the scalpel. He noted that Midoriya's bioelectric shield was not something he could consciously activate yet. Recovery Girl chastised Yujiro for his method of testing, emphasizing that it was not a safe approach. Serizawa, observing the exchange, made it clear that they would discuss Yujiro's actions later. Yujiro, accepting his reprimand, turned the conversation over to Mifune, who elaborated on Midoriya's condition. He explained that the electroplates in Midoriya's blood were weaker than those typically found in nature, but the semi-metallic bone plating amplified the charge, creating a powerful electromagnetic shield. Yujiro confirmed that the shock he experienced was more than a mere static shock and speculated that Midoriya's defense mechanism activated in response to perceived danger or extreme stress. Midoriya began to theorize that his body might react unconsciously to threats, suggesting that the shield could be ineffective against those who learned to bypass it. As the discussion continued, Midoriya realized that he might eventually learn to consciously activate his barrier. Mifune prompted him to recall what he felt before the barrier had activated. Midoriya reflected on the sensation of his spine's twitching, which led him to experiment by tracing his fingers along his spine. To his surprise, he felt movement, indicating that his body was still undergoing changes due to Erika's blood. When he accidentally struck his spine, a wave of discomfort washed over him, accompanied by another discharge of green sparks. All Might rushed to his side, concerned for his well-being. Midoriya reassured him, explaining that the trigger for the discharge seemed to be related to his back. Recovery Girl speculated that developing electric organs along his spine could be responsible for the phenomenon. The conversation shifted as Serizawa inquired about any further discoveries regarding Midoriya. Yujiro and Mifune exchanged glances before revealing that they needed DNA samples from a specific kaiju in the archives. They had observed unusual traits in Erika's cells, which had shown similarities to the dead cells of Ghidorah, suggesting a potential connection. The implications of this revelation sent a chill through the room. All Might, visibly shaken, expressed concern over the possibility of Erika having encountered a Ghidorah during her time in space. Mifune elaborated on the dormant electroplates found in Erika's blood, raising alarms about the potential for another Ghidorah to emerge. The thought of facing another kaiju was daunting, especially considering the existing threats lurking beneath the ice in Antarctica. With the knowledge that Erika had been in space for an extended PRD, there was a glimmer of hope that the dormant traits might not pose an immediate threat. Serizawa contemplated their next steps, weighing the gravity of the situation and the implications for their future. Ashford was currently studying a group of individuals, and Serizawa mentioned that he could arrange for some of them to be brought to Japan in a few days, specifying that it would be the father and not the daughter. This revelation caused both scientists to pale momentarily, prompting Yujiro to express his relief, alongside Mifune, who both sighed deeply. They turned their attention to Midoriya, who felt a twinge of curiosity about the situation. Nizu entered the room, having overheard the murmurs, and commented that he shared the same curiosity after witnessing the reactions of the others. He indicated that he would take over the discussion from Serizawa. The latter then informed Dr. Mifune and Dr. Toga that they would continue their conversation elsewhere, particularly regarding the proper handling of scalpels. As they exited, Nizu noted that there must be an interesting story behind the tension. Recovery Girl dismissed the notion, suggesting that it was easy to piece together what had transpired. All Might inquired about the staff's beliefs regarding Midoriya's quirk, to which Nizu explained that it seemed to have awakened. However, those familiar with Midoriya and Erika sensed that something was amiss. Nizu emphasized the need to inform the staff about the true nature of the situation before the entrance exam, especially given the recent events. He raised a paw to silence All Might's impending interjection, asserting that he would vet a few individuals to ensure they could keep the secret. Nizu expressed concern that it would be unwise to keep the truth hidden for long, suggesting that it was better for some to be informed to prevent any potential leaks. All Might sighed in agreement, and Nizu turned to Midoriya to offer congratulations, though he wished the results had been different from his initial calculations. Midoriya winced at this, acknowledging that the current circumstances were merely a means to reach the starting line. Nizu noted that Midoriya still had time to train before the entrance exams to gain control over his quirk, and he seemed to have a plan in mind. Recovery Girl, however, expressed her disapproval of Midoriya's intentions, especially after he had broken his arm previously. Despite her stern tone, Midoriya stood his ground, assuring her that he had a safer idea this time and promised to stop if he felt any pain or if anything else broke. Recovery Girl sighed, acknowledging that he at least had some sense of self-preservation. She hoped he knew what he was doing as she prepared to wait outside in case he needed assistance. Nizu, eager to experiment, mentioned that he would retrieve one of the one-pointers, which excited Midoriya but also made him apprehensive about the potential for injury. All Might expressed his admiration for Midoriya's progress, noting that he had found another way to channel one for all through his body. Midoriya acknowledged that while it was a step forward, it was still far from the full output. A short while later, Nizu stood on a pillar outside the temporary Monarch base, accompanied by Recovery Girl and All Might, while Midoriya positioned himself a distance away from the deactivated one-pointer. All Might encouraged Midoriya to take his time, and Midoriya took a deep breath, preparing himself for the challenge ahead. He focused on the pulse of One for All, feeling the vast ocean of power within him. Instead of diving straight in, he decided to dip just below the surface, recognizing that One for All had become a part of him. His new ability, which he thought of as a permeable barrier, sparked an idea on how to utilize it effectively. As he concentrated, he felt a tingling sensation in his spine, which triggered the flow of energy throughout his body. He hoped that this would allow One for All to circulate evenly without causing any strain. With a mix of anticipation and anxiety, he braced himself and immersed himself in the energy, ensuring he maintained control. After a few moments, he opened his eyes to see his hands and arms covered in vein-like markings, with arcs of green energy surrounding him. There was no pain, and he felt a surge of excitement as he realized that his plan had worked. All Might, witnessing the display, expressed his delight, though he was slightly taken aback by the energy arcing off Midoriya. Midoriya explained that while the energy resembled electricity, it was indeed One for All, and he considered the possibility of using it as a protective shield. Recovery Girl approached, impressed by his progress and relieved that he felt no pain. All Might encouraged him to see if he could channel even more energy into his body, while Recovery Girl shot him a warning glance, reminding him to be cautious. If there was even the slightest hint of pain when increasing the power, it was essential to cut it off. Izuku focused intently, tapping into the strength of One for All. He decided to push himself a little further, aiming for 2% instead of the bare minimum of 1%. As he did, he felt a brief surge of energy coursing through him, but it was accompanied by a flash of pain in his arm. Although the discomfort was manageable, he recalled All Might's warning and dialed it back down to 1%, feeling the pain recede. Izuku expressed his disappointment, noting that he could only manage 1% effectively, with a slight possibility of reaching 2% despite the pain. All Might reassured him, acknowledging the progress he had made. While there was still a long way to go, it was a solid start, and with continued training, improvements would surely come before the entrance exam. Recovery Girl chimed in, reminding him to understand his limits better, hinting at the potential for injuries in the future. Izuku promised to heed her advice, though he felt uncertain about maintaining that commitment. Nizu then announced that it was time to assess Izuku's improvements. He pulled out a remote, prompting Recovery Girl to warn him against starting anything before she returned. The playful tension in the air reminded Izuku of the nervousness he had seen in Nizu previously, particularly when Erika had tried to eat him. After disabling the one-pointer, All Might planned to take Izuku back to his apartment to inform his mother that he had completed his training at the beach. He reassured Izuku to be cautious, as Nizu might be overly eager about the upcoming demonstration. Taking a deep breath, Izuku felt a sense of relief knowing he could finally share his secret with his mother, even if Erika's situation remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Kayama and Aizawa observed Izuku from a distance, watching him fight the one-pointer through a window. Kayama remarked on Izuku's progress, noting that even with just the awakening of his quirk, he was managing to handle it well. Aizawa acknowledged that while Izuku still had a long way to go, he showed potential and was aware of the liabilities he faced in combat. His initial suspicions about Izuku's quirk were somewhat confirmed by Nizu, who had hinted that there was more to the story than what was initially revealed. As Izuku dodged the machine and pushed it back, Aizawa reflected on the boy's need for training. He understood that if Izuku did not receive proper guidance, he could risk serious injury. Aizawa intended to approach Izuku to gather more information about his abilities, but Kayama intercepted him, suggesting it might be for the best. Kayama expressed her excitement about seeing how much Izuku had grown since arriving at UA. Aizawa, however, remained skeptical, cautioning her not to scare him off. Kayama playfully insisted that Izuku was endearing, and she had a knack for understanding these things, reminding Aizawa of his role as a teacher. Despite Aizawa's tiredness and his own struggles with his students, he recognized that Izuku had the potential to become a hero. As the night fell in another part of the world, a shadowy figure dragged seagull carcasses onto a small building. It devoured one of the wings, looking down at the crowd below, searching for something promising. The creature's body had grown significantly in just a few days, yet it felt trapped in a constant cycle of agony and repair, desperate for stability and willing to do whatever it took to achieve it. The journey did not lead to Monarch, as there was little hope for assistance from that direction. The body was unstable, feeling the strain as its arms transformed and reformed. It consumed the remains of a seagull before continuing its search, finding little of interest in the area. The surroundings were filled with low-level criminals, thugs driven more by instinct than intelligence. While they were not much, they served as ideal subjects for whatever experiments someone might concoct. The knowledge of the monstrosities that science could create lingered in its mind. It simply needed to wait until someone attempted to abduct one of these individuals. This part of the city had seen a number of disappearances of such criminals over the years, and it seemed likely that this location would yield results after gathering information about the police presence. So it waited, enduring the monotony of the same scenery. The supply of seagulls dwindled, and it tossed uneaten bones at those whose thoughts disturbed it from below. Although this spot had not proven fruitful at the moment, it held potential for the future. It needed to find more. Then, something caught its attention in an alleyway. As it moved closer, it sensed a mix of annoyance and lingering hatred emanating from a scraggly thug. The thug's thoughts were disjointed, fixated on a certain blonde-haired hero, All Might, and what he represented. This fixation was not surprising, but what it detected next brought a grin to its face. It had finally found a connection, a proposal that could be advantageous for whoever was behind the thug. Hopefully, it would be mutually beneficial. In another part of the city, a figure expressed disdain for recruitment missions. The leader believed these missions were essential for building the League of Villains. However, the individuals encountered were nothing more than low-tier criminals, unworthy of being part of the organization. Some had been tempted to join when the time came to confront the symbol of peace, but many had laughed off the idea, which was a relief. The fewer fools to recruit, the better. Some had attempted to resist or take control of the League, but they were either too weak or outmatched. The figure scratched their neck, pondering the situation before shrugging and waiting for Kurogyari to open a portal. The longing to engage in games that evening lingered in their mind. It would still take time to deal with the final boss and for the Nomu to be ready for deployment. This brainless creature was meant to be the ultimate counter to the symbol of peace, yet it required time to stabilize. This delay could prove beneficial, as All Might was weakening day by day, presenting a better opportunity to confront him while he was at a disadvantage. As thoughts wandered, the figure was interrupted by a sudden movement. Something struck their hand, which they promptly disintegrated. They growled, warning whoever was attacking to retreat before the situation escalated. However, the assailant had other plans, launching another projectile from a different direction. The figure caught it, realizing it was a crystal-based quirk, which should be easy to handle. Kurogyari's portal opened, and the figure kept their back to it, prepared for any surprises. Just as they were about to think further, something collided with them, and they found themselves in Kurogyari's bar. Black mist enveloped them, but it seemed to be repelled by an unseen force, making them feel almost weightless. Finally, they managed to get a good look at their attacker. What they saw was shocking. The creature resembled a grotesque hybrid of human and lizard, about the size of a large dog, with crystal spines protruding from its body. Its heart was partially exposed, and its head was a disturbing blend of human and reptilian features, complete with fangs and crystal horns. The creature's body pulsated and trembled, shifting in size erratically. As the figure reached out to grab it, they felt a sharp pain in their head, as if it were splitting open. The sensation intensified, and they struggled to cope with the overwhelming pressure. It was unbearable. Then a realization dawned on them. This creature had a purpose, and it was something their leader would find both intriguing and troubling. With the pain subsiding, the figure commanded the creature to stand down, relieved as the black mist receded. The creature settled around their feet, and the figure grinned, noticing the skin around their neck had broken again. That could be dealt with later. Kurogyari inquired about the figure's certainty regarding the creature, to which they responded with confidence. The creature had initiated a new quest, one that would undoubtedly pique the interest of their leader, particularly concerning Monarch and All Might. The leader's voice echoed from a monitor, expressing surprise at the mention of Monarch, a name not heard in over 20 years. The figure explained that the creature was a kaiju, a variant of Biollante, and had provided valuable information about All Might and the current situation. The revelation that the kaiju had caused significant trouble for those pursuing Biollante's human form was met with silence, followed by laughter from the monitor. The figure could almost envision their leader grinning at the news. The information about genetic traits that could enhance individuals was a game-changer, increasing the chances of survival exponentially. The details about the perfect candidate for enhancement were particularly promising, and the figure felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of sharing this news. For decades, Sensei had attempted to complete a project known as Project Shin, a dream he had nurtured for almost 40 years. He expressed that while this project was significant, it could also relate to another endeavor. However, pursuing All Might or Monarch at UA was not an option at that moment, especially since they were likely to relocate Biollante. The kaiju growled in response, and a sudden pain struck the narrator's head, prompting a growl of their own. It became clear that the perfect candidate to cure Biollante was a student at UA and a protege of All Might. Although details were scarce, the kaiju seemed confident that the original would not stray too far from the truth. It was evident that the creature sought revenge. The kaiju was willing to provide all necessary blood and assistance, provided its body was stabilized and it had a chance for retribution against both All Might and Monarch. Sensei acknowledged the situation, noting that the circumstances had evolved. He commended Tamura for exceeding his expectations, while the kaiju's growl and its retreat behind Tamura indicated its unwillingness to share information. Tamura recalled everything the kaiju had shown him, even if he struggled to understand it fully. Sensei instructed Kurogyari to bring both the kaiju and Tamura to his location, allowing him time to prepare. Tamura felt a mix of gratitude and irritation towards the kaiju, which had helped him level up his abilities. He warned the creature not to attempt any reckless stunts again, making it clear that there would be consequences. The kaiju remained calm and unafraid, which caused a brief moment of discomfort for Tamura, but he dismissed it as he welcomed the kaiju to the League of Villains. Kurogyari expressed concern about the decision, but Tamura remained optimistic, eager to see how the situation would unfold. Meanwhile, at the temporary Monarch base near the UA exam grounds, Yujiro and Mifune were discussing the ongoing testing of new samples from Erika. Yujiro expressed impatience, while Mifune reassured him of the importance of their work, recalling how his patience had led him to discover a kaiju in the Pacific. They awaited samples that were promised to arrive the next day, relieved that Alexander was handling them, given past incidents that had caused distress. Suddenly, Yujiro received a call from his mother, who was worried about her cat escaping. He felt compelled to leave, knowing the cat had a tendency to scratch strangers and needed his attention. Mifune encouraged him to inform Serizawa of his departure and promised to cover for him. Yujiro expressed gratitude and promised to treat Mifune to drinks soon. As they prepared to continue their work, an overpowering scent filled the lab, causing both men to GG. They witnessed chaos as scientists scrambled to manage Erika's rapidly peeling body, releasing spores into the air. Mifune urgently called for the director and other key personnel to come to the lab immediately, while Yujiro remained by his side, determined to help despite the unfolding crisis. They both braced for the challenges ahead, knowing that the situation was critical and required their full attention. For about a minute, silence filled the room as the scientists hurriedly began to pick up the fallen pieces. The spores above drifted away, either out of the room or through the vents. The quiet continued until Erika's body began to open, releasing a putrid smell that caused those closest to her to either drop to the floor or faint, while the rest of the room gagged. Before the odor dissipated, including the one produced by the Shirogami compound, it faded to leave only a faint scent of roses in the air. Multiple vines burst from Erika's body, stretching across the lab. Some snapped at the scientists before slowly retreating back into her form. A clawed hand emerged from the remains of her body, the claws retracting to reveal a human-like hand with a very pale greenish-white skin tone. Yujiro snapped the scientists out of their daze, instructing them to break out the equipment and gowns, declaring it was time to act. He also directed someone to check on those who had fainted, ensuring their well-being. Mifune expressed his awe at the success of their experiment, noting the emergence of another arm and dark green hair with red streaks from the remains. Yujiro suggested they inform Izuku about the development, but Mifune advised waiting a few minutes. He explained that Dr. Shirogami had been without a human body for centuries and they needed to conduct some tests first. Mifune believed it was best to allow her some time to adjust and for Director Serizawa to arrive before making contact. He felt that Erika would want to share the news herself. As more of Erika emerged from her old body, both scientists quickly averted their gazes, with Yujiro's face turning crimson. He pondered how this transformation was possible, and Mifune speculated that it might be similar to those with quirks who had fat reserves or mass. Even in her previous form, Erika had been deceptively heavy, a notable fact given she was the heaviest known kaiju. The sound of something being thrown caught their attention as Erika donned a hospital gown. A vine emerged from an opening on her back, snarling before retreating back inside, vanishing into spores as the opening sealed itself. Yujiro decided to postpone any biological testing until Izuku was present, acknowledging that Erika still retained her temperament. As the vine retreated, a pair of amber eyes peeked through her hair. Erika examined her hands, flexing her fingers in disbelief, holding back tears at the realization of regaining a human form after so many years. 15 minutes later, at Dagoba Beach Municipal Park, Inko marveled at the massive pile of trash on the sidewalk and the now clear beach. She and All Might were there because he had promised to answer all her questions regarding Izuku, including what she had discovered the previous night. Inko expressed her disbelief at how quickly everything had been accomplished, while Tashinori reflected on the beauty of the place, having only seen pictures of it in its prime. He had expected young Midoriya to succeed, but the outcome exceeded his expectations. Inko agreed but felt a weight on her heart as she pressed Tashinori for the truth about Izuku's recent changes, including his newfound quirk. The revelation that Izuku had developed a quirk had nearly overwhelmed her the night before. She felt a mix of shock and happiness, grateful for Tashinori's promise to explain everything, which had prevented her from fainting in disbelief. Tashinori sighed before revealing that part of the truth lay in something he had kept from her. He admitted to working for All Might's agency but clarified that he was not merely the manager or secretary. Inko questioned how this related to Izuku, and Tashinori simply stated that he was All Might. Inko was taken aback as Tashinori transformed into All Might before her eyes. Initially, she thought it was an imitation until he effortlessly lifted the entire trash pile and moved it without breaking a sweat. The reality of standing before her son's mentor and idol was surreal, and the realization that she was dating All Might began to sink in. Tashinori explained that he had primarily been honest with her, especially regarding why he started training Izuku from a different perspective. He mentioned an accident he had 5 years ago, which had left him with injuries that limited his hero work. Inko questioned how a villain could inflict such damage, and Tashinori confirmed that the villain responsible was long gone. He had shared everything with Izuku the day before, revealing that he had been born quirkless. Inko was stunned, struggling to process the implications of this revelation. She speculated whether Toshinori's quirk could be transferred from person to person, pondering the possibility that it might involve passing on one's strength. Inko observed the feats of strength displayed by her son, young Midoriya, and realized where he had inherited such abilities. Toshinori explained that while One for All transferred stockpiled power from new inheritors, young Midoriya had to undergo extensive training to inherit the power safely, avoiding serious injury. He had deemed young Midoriya ready for a while, but Erika's condition had delayed the transfer until the beach was cleared. Inko winced at the thought of her son facing danger. Toshinori mentioned that young Midoriya had discovered a way to access a small percentage of the power without straining himself, a technique he referred to as full cowling. Inko felt a mix of pride and concern, realizing that her son had managed to achieve this without breaking anything. However, she soon noticed Toshinori's nervous demeanor and inquired if something had indeed been broken. Toshinori revealed that young Midoriya had injured his arm but was treated promptly by Recovery Girl. The nurse at UA. Inko felt a sense of relief knowing her son was in capable hands. Still, she had pressing questions about the changes to his body prior to receiving the quirk. Toshinori explained that young Midoriya had undergone blood transfusions with Erika's blood, which had chimeric properties despite their efforts to prevent complications. This revelation shocked and angered Inko, who demanded to know why she hadn't been informed earlier. Toshinori explained that it had been a life-or-death situation for both Erika and young Midoriya, and he had been the best candidate due to his blood type and genetics. Inko paused, understanding the urgency but still feeling betrayed. She insisted on a full explanation, questioning the nature of Erika's quirk that could affect someone so drastically. Toshinori handed her his phone, urging her to see the information for herself. As Inko looked at the screen, her heart sank. The images revealed a connection to Biollante, also known as Erika Shirogami. Tears filled her eyes as she realized the implications of her son now having kaiju blood in his veins. Overwhelmed, she fainted, and Toshinori caught her, surprised by her reaction. He prepared to use smelling salts, contemplating whether he should call Serizawa or Gordon for assistance when she regained consciousness. Meanwhile, young Midoriya was out jogging, following the instructions to call his mother if he encountered any trouble. He was mindful of his surroundings, ensuring he stayed in safe areas. When he received a call from Director Serizawa, he felt a surge of hope. He answered quickly, his emotions overwhelming him as he wondered if Erika had finally awakened. Serizawa's voice came through, asking where young Midoriya was and indicating that it was better for him to hear the news directly. A woman's voice then called out to him, sending chills down his spine. It was Erika, confirming her identity and expressing gratitude for his promise. Tears streamed down his face as he realized that the impossible had happened. Erika was restored to human form after centuries. Serizawa explained that these were the first words Erika had been able to articulate since her death over 280 years ago. She had emerged only moments before and had been waiting to speak with young Midoriya. Filled with joy, he expressed his eagerness to see her, trying to regain his composure despite the overwhelming happiness he felt. Agent Gordon was in contact with Toshinori, ensuring that everything was in place for their reunion. Serizawa acknowledged that both individuals had been anticipating this day for a considerable time. He observed as the protagonist nodded in agreement before hastily making his way home. The excitement was palpable, but it was abruptly interrupted when a sudden blow struck him in the gut, causing him to fall backward and lose his phone to the assailant. As he regained his composure, he was taken aback by the identity of his attacker. His eyes widened in recognition, and he wished fervently that a protective barrier had activated, for the woman before him was not someone he wanted to confront. She was in her early 20s with long black hair and piercing yellow eyes. Her attire was predominantly black, accented with streaks of red on her sleeves and breathed legs. She wore gloves that seemed insulated, and her forearms were covered in the same material, leaving only the backs exposed. The most unnerving aspect of her presence was her serene expression, which contrasted sharply with the malicious intent he sensed. Serizawa's voice crackled through the phone, asking what was happening. The protagonist seized the opportunity to identify the woman, calling her by name, Sumire Kokuyasenki. This revelation caused the villain to momentarily freeze, indicating that he had struck a nerve. Unlike other villains he had encountered, Kokuyasenki was notorious for her violent history, including multiple assaults and acts of mutilation. Although she was not on the same level as the kaiju, the situation was precarious. Meanwhile, at the temporary Monarch base, Serizawa was issuing urgent orders. He instructed Gordon to contact All Might and requested that someone reach out to Detective Tsukachi. The atmosphere was tense as Erika's vines began to writhe in response to the news of Midoriya's danger, particularly given the identity of the assailant. Serizawa admired Midoriya's quick thinking in revealing Kokuyasenki's identity in a public space, though he questioned the wisdom of doing so with Erika nearby. Kokuyasenki responded coldly, suggesting that her knowledge of his identity did not change the situation. She implied that it could have been more interesting had she not been on a job. Serizawa pondered who Midoriya had angered to draw her attention while Erika advanced toward a wall, agents struggling to restrain her without getting ensnared by her vines. He silently hoped the rumors surrounding her were exaggerated. As the tension escalated, Kokuyasenki noted that time was running short before the police and heroes arrived. Someone else interjected, indicating that if All Might was not on the other end of the line, they would confront whoever was there. The urgency of the situation intensified as Erika let out a roar and charged at the wall, shattering it and dispersing into spores that floated outside the base. She had broken free once again. On Kurega Street, the protagonist gasped as Shurten emerged from behind Kokuyasenki. He appeared significantly better than during their last encounter weeks prior, dressed in a red and black t-shirt, jeans, and boots. Despite his improved appearance, signs of his previous injuries remained, with his right hand looking somewhat skeletal and his breathing still red. The unease of the situation weighed heavily on him, as he realized Shurten had brought backup in the form of Kokuyasenki. Shurten revealed that he had been tracking the protagonist for 2 days, emboldened by his recovery. He taunted him, relishing the absence of any allies to assist him. Kokuyasenki hung up the protagonist's phone and tucked it away, leaving him to hope that someone had understood his distress signal. As Shurten continued to gloat about his plans, he admitted that his aunt had hired Kokuyasenki to facilitate his escape and that he had enlisted her help to confront the protagonist. The revelation that the breakout from Barasabasu Juvenile Detention Center was orchestrated for him shocked the protagonist. Shaitan's declaration that he intended to finish what he had started filled the air with impending dread. Back at the temporary Monarch base, Agent Aoki announced his intention to head to Kurega Street, believing he could arrive before Erika. He was determined to intervene, aware of the potential danger posed by her wrath. Yujiro offered to drive him closer to the location, and they both exited the lab, hopeful of reaching the protagonist in time. Serizawa sighed, recognizing that with Aoki and Yujiro on the way, they had a good chance of arriving before Erika could wreak havoc. However, the possibility of her harming both agents loomed large. He hoped that the protagonist might be able to calm her down, but as the director of Monarch, he was not willing to take any chances. Agent Gordon informed Serizawa that Director Yagi was en route to assist the protagonist, accompanied by his mother, who was understandably anxious for answers. Serizawa confirmed that he would provide her with the information she sought and assured her that they were reaching out to Detective Tsukachi for support. Inko expressed her gratitude, her voice tinged with worry as she recounted the distressing news of her son's confrontation with Shurten and hired muscle. Serizawa's heart sank as he confirmed that Erika had just broken out, leaving Inko shocked by the revelation. Serizawa felt a sense of urgency as he hoped for Izuku's safety. Meanwhile, Izuku was grappling with a tense situation. Shurten had made a series of reckless choices, breaking out of a juvenile detention center and pursuing Izuku instead of using his resources wisely. Izuku struggled to maintain his composure as the crowd around them began to stir. Shurten growled and attempted to charge at Izuku, but Kokuyasenki intervened, raising her arm to block him. The back of her forearm opened to reveal a long, bone-like blade, intricately connected with veins running along its length. The blade featured serrated edges, resembling a saw with black tips. With a swift motion, she positioned the weapon directly at Shaitan's neck and chest, reminding him of their agreement. Izuku noted Shaitan's reaction and realized he had likely angered Kokuya, a realization that filled him with dread. Her quirk, Bone Saw, was as dangerous as its name suggested, capable of severe damage with a reach of 180 degrees. It could even cut through tough materials, but at the risk of overheating. The situation escalated as Shurten reluctantly acknowledged Izuku's point, admitting his predicament. Despite this, Izuku remained on guard, aware that bystanders were filming the confrontation or seeking help. Shurten expressed his frustration, blaming Izuku for ruining everything, including his own hand, and declared his intention to reduce Izuku to a pulp while allowing Kokuya to do as she pleased afterward. Izuku felt a growing sense of unease as Shurten revealed a syringe filled with a green liquid, indicating his willingness to resort to extreme measures. He rushed toward Shurten in an attempt to stop him, but Kokuya-senki's blades swiped dangerously close, warning him to stay back. As Shurten injected himself, his body began to warp and transform, gaining height and muscle mass. His quirk manifested in silver veins covering his arms, and his right hand morphed into a metallic claw, complete with small horns sprouting from his head. Shurten reveled in his newfound power, feeling invincible and eager to unleash his fury on Izuku. Kokuya advanced, her blades revving ominously. Izuku realized that Shaitan's plan involved using the Ideo trigger to enhance his abilities while Kokuya dealt with him. The situation was dire. Shurten was now a volatile threat to everyone nearby. Despite the overwhelming odds, Izuku knew he had to hold them off until help arrived. He hoped that either Monarch would send assistance or that a hero or the police would show up soon. Until then, he was determined to prevent Shurten from harming anyone else. As Shurten launched a metallic spike aimed at an innocent woman, Izuku felt the power of One for All surge within him. He rushed to intercept the projectile, managing to toss it aside just in time. The crowd scattered, and Izuku, now focused, reduced his energy output to a manageable level. Shurten was taken aback by the energy radiating from Izuku, bewildered that a quirkless individual could exhibit such power. Izuku, despite his nerves, stood firm, expressing that he had given Shurten a chance to surrender and did not wish for things to escalate. With determination, he declared that he would not allow anyone to be harmed while he was present. Izuku's resolve strengthened as he awaited the arrival of help, ready to confront the danger before him. With the changes occurring in his body and everything that had transpired, Izuku's physique had grown strong enough to gain an early understanding of full cowling. Although he could only manage it at 1% to 2% safely, this was a significant improvement compared to the risk of injuring himself again. He had promised himself that he would be a little stronger than in the original story with One for All, and it remained to be seen how far he would develop. His other changes mirrored examples found in nature, particularly his photosynthetic blood, which resembled that of the yellow-spotted salamander. While this ability was minor compared to Erika's, it provided him with additional energy in sunlight, along with a few other minor benefits that would be explained later. Despite the speculation, no one had guessed the references to Godzilla, Earth, or Phileas, so there were no rewards for those who had participated in the guessing game. Izuku had developed a weaker version of the asymmetrically permeable shield, with plates that served as both defense and conductors for the electroplates he had developed. While these plates were practically useless on their own, together they formed a weak defense mechanism capable of protecting him from some attacks. He was already figuring out how to use it to his advantage, and its limitations would be more apparent in future challenges. Although the maximum voltage he could produce was nowhere near Kaminari's level, he anticipated that it could reach anywhere from 350 to 810 volts in the future, possibly approaching 2000 volts for total wattage. For now, it was merely a source of unpleasant static shocks. He had promised 2 major changes, and the second one would be revealed during the sports festival, which promised to be interesting. A glimpse into the future revealed the symbol of Fear's activities and the growing influence of the kaiju, hinting at trouble ahead. Finally, Erika had regained her human form after nearly 4 weeks in a coma. Her reunion with Izuku was eagerly anticipated, and reactions to this event would be explored in the next chapter. The upcoming chapter would be shorter, focusing on Izuku's efforts to hold off Kokuya and a trigger-enhanced Shurten while acting as a hero to protect others. The outcome of his struggle, whether he would succeed before Erika arrived or if anyone else would come to his aid, remained uncertain. As the battle unfolded, Kokuya charged forward, her revving blades poised to strike. Izuku barely managed to duck under her attack, feeling the rush of air as the blade sliced through the space where he had just been. Shurten, filled with malice, declared his intent to see Izuku defeated, gathering his quirk into his hands and launching blobs of mercury toward him. Izuku crouched low and sprinted toward Shurten, avoiding Kokuya spikes that clattered to the ground where he had just stood. He knew he needed to focus on Shurten, who seemed to be the greater threat due to his long-range capabilities enhanced by trigger. As Kokuya lunged at him, Izuku raised his arms to defend himself, but one of her blades grazed his cheek, causing pain to flare through him. Ignoring the sting, he focused on evading her while keeping his attention on Shurten. Despite the pain from his bleeding cheek, Izuku understood the importance of buying time and protecting others. He briefly tapped into 2% of one for all to dodge another of Shaitan's attacks, but he quickly dialed it back down. Shaitan's breathing was labred, and the claw around his right hand was melting and bubbling, indicating that he was struggling with his own quirk. This presented an opportunity for Izuku. As he charged toward Shurten, the latter growled and formed a large amount of his quirk in his good hand, swinging it to create a metallic W. Izuku ducked just in time, but Shaitan's grin revealed his confidence as the WHP transformed into metallic spikes. Izuku accelerated, dodging the spikes that clattered to the ground, and closed in on Shurten. As Shaitan's claw reformed, he attempted to swipe at Izuku, who barely managed to evade the attack. Izuku retaliated with a strike toward Shaitan's ribs but winced in pain as his hands struck something metallic. Shurten coughed and doubled over, vowing not to let Izuku hit him again. Izuku, feeling remorseful, ducked under Shaitan's next swing and delivered an uppercut to his jaw, determined to keep fighting despite the odds stacked against him. The battle was intense, and the stakes were high. The protagonist had been struggling to control their power, especially while using full cowling. They had inadvertently caused their opponent, Shurten, to groan in pain after delivering a powerful punch, likely breaking his nose for the second time. The sight of blood streaming from his face confirmed the severity of the situation. Suddenly, a click echoed from behind, and the protagonist barely managed to dodge Kokuya attempt to strike. Her weapon, a blade, was pulled back, but with a swift motion, she pivoted it forward, nicking the protagonist's side. Pain shot through them, but they quickly distanced themselves from both Kokuya and Shurten, who was now clutching his nose and growling in frustration. Despite the pain, Shurten grinned as he reached behind him, pulling out a metallic blob that had formed at the small of his back. Shurten announced that he had a plan, but it would take some time. He threw the blob toward the protagonist's feet, causing them to jump back as it hardened on the ground. Just as they regained their footing, Kokuya struck them in the gut, her blades pulled back and ready for another attack. The protagonist realized she had figured out how to counter their shield. Determined not to back down, the protagonist retaliated, but Kokuya was quick, dodging their strike and countering with a kick to their side. It seemed her boots were not insulated, as she quickly withdrew to avoid further damage. The protagonist took the opportunity to aim a kick at her, but she stepped back just in time. Kokuya lunged forward again, her blade flipping into position. The protagonist barely avoided a cut to their side and seized the moment to strike her forearm, causing her to groan in pain. They both retreated, assessing their next moves. The skin and muscle structure of her forearms were thicker than normal, designed to withstand her own blades, but this made them a sensitive target when her weapons were retracted. As the fight continued, Kokuya closed the distance once more, and the protagonist managed to land a punch to her gut. She doubled over, but as she raised her arms to block further attacks, a soft click signaled a change in her weapon. The blades segmented, revealing their dangerous potential. The protagonist realized they had to be cautious. One wrong move could lead to serious injury. Kokuya acknowledged the protagonist's quick thinking, but the battle was far from over. She pressed the attack, and the protagonist struggled to keep up, dodging her strikes while Shurten continued to work on something behind them. He was clearly frustrated, admitting that the task was more difficult than it appeared. In a moment of distraction, Shurten launched a large metallic spike toward a group of civilians, urging them to catch it. The protagonist dashed forward, managing to catch the spike just in time, but the crowd began to panic. They urged the onlookers to flee for their safety, but before they could fully escape, Shaitan's blob landed at the protagonist's feet, binding their arms and legs. With a triumphant shout, Shurten charged, wielding a misshapen metallic club. The protagonist attempted to reach for a lighter in their pocket, but Shurten struck their back with the club, causing pain to surge through them. In the chaos, green sparks filled their vision, and when it cleared, they saw Shurten on the ground, groaning as sparks danced around him. The shock from his own quirk had clearly taken a toll. As Shurten complained about not being warned about the protagonist's electrical field, Kokuyasenki shot him a glare, reminding him that the signs had been evident. Meanwhile, the protagonist finally managed to grasp the lighter and hurriedly flicked it on, desperate to free themselves from the binding. Shurten, now back on his feet and grinning, prepared to launch another attack. He threw a blob into the air above the protagonist, who quickly applied the lighter to the metallic binding. The flames burned away the mercury just as the hardened pieces rained down around them. The protagonist braced themselves, feeling the impact of the falling debris, but they were determined to keep fighting. The chaos around them was overwhelming, but the protagonist felt a sense of relief that only they were being targeted amidst the falling debris. They managed to catch a few small pieces with their free hand while trying to regain their footing. Suddenly, Kokuyasenki charged toward them, and they hoped their plan would work. With a metallic piece positioned between their middle finger and thumb, they flicked it toward Kokuyasenki while bending down to reignite the lighter. To their surprise, the metallic piece struck her forehead, causing a small cut to appear. This brief moment of distraction allowed them to ignite Shaitan's mercury, and they quickly stepped back to create distance between them and Kokuyasenki. Just as they did, a large metal spike crashed into the ground where they had just stood, followed by Kokuyasenki kicking their legs out from under them, sending them to the ground with a groan. After a moment to gather themselves, they heard a loud click followed by a revving sound. They rolled away just in time to avoid Kokuyasenki's blades, which cut into the pavement where they had been lying. The close call spurred them to their feet as Kokuyasenki drew back her blades and charged again. They reached for another metallic piece and flicked it toward her, but this time she attempted to dodge. The piece struck her squarely in the stomach, causing her to grunt as the protagonist tried to create more distance. With only 2 metallic pieces left, they doubted either Kokuyasenki or Shurten would allow them to retrieve more. They needed to hold them off just a little longer. Shurten shouted, demanding that the protagonist surrender, claiming it would make things easier for everyone involved. As he charged, he threw a metal spike, which the protagonist narrowly dodged. They ducked under Shaitan's club as he swung it at their head, then braced for another spike thrown in rapid succession. For several moments, Shurten repeated his attacks, alternating between swinging his club and launching spikes to force the protagonist back. He seemed cautious, likely trying to avoid being shocked again. The protagonist felt a spark of inspiration and decided to take a risk. As Shurten swung his club again, they did not dodge this time, allowing it to strike their arm. A green spark erupted as Shurten yelled in frustration, losing grip on his club as his claw destabilized. Before Shurten could recover, the protagonist seized the opportunity and struck him with an uppercut. They quickly had to dodge a blade from Kokuyasenki that came dangerously close to their face, creating distance as Shurten attempted to regain his composure, his injured hand twitching uncontrollably. The protagonist was breathing, aware of the soreness in their body and the wounds that were still bleeding, though they could barely feel the cut on their cheek anymore. They knew they had to hold on just a little longer. Shurten retrieved his club with his good hand, and spikes began to form from his back as both he and Kokuyasenki advanced toward the protagonist. Shurten growled, insisting that surrender was the only option, claiming there was no way to defeat them. The protagonist, however, remained resolute, stating that they would not back down and would protect others from harm no matter how long it took. As Shurten charged forward, Kokuyasenki followed closely behind. Suddenly, something familiar fell from the sky, catching the protagonist's attention. Agent Aoki descended rapidly, inadvertently kicking Shurten in the face with a metallic talon as he landed beside the protagonist, the machinery on his back smoking. Aoki expressed his need to fine-tune his equipment after the encounter. The protagonist felt a wave of relief at Aoki's arrival but was concerned about the reason for his presence. Aoki explained that Erika had overheard the situation, which made the protagonist's heart sink. It meant she had escaped the base, and Aoki had come looking for them. He mentioned that he had not seen any sign of her but had spotted a hero on his way. This news gave the protagonist hope, as they realized that help might be close at hand. Just then, Aoki urged the protagonist to get down, pulling them close as his wings shielded them. They heard the sound of spikes and a clang against his armored wings, which caused Aoki to wince. Peering from beneath his wings, the protagonist saw that Shurten had pulled a spike from his back, revealing a knife. Aoki reassured the protagonist that he was fine, grateful that his armor had held up against the attack. Together, they prepared for the next confrontation, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The former's blades revved faster than anything seen before. Shurten assessed the situation, noting the hero's inexperience based on his failing equipment. He decided to handle the newcomer himself, confident it wouldn't take long. He instructed his companion, Kokuya, to leave enough of their target, Deku, intact for him to break. Aoki, aware of the urgency, suggested they split up to create a distraction. Midoriya, initially confused, agreed, trusting Aoki's plan would buy them some time. Shurten, using his quirk, formed a metallic WHP with a knife at the end. Unlike before, he pulled back to gather strength before launching it toward Midoriya. The WHP transformed into metallic spikes, with the knife at the forefront. Midoriya quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding the barrage. The knife clattered harmlessly to the ground, but he grunted as one of the spikes struck his shoulder. Fortunately, it didn't break the skin, but the pain was significant. As Kokuya charged at him, both she and Shurten suddenly dove for cover as Aoki launched a smoke grenade from his back. The smoke cloud erupted, providing a momentary respite. Aoki soared above the ground, circling the smoke cloud while Midoriya retrieved a metallic piece from his pocket, training it between his fingers. He kept his distance from the smoke, anticipating an attack from either of his opponents. As the smoke began to dissipate, he spotted a knife flying toward him. Reacting quickly, he shot the metallic piece into the cloud, ducking just in time to avoid the blade, which shattered against the pavement. Shurten emerged from the smoke, growling as he charged, his WHP ready. However, Aoki swooped in from behind, using his metallic talons to grab Shurten's arms and pull him back into the smoke. Aoki assured Midoriya he had the situation under control, but the sounds of a struggle echoed from within the cloud. With Shurten distracted, Midoriya turned his attention to Kokuya, who was now rushing toward him as the smoke cleared. He raised his hands to block her strike but cried out in pain as one of her blades clicked into place and cut into his right hand. Desperate, he struck the back of her forearm, surprising her just long enough to free his hand and create distance between them. The gash on his hand was severe, bleeding profusely, and his right hand began to feel numb. He pressed down on the wound, trying to slow the bleeding while retreating. Kokuya, undeterred, drew her other blade and charged again, quickly closing the distance. Midoriya fought to dodge her relentless attacks, but she managed to land several cuts on his arms. Suddenly, several metallic pieces clattered into Kokuya-senki's back, causing her to stumble. Midoriya glanced past her to see Aoki still engaged in battle with Shurten. Aoki's wings bore heavy dents, and Shurten appeared bruised, surrounded by a mess of metallic debris and scattered knives. Shurten attempted to ensnare Aoki with a metallic WHP, but Aoki evaded him, lifting Shurten into the air before dropping him back to the ground. Midoriya winced at the sight, but his focus quickly returned to Kokuya, who lunged at him again. He barely managed to dodge one of her blades, but she tripped him, sending him crashing to the ground. As he groaned in pain, he noticed her smirk before she raised both blades high. He rolled away just in time, but she stomped on his right hand, intensifying his agony. Aoki, witnessing the attack, shouted for her to get away from Midoriya. He dove toward Kokuyasenki, striking her with his wing and then quickly raising it to block her retaliatory strikes. In the chaos, he pushed something against Midoriya's left hand, but Midoriya had no time to ponder what it was as he struggled to regain his footing. On his knees, he prepared for Kokuyasenki's next assault. As she attempted to hack at him, he raised Shaitan's club to block her blade, grunting under the effort. He began to stand, but she adjusted her blades, revving them faster as she sought to cut through the club. Midoriya knew he needed to hold on just a little longer. When she had cut halfway through the club, he saw his opportunity. He shot his leg forward, tripping Kokuyasenki just enough to pull the club away and shove it into her gut. She doubled over in surprise, allowing him to throw a punch with his left hand to her face. Stunned, she momentarily lost her focus, giving Midoriya a chance to grab his right wrist again and drop the club. Before she could retaliate, Aoki struck her to the ground with his wing. However, just as he prepared to fly away, a metallic blob connected one of his talons to the ground. Aoki expressed his disbelief, but his eyes widened in alarm as he warned Midoriya to look out behind him. Midoriya barely had time to react as Shurten lunged at him, attempting to stab him with a makeshift knife. Shurten growled that he would deal with Midoriya after finishing with Deku, launching metallic spikes that Midoriya barely dodged. He pleaded with Shurten to stop, insisting it was over, while glancing back to see Kokuyasenki slowly regaining her footing. The heroes Aoki had mentioned earlier had finally arrived. Shurten, filled with bravado, declared that it wasn't over until he made a spectacle of breaking his opponent in front of everyone. Just then, a voice called out from atop a nearby building, causing Shurten to take a few steps back. Aoki rushed towards the scene, relieved to see Kamui Woods had arrived. Kamui used his quirk to stretch his arm from a street lamp, landing directly in front of Shurten. Kamui confronted Kokuyasenki, accusing her of using illegal trigger to assault a student. He suspected she had provided it to Shurten, prompting her to back up slightly. Her calm demeanor faltered as Kamui's tone turned serious, and he began to transform his hand into a branch-like form. He asserted that there was no excuse for their actions and launched tendrils of wood toward both Shurten and Kokuyasenki. Shurten found himself bound tightly in branches, unable to move, while Kokuyasenki's arms and blades were also ensnared. A sense of hope washed over the onlookers as Kamui Woods managed to restrain the villains. Meanwhile, Aoki instructed his companion to stay close as they approached the heroes. It was clear that fleeing was not an option, especially with the threat of Erika still at large. Kamui Woods recognized Shurten as one of the escapees from Barasabasu Detention Center, recalling his violent history of targeting fellow students. Aoki confirmed that he had international permits for his quirk and support equipment, but emphasized the need for immediate medical attention for the injured student. As Aoki stepped aside, the young boy tried to avoid Kamui's gaze, still haunted by their last encounter. Kamui recognized him as the kid from the sludge villain incident, which surprised him. He sighed, indicating that they would need to have a serious discussion after ensuring the boy's safety. Suddenly, the boy felt warmth against his cheek, followed by more warm spots appearing on his body. It didn't take long for him to realize that Erika had found him. Kamui Woods, noticing the increasing number of spores around the boy, grew wary and demanded to know what was happening. The boy's warning echoed through the air as he urged everyone to get back. The heroes sprang into action as a large amount of liquid metal was launched into the air, hardening mid-flight and raining down metallic fragments. Kamui Woods and Aoki shielded nearby citizens from the larger shards while the boy turned to see the source of the chaos. Shurten had managed to slip through the branches, his body now covered in his quirk, which bled through his clothes. He appeared scrawnier, with bits of his skeleton visible through his skin. Shurten had used his own body to escape and create panic, worsening his already precarious condition. As the boy dodged the falling metal fragments, he reached into his pocket, preparing for what was to come. Shurten attempted to assert that it wasn't over, but his words were cut short as a vine wrapped around his face, muffling his screams. Erika began to reform in front of the boy, growing in strength as she slammed a fist into Shaitan's face before tossing him to the ground. Erika snapped the boy out of his thoughts, gesturing toward Shurten, who struggled to rise. Determined, the boy focused on the task at hand, pushing aside his fear. Shurten growled, channeling his quirk as he charged at them, vowing that it wasn't over yet. A jagged protrusion emerged from his arm as he attempted to stab the boy, but Erika's vine pierced through it, breaking it in two. The boy prepared himself, channeling one for all through his body as he pushed it to 2%. He had tried reasoning with Shurten before, but nothing had worked. It seemed that only force would convince him to stop. Erika reeled Shurten in, delivering a powerful strike to his gut, causing him to cry out in pain as she slammed him to the ground. The boy rushed toward Shurten, who quickly got up but stumbled back toward Erika. In a decisive moment, the boy flicked the last metal piece directly at Shaitan's chest and drew back his fist. He wished it hadn't come to this, but enough was enough. With a fierce determination, he threw a punch, connecting with Shaitan's gut. The impact sent Shurten flying back, caught in the branches created by Kamui Woods, finally subdued. Izuku felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him as he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. He had just finished painting, having cancelled the flow of one for all through his body. Nearby, Erika was spitting several wads of sap at Kokuyasenki, which quickly hardened upon impact. The distant sound of sirens echoed, signaling that the chaos was over at last. Despite the relief of the moment, Izuku was still bleeding slightly and felt utterly drained. His hands were numb, and his bones ached. As he looked around, he was grateful to see that no one appeared to be seriously hurt. Erika's voice broke through his thoughts, pulling him back to the present. He felt a rush of emotions, not because there was anything wrong with her, but because he needed a moment to gather himself. She had transformed, and he was taken aback by her beauty. She stood taller than him, with broad shoulders and pale greenish-white skin. Her short, wavy hair was dark green with red streaks, and her amber eyes had changed, no longer featuring slitted pupils. The hospital gown she wore seemed a bit small, and he shook his head to dispel those thoughts. He smiled and approached her, only for Erika to wrap him in a vine and pull him into a tight embrace. He felt his bones creak as he rested his head on her shoulder, trying to ignore the discomfort. Erika expressed how long it had been since they had shared such a moment, and she seemed to search his eyes for a response. Izuku admitted that he had missed her, revealing that he had been waiting weeks to see her again. He felt a pang of regret that their reunion was under such dire circumstances, recalling that he had promised her he would be all right by the next time they met. Erika brushed aside his concerns, expressing her willingness to have broken free just to see him again and finally talk. Izuku took a deep breath, gathering his nerves, and hugged her with one arm, careful not to stain her gown with blood. Acknowledged that they had both been waiting for this moment for a long time, and her smile brightened his spirits. As they embraced, a cough interrupted their moment. Kamui Woods stood nearby, attempting to get their attention, while Agent Aoki recorded the scene with his phone. The arrival of the police and an ambulance was imminent, and Kamui Woods pointed out that Izuku needed medical attention and that there were questions to be answered. Erika growled at Kamui Woods, her vines unfurling in response. However, Izuku urged her to consider the situation, explaining that the sooner they could sort everything out, the better. After a moment of hesitation, Erika sighed and retracted her vines, loosening her grip on him. She acknowledged that they had waited long enough for this moment, and a few more minutes would not hurt. Izuku felt a sense of relief as Detective Tsukachi emerged from one of the police cars. He was determined to continue their conversation after everything was settled. Despite the circumstances, he was grateful that Erika had regained her human form, even if their reunion was not under ideal conditions. He hoped that Shaitan's use of trigger would prevent any further threats against him. In the crowd surrounding the scene, the police began to disperse onlookers and inquire about what had happened. An elderly woman managed to slip away from the crowd, unnoticed by most, as she walked down a nearby street, reviewing the recording she had captured. She smiled at the quality of her video, pleased with how clearly it showcased Izuku's actions during the fight. Fast-forwarding through the footage, she paused when Izuku landed a blow on Kokuyasenki, grinning at the sight of him fighting valiantly despite his injuries. As she admired the moment, a voice called out to her from behind. It was Yujiro, who had parked his car nearby. He expressed concern about her sneaking out, reminding her of the rules they had established. The woman, Hime, defended herself, explaining that she had been bored at home and longed for excitement. Himiko expressed her disappointment about not having the chance to cut anyone that day, prompting Yujiro to sigh and shake his head. He suggested that she get in the back of the car, where he had spare clothes and a lab coat for her to change into. He mentioned that they could grab something to eat before heading home, which made Himiko's eyes light up as she eagerly entered the vehicle. As she settled into the back seat, gray slime began to cover her body. She paused when she noticed Yujiro's outstretched hand, requesting to see her knife. Although she grumbled, she complied and handed it over. Yujiro also mentioned her mother's box cutter, which had gone missing after Himiko had left. He made it clear that he would not be returning it to her. Himiko, feeling anxious, asked if her grandmother would refrain from using her cane. Changing back to her true appearance, she watched as Yujiro inspected her blades. The thought of her grandmother's cane frightened her, just behind the fear of dying and getting caught. Yujiro, while examining the blades, reassured her that he was unsure but expected her grandmother would be quite upset. He noted that there was no blood on the blades and that they appeared to have not been cleaned since he last saw them. Himiko, curious, inquired how he could tell. Yujiro explained that he had been checking them daily since returning to Japan. He then asked if she had seen anything interesting during her outing that day. Himiko excitedly recounted how she had seen Izuku, looking disheveled and covered in blood. She followed him and witnessed him being attacked, recording the entire fight before leaving when the police arrived after seeing Dr. Shiragami. Yujiro's eyes widened in surprise as he processed her words. He wondered how she had known about the escape. Himiko explained that she recognized her scent, having been exposed to plenty of her blood, as well as Izuku's. She smiled, revealing her newfound ability to smell blood, which she had only recently developed. She could identify the scents of those she was familiar with, including her grandmother's, Izuku's, and Yujiro's, although only from a short distance. This change excited her, as she hoped it indicated an improvement in her quirk. Yujiro felt a mix of dread and concern, reminding himself to run tests later. He hoped that Himiko had merely awakened another aspect of her quirk, which was not uncommon. However, he regretted indulging her with Izuku's blood over the past few weeks. He decided they would explore that theory later but needed to take a sample of her blood first before returning to work. As they drove, Himiko looked out the window and recalled how Yujiro had mentioned Izuku's aspiration to become a hero. She expressed her curiosity about the reason behind it, admitting that she wanted to ask him. Yujiro raised an eyebrow, questioning whether she could do so without resorting to violence. Himiko shrugged and smiled, wishing she could have approached him earlier but noting that there had been too many people around. She felt confident that it might still be possible. The next day, Izuku found himself at Aldra Junior High, trying to slip out of school unnoticed. A video of his recent fight had leaked online, causing chaos among his classmates. Many kept their distance, unsure how to treat him now that they knew about his quirk. A few students checked on him, asking if he was all right, while others were curious about a scar on his hand, which had healed completely. Bakugo had been glaring at him all day, angrier than Izuku had seen him since the slime villain incident. It was clear that Bakugo had seen the video and understood the implications of Izuku's quirk. The atmosphere was tense, and Izuku felt the weight of his classmates' scrutiny. The only one who treated him normally was Tsurugi, who had become distant yet cordial over the past month and a half. Tsurugi warned Izuku about Bakugo's intentions after school, leaving Izuku uncertain about what to expect. He felt more prepared to face a kaiju than an enraged Bakugo. As he left the school gates, he joined a group of students crossing the road, hoping to evade Bakugo's attention. Checking his phone, Izuku saw that his mother would be arriving soon. After everything that had happened with Shirten, she was reluctant to let him leave Aldra alone again. Thankfully, she would only be with him for a few more weeks before she insisted on bringing Erika back home from UA. The day before, after clearing a significant amount of debris from Dagoba Municipal Park, preparations began for cleaning the guest room for Erika. The task turned out to be easier than anticipated. It simply required a few finishing touches and moving the bed, which both Mom and Erika planned to handle while he was at school. All Might had informed them that they could not clear the remaining trash that day due to an emergency at his heroic agency. Tomorrow marked a significant milestone for Erika, as she would finally leave Monarch's base and take the next big step in her life. She could begin to live like a normal person again. Although it might take some time for her to adjust to living with him and Mom, he found himself looking forward to it. It was certainly more manageable than the idea of All Might dating his mother, a situation he had reluctantly accepted but was still getting used to. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of smoke and sweat approaching him. It was Kaken. Bakugu shouted his name, his hand crackling with explosives, prompting him to jump away quickly. Bakugu's anger was palpable as he confronted him, demanding to know what was happening. Bakugu lunged forward, and he instinctively tried to duck. However, Bakugu managed to grab his shoulder, applying pressure that made him wince. He held back a cry of pain as he felt his spine twitch, green sparks filling his vision. Bakugu's expression turned fierce as he realized the truth about his quirk, accusing him of deception. The intensity of Bakugu's anger was alarming, confirming his worst fears. Bakugu continued to express his frustration, insisting that he had been looked down upon while believing he was quirkless. As Bakugu charged at him, he barely managed to dodge, feeling the heat of a small explosion scorch the wall nearby. Bakugu's accusations intensified, and he felt the pressure mounting. In a moment of unexpected strength, he pushed Bakugu away, surprising both of them. Bakugu's stunned expression gave him a brief moment of confidence. He felt one for all coursing through his body, the green sparks enveloping him. He asserted that this was the first time he had revealed his quirk, explaining that some quirks take time to activate and that his had been changing him for weeks. Bakugu, still on edge but slightly calmer, considered his words. He had known him for their entire lives and should have recognized the signs if he truly had a quirk. Bakugu's scowl deepened, but the crackling of his hands ceased, indicating a moment of hesitation. Despite the tension, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, that relief was short-lived as Bakugu lunged forward again, his left hand sparkling ominously. He barely managed to dodge, feeling the heat of another explosion singe his hair. He insisted that he had never looked down on Bakugu, always admiring his ambition to become a hero. Determined, he declared that nothing would stop him from pursuing his dream of becoming a hero, regardless of whether he had a quirk. He was resolute in his intention to take the UA entrance exam, stating that someone had once told him he could become a hero, and that was precisely what he intended to do. He had people counting on him, and he would strive to help others find their way to heroism as well. As he caught his breath, Bakugu stared at him, the smoke dissipating. This was a good sign, especially as he noticed Erika's spores beginning to reform behind Bakugu. If she had arrived earlier, he could only imagine the chaos that might have ensued. Bakugu growled his name again as Erika reformed behind him, her vines snapping ominously. Erika warned Bakugu not to try anything, her glare fierce as she stood protectively. He pleaded with her not to escalate the situation, waving his hands in an attempt to calm both of them down. Everything seemed to be all right now, but Erika remained skeptical about Izuku's reassurances. Bakugu, irritated by her doubts, scoffed dismissively. He insisted that the truth was on his side, calling Erika a Biollante ripoff, which only provoked her further. She snarled, her vines reflecting her agitation. Izuku intervened, asking Bakugu not to use that name for Erika. Bakugu, however, was unconcerned about Izuku's feelings. He expressed his frustration about his ambitions of becoming the first hero from UA being disrupted. He dismissed Izuku's achievements, claiming that even if he managed to enroll at UA, it meant nothing to him. Bakugu threatened that if Izuku ever stood in his way, he would not hesitate to blast him away. As Bakugu walked past Erika, her vines snapped at him in warning before retracting. One vine remained wrapped around Izuku's shoulder as Erika drew closer, inspecting him for any signs of injury. Izuku felt a rush of embarrassment as he turned off his quirk. Erika's concern was evident, and she remarked that all she could smell was burnt hair. Izuku reassured her that Bakugu hadn't hurt him, at least not that day. Erika's gaze shifted to Bakugu's retreating figure, and she growled, clearly displeased. Izuku pleaded with her not to take any action against him, emphasizing that it wouldn't be worth it. He didn't want Erika to get into trouble or seriously hurt Bakugo. After a moment of contemplation, Erika agreed but warned that if Bakugo ever targeted Izuku again, she would not hold back. She also noted that Izuku's mother seemed to have the situation under control, as she spotted her car parked nearby. Izuku knew that his mother would likely lecture Bakugo, but he also realized that Auntie Mitsuki would hear about the incident. There was already enough tension between their families. Erika then asked if Bakugo had done anything to him recently. Izuku sighed as he considered his response. He recalled that it had been nearly a year since Bakugo had last bothered him, and he had even overheard Bakugo defending him against Shurten. Erika pulled him close, embracing him tightly. She expressed her concern, stating that Izuku seemed to attract trouble and that she had not seen him all day. Izuku felt a mix of emotions, knowing that Erika was right. He was also aware that his mother would likely ask him about the encounter with Bakugo. When Erika inquired if his mother knew about the ongoing issues with Bakugo, Izuku admitted that she was unaware since their childhood. He explained that Bakugo had been more verbally aggressive lately, and he suspected that his mother might have some inkling of the situation, especially from Auntie Mitsuki. Izuku had never wanted to worry his mother, and Bakugo had stopped bothering him until that day. As Izuku contemplated the promises he had made to his mother about keeping secrets, he realized that she deserved to know the truth. Erika's question about whether he planned to tell her brought him back to the moment. He nodded, determined to share everything, but decided it would be best to wait until they were away from the current location. Just then his mother rushed over, visibly worried and inspecting him for any injuries. Izuku reassured her that Bakugo hadn't harmed him, aside from singeing some of his hair. He then revealed that he had something important to discuss with her, something he should have shared a long time ago. His mother, sensing the gravity of the situation, pulled out her phone to arrange for Erika to stay with them longer. As they prepared to leave, Izuku felt a strange mix of relief and anxiety. He was finally ready to confront the truth and share it with his mother, which he hoped would bring some clarity to the situation. Meanwhile, at the Bakugo family home, Mitsuki Bakugo groaned as her phone rang, feeling overwhelmed by the stress of her day. Between work and family drama, she had been on edge, especially since her son had returned home unusually quiet. The last time he had acted like this was after the slime villain incident, and she was determined to get to the bottom of it. Just as she was about to confront him, her phone rang again. Seeing that it was Inko calling brought her some relief, as she had been wanting to discuss their upcoming trip to the mall. Mitsuki was focused on finding new clothes for Erika, knowing that nothing in her or Inko's wardrobe would fit the girl. As she answered her phone, she greeted Inko with a smile, but her expression quickly shifted to concern when she heard her friend struggling to hold back tears. Inko revealed that Izuku had finally confided in her about everything that had been happening. Mitsuki's frustration grew as she listened, realizing that both she and Inko had long suspected Katsuki's continued bullying of Izuku. They both knew that the bullying had persisted even after Izuku had not yet manifested his quirk. The revelation was shocking, and Mitsuki struggled to process it. Inko had previously caught Katsuki in the act of bullying Izuku, which had instilled fear in him for a time. Despite that, Katsuki's disrespect for Izuku had only intensified, and he continued to call him Deku, while Izuku still referred to him as Kachin. No matter how hard Mitsuki tried, Katsuki's behavior remained unchanged, a reflection of her and Masaru's failure to curb his ego in his younger years. As time passed, Katsuki and Izuku had drifted further apart during the latter half of elementary school and into junior high. Although Inko had mentioned signs of Izuku being bullied, Katsuki's name had not come up, especially after the incident with the slime villain. Now, however, Mitsuki's suspicions were confirmed. Inko explained that Katsuki had confronted Izuku, believing he had hidden his quirk after seeing a video of him fighting a villain. Mitsuki scoffed at the mention of the villain, recalling how proud she was of her son for standing up to him before his true nature was revealed. Inko shared that Izuku had managed to get Katsuki to back down with only a few singed hairs, impressing Mitsuki. The idea of someone reasoning with her son seemed almost unbelievable. Inko mentioned that Erika had confirmed the incident, although Katsuki had managed to get in one last remark before retreating. Mitsuki growled at the thought, knowing that such behavior was typical for Katsuki. Inko expressed relief that Erika had not retaliated, acknowledging that it was probably for the best, considering that Izuku still held some admiration for Katsuki despite everything. Mitsuki was incredulous at the idea that Izuku could still admire Katsuki's abilities and determination to become a hero. She lamented that Izuku's kindness was sometimes a flaw. Inko agreed, expressing her love for her son despite his gentle nature. However, she made it clear that Katsuki's actions were inexcusable. Mitsuki pressed Inko for details, and Inko revealed the extent of Katsuki's bullying, which included physical violence, intimidation, and verbal degradation. The final straw was when Katsuki told Izuku that if he wanted a quirk, he should jump off the school roof and pray for one in the next life. Mitsuki was left in shock, her anger boiling over as she yelled Katsuki's name in rage. Meanwhile, Katsuki sat in his room, glaring at the recording of the fight between Izuku and the villain. He had watched it multiple times, noting the changes in Izuku, who had somehow gained a quirk. Katsuki recognized that Izuku's quirk had traces of an emitter type, especially when he created a gust of wind during the fight. Despite this, Katsuki felt that Izuku was still worthless, unable to control his newfound power. The fact that Izuku had the courage to stand up to him only fueled Katsuki's anger. Katsuki seethed at the thought of Izuku defying him, recalling how the boy had always cowered before him in the past. He was frustrated that some teachers seemed to be covering for Izuku, but he was determined to keep asserting his demps. He despised those who treated Izuku as if he were less than worthless, believing that Izuku needed to understand his place. Katsuki was determined to prove that he was better than those he considered inferior, vowing to never be like them. In a moment of frustration, he crumpled a piece of paper and exploded it in his hands, reducing it to ashes. He acknowledged to himself that he had made a mistake, realizing that even Izuku needed help in his battles against the villain. Katsuki Bakugo felt a surge of frustration as he grappled with his thoughts. Despite his training, he believed it would be futile. Whether he had a quirk or not, whether he got into UA or not, he feared he would remain nothing more than a useless Deku. The thought of being a mere pebble on his path to becoming the greatest hero was unbearable. If he continued down this path and became a threat, he would have to reduce it to rubble. As he sat back in his seat, he noticed that Izuku Midoriya was starting to stand up for himself, which only added to his irritation. His mother, Inko, had also taken notice, and that was not a good sign. Suddenly, he heard his mother's voice echoing through the house, calling for him. The sound made him growl in annoyance as he anticipated her approach. He grumbled to himself, wondering what she wanted this time. He stood up and opened the door, bracing himself for whatever was to come. To his surprise, something hit him in the face and fell to the floor. It was his mother's phone. Mitsuki, his mother, was furious. She expressed her anger over a recent incident involving a villain that had shaken some sense into Katsuki. She insisted that he should be grateful for the villain's merciful nature. As she picked up the phone, she explained that she needed to ensure he understood the seriousness of the situation. Katsuki took the phone from her, turning off the speaker before placing it to his ear. He addressed Inko, who wanted him to be honest about his actions. She demanded to know what had possessed him to threaten Izuku. Katsuki felt a growl rising within him as he glared at his mother, who was glaring back, waiting for an answer. He was seething inwardly, knowing that confronting Izuku would only lead to more trouble, especially with the UA entrance exams approaching. He realized that he had crossed a line. It was not a good idea, and he regretted his actions toward Izuku. As much as he disliked admitting it, he knew he had to face the consequences. He looked at his mother, and her glare seemed to soften slightly as she sighed on the other end of the phone. Inko pressed him for an explanation, her tone dangerous. Katsuki felt a wave of dread wash over him, knowing the rest of the night would be unpleasant. The next day, Inko sat in a cafe, sipping her coffee. She had barely slept the night before, even after convincing Erika to go back to UA for the night. Izuku had given her the extra push she needed. At least she wouldn't have to deal with Katsuki directly. She trusted Mitsuki to handle him. Although her faith in Aldro was dwindling, She hoped Izuku would be alright at school. As she glanced at the time on her phone, she noted that Katsuki should have arrived about 10 minutes ago. Just then she noticed a blur outside the window, followed by a gust of wind. A familiar cough announced Toshinori's arrival as he entered the cafe. One of the employees asked if he was alright, to which he replied that an old injury was acting up. He approached Inko's table, apologizing for his lateness due to a rise in carjacking incidents in Mizudafu. Inko inquired about his trip to his agency, and Toshinori shook his head, explaining that while he managed to sort through a majority of the paperwork, there was still much to do before he could close it. He anticipated that he would be able to finalize everything before the announcement of his new job in a few weeks. Inko understood his hesitation to discuss serious matters in the cafe, but she felt it was important to speak in person. She hoped he might have some insights about Aldera from Nizu. She had frequented the cafe for years and suggested they could return for a quiet lunch date later in the week, as both Erika and Izuku were preparing for their exams. Toshinori acknowledged her point, quickly pulling out his phone to text Nizu. With everything happening, Monarch cleaning up traces of their presence, Erika adjusting to her human form, and both Izuku and Toshinori preparing for the exams, he knew the coming days would be busy. He expressed his longing to go on another date soon, and Inko smiled, laughing softly in agreement. They both hoped for a chance to reconnect amidst their hectic schedules. As Toshinori sent the text, he crossed his hands, ready to tackle whatever challenges lay ahead. Inko sat across from Toshinori, her expression serious as she broached a sensitive topic. She inquired whether he had experienced bullying during his school years. Toshinori acknowledged that he had, realizing that Inko was drawing a parallel between his past and young Midoriya's experiences with Bakugo. Inko nodded, looking away with a hint of embarrassment as she admitted her intention to find a way to discuss the matter without sounding rude. Toshinori reassured her that he did not mind discussing it. He reflected on the villains he had faced, considering his school memories to be minor inconveniences in comparison. He mentioned that some former bullies had even become small-time villains, recalling an incident involving Yoroi Musha from 30 years prior. Despite his own experiences, he had never encountered the extreme of suicide baiting and wondered what could drive someone to such despair. Inko speculated that Bakugo's ego might have led him to believe that bullying was acceptable, noting that he had expressed regret over his actions. However, she and Mitsuki were uncertain whether Bakugo's regret came before or after the slime villain incident. Inko expressed her frustration, revealing that Bakugo had justified his actions as putting Izuku in his place. Toshinori's frown deepened as he recalled the day he met young Midoriya, when he noticed the boy's notebook was burned and still drying. He had assumed Bakugo was a friend, not a tormentor, as Midoriya had frequently mentioned him during the early months of training. Inko smiled, revealing that Bakugo had become more adept at hiding his bullying after she had caught him years ago. Toshinori felt a shiver at the thought of what she might have done in response. Inko sighed, reflecting on the past 10 months, suggesting that Izuku had finally distanced himself from the idea of being friends with Bakugo. She expressed her surprise that Bakugo had defended Izuku from other bullies without him realizing it. Toshinori was taken aback, coughing up blood as he processed this revelation. Inko wished it were a joke but explained that Bakugo had been the main bully, although he had cut ties with several of his lackeys over the years to prevent them from going too far or committing crimes. Toshinori agreed with Inko's assessment, noting that he had encountered one of the individuals who had caused significant harm to Izuku, deeming the term crook too generous for him. He expressed concern over the ongoing search for Shurten and Kokuyasenki, which had extended to nearby prefectures. He felt confident that if Shurten attempted anything again, he would be making a grave mistake. Inko laughed at this, noting that Bakugo had said something similar. As she shared this, Toshinori felt a wave of deflation. Inko confirmed that Bakugo had indeed defended Izuku on several occasions, despite a few instances of bullying that went unnoticed by teachers. She mentioned that after the slime villain incident, Izuku had been left alone for the most part. Inko took a sip of her coffee and sighed, recalling that Izuku had overheard Bakugo defending him from Shurten before the latter began targeting him. While she could not forgive Bakugo for his past actions, She was grateful that he had prevented worse outcomes for Izuku. Toshinori felt a sense of dread as he asked if Izuku had been subjected to fake love letters or red spider lilies. Inko's eyes widened in surprise at the mention of fake love letters, prompting Toshinori to share his own unfortunate experiences from elementary school. He recounted how he had received fake love letters on 2 occasions, thankfully being tipped off beforehand, and how he had found red spider lilies laid out for him on his birthday during his last year there, a day he would never forget. Inko listened with concern as Toshinori expressed his disbelief at the severity of bullying in their current generation. He had grown up in a time when the quirkless made up a significant portion of the population, and while crime was prevalent, the focus was more on safety than on the existence of quirks. He lamented how the current issues could have affected young Midoriya as well. Inko confirmed that the situation was dire, explaining that every birthday, Izuku would find a new desk waiting for him, as Bakugo would scorch his previous ones before class. As Toshinori's phone buzzed, he read the message with a frown. He turned to Inko, asking if the teachers had done anything to address Bakugo's behavior. Inko replied that the teachers had mostly issued warnings, allowing Bakugo to keep his head down to avoid repercussions. She noted that there were times he had been caught, but no further action was taken, and there was a clear lack of support for Izuku. Inko expressed her frustration over the favoritism shown towards Bakugo, which had made the environment at Aldra even more challenging for Izuku. Toshinori could relate, recalling his own experiences of being seen as a potential secretary for All Might, where those who rode on the coattails of others often received undue praise without having contributed to anyone's success. In a conversation about Aldra Junior High, Inko expressed her frustration over the discrepancies in the records of her son, Izuku Midoriya, and Katsuki Bakugo. Toshinori, who had been looking into the situation, explained that while Aldra appeared to be a normal school, there were troubling inconsistencies in the students' records. Izuku had several marks for disrupting class, while Bakugo maintained a clean record. This discrepancy led Inko to agree with Bakugo's suspicions about the school's administration. Toshinori revealed that there had been multiple instances of students with clean records suddenly having their past discrepancies filled in after committing minor offenses. This manipulation of records seemed to be an effort by someone within the school staff to enhance Aldra's reputation. Inko found the implications disturbing, realizing that someone was potentially compromising students' futures for personal gain. Despite the troubling situation, Toshinori noted that Nizu, the school principal, was aware of the issues but had limited time to investigate due to ongoing exams and other responsibilities. However, he was confident that Nizu would address the matter before the announcement for UA admissions. The Ministry of Education was also taking a closer look at Aldra, and Nizu had reached out to collaborate on the investigation. Inko sighed, reflecting on the situation. If it weren't for the proximity to UA and the fact that both boys had completed their finals, she and Mitsuki would have considered pulling Izuku and Katsuki out of Aldra. She then raised a concern about the school's policy regarding reparations for withdrawing students after final exams for non-emergency reasons. Toshinori confirmed that while such clauses were uncommon, they did exist in some public schools, and Aldra's rates were notably high. Discussed the challenges their sons faced, Inko expressed her worries about Katsuki's temperament and the pressure he was under from both Mitsuki and Masaru. Despite the difficulties, there was a shared hope that attending UA or another hero school would be beneficial for both boys. Toshinori recalled his own experiences at UA, where students were taught humility and respect, and he agreed that the school did not tolerate bullying. Inko smiled, noting that Katsuki's ambition and belief in his potential as a hero were strong. She mentioned that he admired Toshinori, though he might not openly admit it. This admiration influenced Katsuki's perception of heroism, as he equated being the best with being the strongest, unlike Izuku, who focused on helping others. Toshinori, taken aback by the revelation of Katsuki's admiration, made a mental note to be better prepared for future encounters. He understood that Katsuki's approach to heroism might lead to challenges, especially given his temperament. As he communicated with Nizu about Katsuki's potential acceptance into UA, he learned that there would be mandatory mental health visits for students, which could help address some of Katsuki's issues. Inko expressed skepticism about the effectiveness of this approach, Recalling previous attempts to help Katsuki, Toshinori suggested that Hound Dog, a licensed counselor and pro-hero, might be able to assist, despite Katsuki's strong personality. He recognized that both Katsuki and another student, Erika, would present unique challenges, but he hoped that with the right support, they could thrive at UA. The upcoming school year promised to be demanding, but there was a sense of optimism that the boys could find their paths to becoming great heroes. In the training grounds, a large, burly monarch agent found himself suspended upside down, ensnared by Erika's vines. He struggled slightly, his fear evident as he faced her fierce expression, complete with bared fangs and claws. Hound Dog, observing the scene, intervened, urging Erika to release the agent. She hesitated for a moment, her gaze shifting from the agent to Hound Dog, who reminded her that part of the exercise was to maintain control and not lash out. After a low growl of frustration, she complied, lowering the agent to the ground. He quickly scrambled to his feet as Hound Dog approached him, concern etched on his face. The agent reassured Hound Dog that he was fine, though he appeared shaken by the encounter. Hound Dog, with a sigh of irritation, advised him to check for any injuries just in case. As the agent hurried away, Hound Dog turned his attention back to Erika, who expressed her frustration at losing control once again. Hound Dog acknowledged her progress, noting that she had managed to hold back for longer than in previous sessions. He reminded her that the challenge of controlling her instincts, especially in response to the mention of her kaiju name, was a significant hurdle. Erika had been grappling with her instincts for centuries, and Hound Dog emphasized that it would take time to address these issues. He encouraged her to focus on the small victories, reassuring her that not all first steps needed to be monumental. Despite her irritation, Erika acknowledged his point, tracing a vine into the ground as she contemplated her progress. Hound Dog suggested she take a break while he sought another agent willing to participate in the exercise. He believed that Midoriya would be pleased to hear about her advancements, and as he walked away, Erika felt a small smile form on her face. Meanwhile, in a nearby cafe, Toshinori reflected on the situation with young Midoriya and Erika. He expressed a willingness to adopt unconventional methods if necessary, especially if Bakugo became problematic. Inko, sitting across from him, shared her thoughts on Izuku's recent emotional turmoil. She noted that he seemed more at ease after finally confiding in her, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Toshinori agreed, recognizing that Izuku had likely been waiting for years to share his feelings. Inko's expression shifted as she considered the chaos surrounding her son and Erika, the uncertainties of Izuku's aspirations to become a hero, and the lingering effects of his past bullying. She sighed, feeling the weight of her worries. Toshinori empathized, recalling his own experiences with Nana, who had struggled to guide him in his early days. He reassured Inko that, unlike his situation, she had been there for Izuku throughout his life. With the support of friends and allies, including Erika, Izuku would not have to face his challenges alone. Inko nodded, a small smile returning to her face as she acknowledged Toshinori's comforting words. She felt grateful for the support surrounding her son, even as a mischievous grin began to spread across her face, hinting at her determination to navigate the complexities ahead. Toshinori found himself reflecting on his relationship with Izuku, feeling a sense of warmth and pride. He had been coughing and had to grab a napkin to wipe the blood from his face, a reminder of his ongoing struggles. Despite this, he felt a deep connection to the young hero, one that he was beginning to see as paternal. He sighed, contemplating whether Izuku viewed him in the same light. He was hesitant to ask, knowing that Izuku had enough burdens to bear. Inko, Izuku's mother, observed Toshinori's internal conflict and offered her insight. She noted that Izuku had looked up to Toshinori for most of his life, and their bond had only strengthened in recent months. She believed that it was only a matter of time before Izuku recognized the depth of their relationship. Toshinori agreed, acknowledging how much Izuku and Inko had come to mean to him. He couldn't imagine his life without them, feeling that it would be lonely and dull. Inko then brought up the topic of Izuku's father, Hisashi, and how Toshinori had been a better parental figure to Izuku in the past 10 months than Hisashi had been in the last decade. This revelation caused Toshinori to frown, as he had heard little about Hisashi other than the divorce and his fire-breathing quirk. It was clear that Hisashi had been absent from their lives for a long time, leaving many questions unanswered. Inko explained that while Hisashi had tried to be a family for Izuku after his quirkless diagnosis, their efforts had only lasted for about 2 years before he signed the divorce papers and disappeared. The last time either of them had heard from him was 8 years ago. Tashinori felt a pang of sympathy for both Inko and Izuku, realizing the emotional toll this absence had taken. When Tashinori inquired if Izuku knew about his father's situation, Inko dismissed his concern, stating that Izuku had figured it out long ago. They had both moved on, with Hisashi sending money each month but remaining unreachable. Inko mentioned that Hisashi had a brother, which surprised Tashinori, as he had thought Inko was an only child. She explained that Izuku's uncle was a workaholic who had only visited them once in the past 7 months. Inko showed Tashinori a photo of her, Izuku, and the uncle, Jack Midoriya. Jack appeared to be in his late 30s, with wild green hair and brown eyes. He wore a black suit typical of a salaryman, and while he shared some resemblance to Izuku, he looked somewhat unwell. Tashinori noted the similarities but also felt concern for Jack's health. Inko shared that Jack had been busy with work, recently closing a sale in the Andes. She explained that he was the regional head of sales for the South American branch of Akahashi Hero Support Corporation, a company known for creating and customizing support gear for heroes. Tashinori was familiar with the organization, recognizing its significant presence outside of Japan. Inko described Jack as passionate about his work, perhaps too much so, as he often lost track of everything else in his life. She remarked that he reminded her of Tashinori in some ways, particularly in their shared kindness and longing to help others. However, she also pointed out that Jack's intense focus on his career often led him to neglect other important aspects of life. As they continued their conversation, Inko revealed that Jack had struggled with anemia for much of his life, which had been a serious concern. Tashinori felt a sense of empathy, recalling his own battles with health issues. The conversation highlighted the complexities of family dynamics and the challenges that both Izuku and his mother had faced in the absence of Hisashi. Despite these struggles, there was a sense of hope and resilience in their bond, one that Tashinori cherished deeply. Tashinori reflected on the life experiences of a man he had come to respect. Despite the challenges he faced, the man always managed to carry a smile. Inko nodded in agreement, sharing her thoughts on Jack, who, despite his frail health and occasional dizzy spells, lived almost normally. She considered him like the little brother she never had, and Jack reciprocated that sentiment. He cared little about Izuku's quirkless status, often joking that, given his own medical condition, he might as well be quirkless too. Tashinori expressed his longing to meet Jack, curious about how he would react. Inko grinned, suggesting that Jack might initially threaten Tashinori, but would likely warm up to him, especially considering how Izuku viewed the hero. She hinted that Jack would be in for a few surprises. As their conversation continued, a notification on Inko's phone interrupted them. She sighed, realizing that time had slipped away from her. They needed to pick up Izuku soon. Tashinori suggested they order something to drink, noting that they had been talking for quite a while and that Izuku would be occupied at school for a bit longer. He believed they could spare some time to enjoy each other's company. Inko blushed at his words, cutting him off before he could elaborate. She admitted that they could use the time together and that it was unnecessary for him to say more. Tashinori, flustered, coughed and wiped away blood, quickly picking up a menu to find something suitable for his health. Inko smiled as she ordered another coffee, and they both settled into the moment, enjoying each other's presence before their busy schedules resumed. Meanwhile, at Aldred Junior High School, Izuku felt a growing urgency to leave. Although he had not faced any trouble from his classmates recently, he was still processing the revelations about past incidents involving Kaken. Kaken had always referred to those who bothered Izuku as extras, and while he had not specified who they were, Izuku had made a few guesses based on what he had overheard. Despite the tension, Izuku was grateful that most students kept their distance since the incident with Shirten. Some classmates had even approached him, asking if he was alright, which was a new experience for him. The attention was a bit overwhelming, especially with inquiries about his newly discovered quirk. He had explained it as a kaiju-based quirk, which led to further questions about its specifics. He had shared that it was a mix of various kaiju DNA, a truth that was only partially complete. As the school bell rang, Izuku gathered his belongings and prepared to leave. He was met by Kaken, who told him to stand aside. Kaken's tone was more subdued than usual, and he shot Izuku a warning glare before storming off, prompting the other students to part ways for him. Izuku let out a sigh of relief as he exited the classroom and made his way toward the entrance. He was uncertain about what his mother had discussed with Kaken and Auntie Mizuki. He had been caught in a moment with Erika, who had kept him from leaving with her vines. Kaken had been acting differently lately, more withdrawn and quiet, only snapping at those he deemed extras. Izuku felt it was best not to pry into Kaken's feelings, sensing that doing so might not yield positive results. As he walked, Tsurugi approached from behind, startling Izuku. Tsurugi asked if he knew what was going on with Kaken, but Izuku admitted he was unaware. Tsurugi reflected on how everything had come to light after so many years, and Izuku felt the weight of that truth. Tsurugi mentioned that Kaken had ranted about the plans of some of the extras, but had not specified who they were. Izuku sighed, acknowledging that this behavior was typical of Kaken. Tsurugi then posed a question that made Izuku flinch, whether he still considered Kaken a friend. The question hung in the air, leaving Izuku to ponder the complexities of their relationship. For a long time, there had been a distance between the two of them, a gap that had widened after the incident with Shirten. Tsurugi had sighed and nodded, acknowledging the unspoken truth. Years had passed since they had considered each other friends, they had grown apart. Tsurugi had often used his quirk to hold him down while Kaken and Tsubasa would bully him. As they grew older, Tsurugi had mostly stayed out of it, aligning himself with Kaken and those associated with him, including Shirten, who had once ambushed him. As they walked through the hallway in relative silence, he reflected on Tsurugi's words. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and admitted to himself that he had been aware of this for some time. The past 2 months had been revealing, especially after the encounter with the slime villain. It had become clear that Kaken had stopped being his friend long ago. He believed that attending UA would be beneficial for Kaken. There was so much more for him to learn about becoming a hero, and it would not be as straightforward as he imagined. Tsurugi had inquired about his knowledge of Shirten and the exam preparations, expressing concern that he might be hoping to restore their friendship. He had hesitated, unsure of how to answer. Part of him longed for the days of their childhood, when everything had seemed simpler. Yet, he recognized that so much had changed, and perhaps things would either improve or deteriorate further. He wished for Kaken to grow into the hero he aspired to be, but he also understood that the future was uncertain. Despite everything, he genuinely wished Kaken the best in his journey to become a great hero, just as he wished Tsurugi well in his own endeavors. Tsurugi had seemed surprised by this sentiment, chuckling softly. They reminisced about the days when it had just been the four of them, before they had developed their quirks and before Tsubasa had gone missing. Tsurugi expressed uncertainty about his own future, feeling as though he had spent too much time following Kaken and others like him. He acknowledged his own mistakes and the need to forge his own path. He felt a sense of resignation, believing that he would eventually be forgotten as they pursued their hero careers, merely an extra in their stories. He had felt compelled to assure Tsurugi that he would never be an extra. Tsurugi had been a significant part of Kaken's life, even if Kaken denied it. He had been close to Kaken for longer than anyone else, and he doubted he could ever forget Tsurugi or Tsubasa, with all their shared experiences, both good and bad. He hoped Kaken would soon abandon the notion of viewing others as mere extras, as it could lead to serious consequences if he underestimated someone. As they neared the school's entrance, he expressed his hopes for Tsurugi's success after leaving Aldra. He felt awkward, unsure of what else to say. Tsurugi had asked about Kaken's perception of him, and he had honestly replied that he did not understand why Kaken would think that way. Tsurugi had suggested that it was something he would have to figure out on his own, but he still wished for him to become a great hero. As they prepared to part ways, Tsurugi pointed out his mother near the school gate. He had hesitated to walk past her, recalling past incidents that had made him wary. He had expressed his reluctance to confront her, leaving him curious about what had transpired between them. Tsurugi had walked back into Aldra, wishing him a good afternoon. He had waved awkwardly as he stepped away from the school, taking a moment to glance back at Aldra before turning his attention to his mother and All Might. The transition to UA was approaching, and compared to the tumultuous months behind him, it felt less daunting than he had expected. Nearly every day, everything with Erika brought a sense of hope and a new beginning. This was the best way to describe the past 2 months. It marked the start for both her and the narrator to become heroes, and for Erika to adjust to her new life. There was also hope for Kaken, who was on his own journey to find his path as a hero. This was the first time in years that the narrator felt genuinely excited about starting at a new school, eager to fulfill the faith that others had placed in him to become a hero. Today was significant. It was the last day Erika would spend at Monarch's base. They were preparing to take her to the narrator's home, where he lived with his mother, in just a few hours. For the first time in centuries, this evening would hopefully mark the beginning of a new life for Erika as a human in this era, and they would be there to support her every step of the way. An hour later, they arrived at UA training ground, the traffic being light. Erika quickly found the narrator again, refusing to let go of him despite their attempts to separate. Agent Gordon was present as well, but before they could proceed with taking Erika, Serizawa had something important for all three of them to hear, something that shocked the narrator greatly. He learned that his blood was mutagenic, a revelation that left his mother in shock and caused All Might to frown. Erika, feeling protective, tightened her grip around him. Serizawa, with a serious expression, emphasized that the information they were about to discuss was classified. Agent Gordon assured them that any information regarding this matter would only be shared with those within Monarch who had undergone rigorous scrutiny. The narrator felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, worrying about the implications of his blood potentially mutating others. His mother echoed his concern, asking just how severe the situation was. Dr. Mifune, however, reassured them that, on its own, the mutagenic property of his blood was not as dire as it seemed. He presented a file containing various blood sample results and images of the effects. It would take a significant amount of blood to initiate any changes, possibly requiring draining his entire blood supply twice to achieve effects comparable to those seen after his first transfusion to Erika. The narrator felt a small sigh of relief, realizing that the effort required for such a transformation was less than he had feared. However, he sensed that this was only the tip of the iceberg regarding their concerns. Dr. Mifune explained that anyone with a genetic mutation they referred to as the Shirogami strain acted as a catalyst for these changes, enhancing the mutagenic properties of his blood. They had identified blood from Aoki's armor that revealed intriguing results. The blood belonged to Shirten, who had been under the full effects of Ideo Trigger at the time. This led to a troubling realization. Anyone with the Shirogami strain and a significant amount of the narrator's blood could undergo permanent alterations similar to those caused by Ideo Trigger. However, Vice Director Graham clarified that while the effects would not be identical, the alterations would still be significant, resulting in a permanent change to a person's body and quirk. Serizawa reiterated that it would still require draining the narrator's blood fully for such effects to manifest, which brought a moment of relief to his mother. However, that relief was short-lived as the narrator noticed a low growl building in Erika's throat. She was intently focused on a few files, her grip tightening around him to the point where it became difficult to breathe. Concerned, he expressed his discomfort, prompting her to immediately loosen her hold and apologize. Erika handed the papers to the narrator's mother, explaining that even a small amount of her blood could significantly enhance the rate of change. The most alarming aspect was that there were no signs of degeneration in any of the cells tested. The narrator, incredulous, examined the papers she had given him. He quickly realized that the samples without Erika's blood showed slight signs of degeneration, which appeared a day or two after his blood was added. However, the samples containing Erika's blood showed no negative effects, suggesting that their combined blood could potentially create a more powerful and permanent trigger. This realization filled the narrator with dread. All Might, sensing the gravity of the situation, warned Serizawa against pursuing any dangerous experiments. Serizawa shook his head, affirming that it was too risky for such information to be leaked. He expressed gratitude to Dr. Toga for bringing this issue to light, acknowledging the fears they all had about the potential consequences. Just then, a static buzz filled the air, followed by a rush of wind. Agent Dupre appeared next to the narrator, holding all the files, which began to vibrate before disintegrating into shreds. Erica expelled a wad of sap that would catch the remnants around her. While the destruction of physical evidence was understandable, the implications of their findings were already clear. It was possible to use their blood to splice someone with kaiju blood, and the thought of this was both exciting and terrifying. Izuku felt a surge of anxiety as he considered the implications of such a discovery. Yujiro, a scientist in the room, sighed as he reached into his lab coat and produced a vial filled with Erica's blood. He explained that just this one vial, combined with a significant amount of Izuku's blood, would be sufficient for their experiments. The Shirogami compound present in Izuku's blood could act as a catalyst, allowing the cells to bond with minimal risk. However, he cautioned that the results of this particular test would remain confidential, as the kaiju cells they had were not compatible with either Izuku or Erica through conventional means. The situation was still too uncertain, and Yujiro would be the sole monitor of the experiments. Agent Dupre, observing the scene, questioned the necessity of throwing the vial. Yujiro explained that it was meant to emphasize a point. Despite the seriousness of the situation, the possibility that not all kaiju blood would be compatible eased some of Izuku's fears. The idea that his blood could potentially solve a problem that had plagued humanity since the Age of Kaiju was both daunting and hopeful. However, he was aware that the risks were significant, especially with his blood type being a universal donor, making it accessible to anyone. Erica's blood, on the other hand, posed even greater dangers if mishandled. Dr. Mifune expressed concern over the unknown variables involved in their research. The potential consequences of this information falling into the wrong hands were alarming. Izuku's mother, sensing the tension, hoped that their efforts would keep this knowledge contained for the sake of everyone involved. She then inquired about the similarities between Izuku and the Ghidorah cells. The doctors explained that Izuku's main similarities lay in his electroplaques, which were akin to those of an electric eel or catfish. Additionally, the metallic plating on his skeleton resembled that found in Ghidorah remains, though it was a different, conductive metal. This revelation brought Izuku a measure of relief, as the situation was not as dire as he had feared. However, the similarities between Erica and the kaiju were even more pronounced, and her growls indicated her agitation. Erica's frustration was palpable as she demanded to know just how similar she was to the three-headed creature. The scientists confirmed that the similarities were significant. It had taken them a day to differentiate the traits shared between her, Izuku, and Ghidorah. Both had electroplaques and minor cellular similarities to Ghidorah cells. Although these traits were largely dormant, they held considerable influence. As Yujiro presented a sheet of paper detailing their findings, one of Erica's vines reached for it, and she quickly skimmed the contents. Izuku's eyes widened as he read that Erica's cells could store electricity like Ghidorah. Yujiro explained that since Monarch's inception, they had discovered that with sufficient electrical exposure, Ghidorah remains could temporarily reactivate and regenerate before reverting to dormancy. They had employed this method for years in their studies. Dr. Mifune had found that Dr. Shirogami's cells reacted similarly, converting energy for Izuku's body without any cellular activity from the blood. More tests were needed, but they believed they might have a hypothesis regarding this reaction. Erica voiced her concerns, suggesting that these traits might either be junk DNA or require attachment to her to have any effect. The scientists nodded in agreement, indicating that they would send the Ghidorah samples back and continue their experiments, though it would remain a low priority. They expressed a longing for Erica's cooperation but acknowledged that it would be some time before they could proceed with her involvement. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the effects of the stored electricity on the body, Mifune explained that it could accumulate to a certain limit before causing damage or converting into another form. He assured Erica that they would not press her on the issue unless she wanted to discuss it. Erika expressed her reluctance to deal with anything related to that topic, as she preferred to adjust to her new body first. Graham acknowledged her feelings with a smile and then turned to both Izuku and his mother, revealing that they had discovered something positive stemming from Izuku's blood. Curiosity piqued, Izuku and his mother wondered what this discovery could be. Graham shared that they had found Izuku's blood could temporarily accelerate the healing process of a body, indicating that he possessed a healing factor. This revelation surprised both Izuku and his mother, who reacted with astonishment at the implications of his blood's abilities. Graham clarified that while the healing factor was not as powerful as some other quirks, it could still be significant. With just a single vial of Izuku's blood, it could heal minor injuries like scratches and bruises within minutes, and potentially mend broken limbs in a day or two. However, Gordon cautioned that it would not be able to heal All Might's severe injuries, although it might help mitigate some damage to his lungs. This point had not crossed Izuku's mind until it was brought up, and he realized that while his blood had healing properties, it was not a viable solution for every situation. Erika, intrigued, inquired about the extent of Izuku's healing factor. Dr. Mifune explained that it was relatively minor compared to other abilities but could allow for the regeneration of limbs over time, similar to how certain creatures could regrow lost parts. This information shocked both Izuku and his mother, who were amazed at the potential of his abilities. As they discussed the limits of Izuku's healing factor, Erika noted that it could be overtaxed, albeit to a lesser degree than her own abilities. Izuku reflected on the implications of his newfound power, feeling a mix of unease and curiosity about the possibilities it presented. He was aware that he could potentially harm himself in ways he had never considered before. His mother, noticing his discomfort, expressed her concern for him. Izuku reassured her, admitting that he was grappling with the darker aspects of his healing factor. Agent Aoki, sensing the tension, redirected the conversation, emphasizing that they should not dwell on the more gruesome possibilities of Izuku's abilities. Yujiro acknowledged the concern but reminded Izuku that the healing factor would not make using one for all any easier. In fact, it might complicate things further. Izuku understood the need to learn how to manage his powers better, especially since the strain from using one for all could potentially overwhelm his healing factor and cause lasting damage. He realized that adapting to these changes would be a continuous challenge. Erika, growing impatient, asked if there were any other concerns regarding their blood. Dr. Mifune confirmed that the changes Izuku was experiencing had slowed significantly, and while there were ongoing alterations in his cells, they appeared to be harmless. He mentioned that these changes might be linked to the junk DNA in Erika's cells, though they could not pinpoint the exact cause. Yujiro reassured Izuku's mother that any detrimental changes would be addressed immediately, which brought her some relief. As Izuku contemplated the implications of these changes, he noticed Erika becoming increasingly restless, her fangs threatening to emerge. He understood her impatience and tried to calm her, assuring her that they would be finished soon. Erika had been waiting for this day for a few days, and she felt it was reasonable to ask for a few extra minutes. She sighed as she felt her vines sneak along Izuku's body, nuzzling against his cheek. She reluctantly agreed to the delay, casting a brief glance away while Izuku's mother smiled at both of them. Director Serizawa surprised everyone by announcing that he would introduce 3 members who would be stationed at the outpost. All Might expressed his confusion, stating he had not been informed of any arrivals. Aoki shared his surprise as well, wondering why they were only being introduced now. Izuku, trying to ignore Erika's vine, asked if their blood's effects were the reason for the sudden introduction. Graham confirmed this, explaining that Nizu had planned to send a notification later but had been called to a sudden meeting with the Board of Education. Both All Might and Izuku's mother appeared relieved by this news, though Izuku couldn't understand why. Serizawa mentioned that Dr. Ashford had suggested the 2 new members for the position, causing Aoki to pale and fold his wings behind his back, looking ready to flee. Izuku noticed Dr. Mifune handing Dr. Toga a yen bill before they both stepped away from the door. Aoki's reaction hinted at a deeper concern, particularly regarding the twins who were expected to arrive with Kazama. Agent Dupre informed them that Alexander believed the twins needed time away from Antarctica and would be arriving shortly. Aoki's panic was evident, and Izuku, curious, asked Erika if she had any idea why Aoki was reacting that way. She shrugged, admitting she had no memory of the reason. Aoki lamented the prospect of dealing with the twins daily, particularly one named Ale, but was interrupted by a woman's voice nearby. Aoki jumped in surprise, flying to the other side of the room only to find no one there. Laughter filled the air, followed by a distinctly male voice. A gruff voice instructed someone named Alfred to save his antics for later, just as the door opened to reveal 3 newcomers. The first 2 were a man and woman who appeared to be twins, sharing similar features, blonde hair, and blue eyes. The man wore a red uniform jacket, gray slacks, and carried a large black case, while the woman donned a purple dress and lab coat, accessorized with an elaborate necklace. Behind them stood an older Japanese man with spiked brown hair and a tactical outfit, glaring at the blonde man before standing at attention for Gordon, who nodded in acknowledgement. The atmosphere shifted when Erika tightened her vine around Izuku, sensing something unsettling about the blonde woman. An instinct urged him to stay away from her, intensified by a faint scent of blood. Aoki commented on the unsettling effect the woman, Alexia, had on everyone, which only heightened Izuku's discomfort. Alexia addressed Aoki, reminding him of the rudeness of speaking about someone behind their back, prompting him to retreat towards the other doctors. She then directed her attention to Dr. Shiragami and Izuku, instructing them to step back. As she did, the smell of blood intensified, and something extended from her wrist. Erika reacted instinctively, pulling Izuku aside just as Alexia shot out blood from a bony tube on her wrist. The blood landed on a pile of Erika's sap and shredded files, igniting into flames. All Might quickly instructed Erika to grab Izuku's mother, and before she could protest, Erika wrapped her in a vine and pulled her back. All Might rushed out of the room, returning moments later with a fire extinguisher to douse the flames. Once the fire was out, Erika released her grip on both Izuku and his mother, who sighed in relief. She thanked All Might for his quick action, and he responded with a nod. The tension shifted toward Alexia, who had caused the chaos. Director Serizawa took charge, questioning Alexia's reckless behavior. She innocently claimed that Monique and Vivian had given her permission to burn the files, leading to exasperated sighs from Agent Dupre and Graham, who reminded her that they had not accounted for the reaction of Dr. Shiragami's sap to her quirk. Alexia apologized, and as Erika growled in response, Alfred broke the tension with a perfect imitation of Alexia's voice, teasing his sister. The atmosphere remained charged, with everyone aware that the arrival of the twins would bring further complications to their already complex situation. He advised his sister to heed her own words, but she responded by playfully smacking him on the arm. He reassured her that it was fine, but requested a warning next time. As he observed the tube retracting into her wrist, curiosity took hold of him. He asked if her quirk resembled the defense mechanism of a bombardier beetle, using her blood to create a pyroclastic effect. Despite feeling an instinctive urge to keep his distance from her, he found himself intrigued. She confirmed his suspicion, explaining that she had another similar mechanism in her arm, along with an organ that allowed her blood to mimic the beetle's benzoquinone when exposed to air. She stored some of it for release, which prompted him to pull out his notebook to take notes. He noticed that Erika had stopped growling and seemed interested as well. He continued to inquire about the specifics of her quirk, asking if her blood heated up to 100 degrees Celsius and if the firing rate was adjusted for her larger size. Alexia smiled and confirmed that her firing rate matched that of the beetle, but her blood could reach higher temperatures if she desired. She could even ignite it right after release. As he jotted down her words, he asked whether her skin was immune to her blood, similar to the beetle's defense, and if there were limits to her quirk's usage. Alexia explained that she could use her quirk 20 times a day before it began to affect her body, but she lacked full immunity to her own blood. She mentioned needing to utilize the second aspect of her quirk for complete immunity. Intrigued, he asked if her quirk was dual-natured, to which she nodded while reaching for her lab coat. Just then, Alfred interjected, reminding them that it was neither the time nor the place for such discussions. The 3 of them snapped to attention, noticing him pinching his nose in exasperation. The rest of the room appeared amused, with All Might wiping blood from his face as he returned to his normal form. Their mother, with an amused grin, remarked on how happy she was that he and Erica were learning about a new quirk, prompting them to nod in agreement as he put away his notebook. Alexia, curious about his notebook's whereabouts, tilted his head in confusion at her question. She stared at him for a moment before grinning, causing him to feel an instinctive urge to distance himself. She found his reaction fascinating and walked toward Alfred and what he presumed to be Agent Kazama, who stood near Director Serizawa. Aoki expressed surprise at how well Midoriya was handling the situation, not expecting him to be so composed. Mifune agreed, feeling a twinge of sympathy for him. However, a stern voice interrupted their thoughts, indicating that there would be discussions after the meeting, particularly aimed at Aoki, who would be in charge of the outpost. Director Serizawa introduced Midoriya, Erica, and Yagi to Dr. Alexia Ashford and Agent Alfred Ashford, highlighting their expertise. Alfred approached All Might, extending his hand and expressing his eagerness to work together. All Might introduced himself in return, and Alfred revealed that he would serve as a teaching assistant, a role deemed necessary by their principal. He noted that while he would primarily assist Kazama, he would also help with training, which would be beneficial given All Might's experience with only a handful of students. Alfred mentioned that his role might be temporary, as he was also tasked with monitoring his sister. Alexia retorted that the same could be said for him, prompting All Might to inquire if this behavior was common. Serizawa confirmed that it had been a long-standing dynamic between them, adding that Alfred's ability to mimic his sister's voice and appearance was useful for infiltration missions, albeit with a humorous tendency to wear a dress while doing so. Agent Gordon chimed in, noting Alfred's skills in creating traps, which could be advantageous for their lessons. Kazama expressed his sarcasm about the situation, while Alfred continued to address the group, mentioning his ongoing research into Midoriya's and Dr. Shiragami's blood alongside Dr. Ashford. He assured them that they would be stationed at the outpost to prevent any accidental mishaps, humorously suggesting that Alexia might be less of a danger there than in Antarctica. Their mother expressed concern about the potential risks associated with Alexia's work, prompting questions about her capabilities. Yujiro explained that Dr. Ashford was more than capable of her role as Monarch's chief geneticist, often producing results that were either brilliant or disastrous, sometimes leading to successes that could not be replicated even years later. Mifune let out a sigh, reflecting on the complexities of their situation. He explained that one of the most notable examples of their sister's work involved a method to significantly slow down aging without relying on repeated medication or quirks. This process had inadvertently bonded with her DNA, leaving no hope for replication even 15 years later. Graham noted that instead of being merely 3 minutes younger than him, she was now 3 years younger. He added that she had also altered a few quirks through accidental spills, including her own, and mentioned their father with a shudder. Serizawa contributed to the conversation by pointing out that both their sister and their father possessed similar quirks. However, Dr. Ashford's quirk had evolved into a more heteromorphic form over the past 3.5 years, and despite the lack of a cure, he had grown accustomed to having 2 extra limbs for research purposes. Aoki chimed in with a shocking revelation about their sister's most spectacular and dangerous feat. She had somehow cloned a meganolin. This creature had nearly caused him harm and could have spawned a swarm at their base if it had not been dealt with swiftly. Alexia, unable to resist, reminded Aoki that he had tried to eat the creature after it was cooked. The mention of the meganolin stirred unease among them, as humanity had already faced 2 significant encounters with these creatures. The last incident had resulted in a large area of Osaka being flooded and the emergence of a mutated megagyrus. Given this history, Aoki's hesitation around their sisters seemed more justified, especially since it had all been an accident. Erica, curious about the meganolin, inquired whether they were referring to the same type that had been found in the Kitamitsu village mines alongside the first Rodden. Izuku shook his head, recalling that Erica had missed the second emergence of the creatures, as the first occurrence had taken place a few years before her Biarish. He explained that the one created by their sister was more akin to a second outbreak unearthed about a decade after Erica had left. The specimens found in the mines had been mutated and 4 times the size, incapable of maturing and better suited for terrestrial conditions. Their mother, concerned, asked if their sister was safe around both their blood and the kaijus. Yujiro reassured her that with proper supervision, their sister excelled at her job, which would become easier once the director could secure more candidates for the outpost. He mentioned that she had been particularly careful with Erika's blood and the kaijus. Alfred remarked that it seemed their sister was especially delighted to work with one of her inspirations, which prompted a flustered reaction from Alexia. She had looked up to Erika's work as she pursued her career as a geneticist and expressed her eagerness to work with Erika's blood. Erika, caught off guard, let out a small growl, unsure of how to respond to such admiration. Kazama, who had just arrived with the twins, introduced himself as Agent Katsunori Kazuma. Izuku recognized the name, recalling that he had noted it in his current notebook. Agent Gordon confirmed that Kazuma was one of the best agents he had ever trained and would be serving as Aoki's second-in-command at the outpost. Aoki expressed surprise that Kazuma was not in charge of the base, to which Kazuma explained that he was on medical leave and not yet at full strength. He added that Aoki had the lay of the land, making him the right choice for the position. Izuku, intrigued, asked Kazuma if his hero name was Black Flag. The Monarch agent paused, and the other agents exchanged amused glances. Kazuma admitted that he had been known as Black Flag, a name that had stuck from an acting job during his internship. He noted that he had been assigned to the outpost mainly for security purposes. Erika, still curious, asked who they needed security against. Kazuma smirked and pointed at Izuku, indicating that he was a trouble magnet of the highest order. Agent Dupre chimed in, agreeing with Kazuma's assessment. Kazuma clarified that his presence was also to ensure a top agent was nearby in case anything went wrong in the Aomori prefecture. All Might, concerned, inquired about increased activity in that area. Kazuma confirmed that there had been unusual movements in the lake, but the kaiju was still hibernating. He assured them that they would be kept informed about the situation and any developments, as was customary for families of Monarch employees who had been vetted. Erika felt a surge of excitement as she anticipated leaving the base for good. She expressed her eagerness with a growl, confirming her longing to move on. Sarazoa acknowledged her feelings, explaining that both she and Midoriya would need to return in 3 days. Kazama added that the base would be dismantled by then, allowing the outpost to operate independently of UA. Aoki confirmed his schedule, mentioning meetings with Yagi regarding Nizu in preparation for the upcoming entrance exams. Agent Dupre then directed her attention to Midoriya, causing him to shudder at the thought of another sparring session. She warned him that the next round would be different, as she would not hold back. Despite his apprehension, he agreed to the challenge. As Erika playfully wrapped vines around Midoriya, she began to pull him toward the door. He reminded her to wait for their mother, asking her to put him down. With a small growl, Erika complied, retracting her vines as their mother approached, a smile on her face. Grateful for her understanding, Midoriya felt relieved as they prepared to leave the base. As they exited, Alfred and Alexia waved goodbye, though Alfred's teasing earned him a playful smack from his sister. Midoriya felt a sense of relief wash over him as he stepped outside, grateful to be away from the intensity of the base and the mysterious presence of Dr. Ashford. In the days to come, he planned to ask Kazama about his quirk and experiences as a hero, but he couldn't shake the unease about what Agent Dupre had in store for him. Despite his worries, he found comfort in Erika's excitement as they walked toward the exit. She seemed to struggle to contain her joy, occasionally releasing spores as they moved. Upon arriving home, Erika transformed into spores the moment they left the base, quickly reforming as they reached their mother's car. Her enthusiasm was palpable, and she couldn't wait to enter her new space. Once they arrived at the apartment, Erika stood in front of the guest room door, a smile lighting up her face. All Might encouraged Midoriya to open the door for Erika, suggesting that she might appreciate the gesture. Though hesitant, Midoriya agreed, feeling a warmth in his cheeks as he approached the door. As he turned the doorknob, Erika transformed into spores again, floating past him and reforming in the center of her new bedroom. All Might remarked on how they should have anticipated Erika's ability to do that, sharing a light moment with their mother. Suddenly, four of Erika's vines shot out and pulled Midoriya toward her, catching him off guard. As she hugged him, he tried to ignore the closeness, asking her for a little warning next time. Erika smiled, her playful nature evident as she expressed her happiness about her new home. The room had been transformed with new sheets and curtains that she had chosen, and it was filled with a desk, a chair, and a bookshelf stocked with study materials provided by Nizu. The space was designed to let in sunlight, catering to her unique biology and allowing her to thrive. Midoriya felt a sense of joy as he watched Erika take in her new surroundings, her enthusiasm infectious. This was a new beginning for both of them, and he couldn't help but smile at the thought of the adventures that lay ahead. The only reason Erika managed to stay awake in her mother's car was due to her excitement. She had a small closet that had been cleared out, containing only a few clothes given to her by midnight, reminiscent of what she wore on that day at Dagoba Beach Municipal Park. The thought of having a space to call her own filled her with joy. This room, though modest, was entirely hers. It was not a greenhouse, a containment cell, or a spare baroque room. It was a sanctuary where she could fill it with her belongings and decorate it as she pleased. The very idea of it brought her happiness. As her mother and All Might entered the room, her mother smiled, clearly pleased with Erika's reaction. Erika expressed her love for the space, noting that it felt perfect despite its emptiness. All Might revealed that her mother had planned a special gift for her. This was the first time Erika had heard about it, and curiosity piqued her interest. Her mother, with a playful gesture, levitated a picture frame from behind All Might's back and presented it to Erika. The frame contained a photo of Erika and her mother embracing after a heartfelt moment when she had been encouraged to pursue her dreams of becoming a hero. Erika's face flushed with embarrassment as she realized the significance of the photo. Her mother and All Might exchanged knowing glances, and despite their initial surprise, both Erika and her mother affirmed their appreciation for the thoughtful gift. In a moment of excitement, Erika's vines sprouted from her back, wrapping around both her mother and All Might in a warm embrace, thanking them for the gift. Her mother blushed, and All Might, caught off guard, struggled to maintain his composure. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as All Might transformed into his heroic form, swiftly maneuvering to free himself and Erika's mother from her vines, which had tightened around them. Despite the chaos, All Might assured them he was fine, though he needed a moment to recover. As they shifted their focus back to preparing dinner, Erika expressed her willingness to eat almost anything, prompting her mother to suggest ordering gyudon from Sukiya. All Might took the initiative to place the order, while Erika's mother began to gather ingredients for a side dish. With the kitchen preparations underway, Erika and her mother shared a moment of warmth, reflecting on how much better it felt to have a personal space compared to her previous experiences in space. Erika had missed the simple joy of decorating a room and having a place to call home. As the evening progressed, Erika felt a sense of anticipation for the future. She was ready to embrace the many experiences that awaited her, starting with this new chapter in her life. With a smile, she encouraged her companion to help with dinner preparations, knowing that soon enough, they would be surrounded by notes and books in the dining room. Today marked the beginning of a new journey for Erika, one where she could finally feel at home, and it seemed she was off to a wonderful start. Yujiro focused intently on his work, carefully measuring out the blood samples he had collected. He had not expected Alexia to arrive, but her presence was a fortunate surprise. Her hair color differed slightly from Himiko's, which he believed would suffice for his experiments. He needed to ensure that the blood was safe for her consumption, especially since it had been diluted. Given the alterations in her blood, there was a possibility that it could be toxic, even to those with blood-related quirks. He was particularly interested in determining whether her blood could serve as a receptor for either Erika's or Izuku's blood. Despite her blood type not being O-negative, both twins were first-generation quirk users on one side of their family. The presence of the Shirogami strain in her blood was uncertain, and Yujiro suspected that some of the changes she had made to her blood were intentional, although he had yet to find conclusive evidence. As the machines beeped, Yujiro frowned at the results. He removed the vial, uncapped it, and carefully positioned his canine to the edge, allowing a few droplets to escape. He then reached for a dropper filled with blood, holding it steadily over the vial. He needed just a few more smaller drops of Mikago's blood, followed by one large drop of Alexia's blood. Once the droplet was added, he sealed the vial and returned it to the machine. Mikago was one of the few KP units stationed at their temporary base. Although he had a mutation quirk, his blood type was compatible with Alexia's, making it a suitable candidate for the experiment. The antibodies in Mikago's blood appeared to dilute any potential toxins present in Alexia's blood, which was a positive sign. Now, it was simply a matter of waiting. Yujiro sighed, massaging his temples as he reflected on the latest challenges. Convincing Serizawa to allow these tests had been relatively easy, but it had only fueled his concerns. He had consumed a significant amount of Izuku's blood, and he was uncertain when a vial or two of Erika's had been mixed in. The consequences had altered his niece's DNA. He recalled a time in human history before quirks when genetic engineering was viewed as a dangerous weapon. Erika was a prime example of this. If the techniques were perfected and fell into the wrong hands, the potential for disaster was immense. Fortunately, Himiko's blood showed no clear signs of Izuku's influence, although it was alarmingly close to what Izuku had been warned about earlier. Thankfully, all traces of changes in her had ceased. True to her word, Himiko had stopped pursuing Izuku's blood, even after discovering a small, difficult-to-open vial that Yujiro typically reserved for kaiju. She had found it several times over the past few days, always returning it intact, without a single droplet missing. Yujiro made it a point to check it thoroughly each time, and it had turned into a sort of game between them. He was unsure when the changes had begun, but he had already witnessed their effects. Himiko seemed faster, her reflexes sharper, her fangs slightly elongated, and her pupils had taken on a cat-like appearance. Additionally, her quirk had been enhanced, albeit on a minor level. This enhancement manifested in two distinct ways. First, she had developed an acute sense of smell for the blood of those she was familiar with, allowing her to track and identify even a single droplet. The second change was accidental and largely impractical, requiring the blood of two different people with compatible types. If she attempted to mix more blood than that, she would likely face an upset stomach at best, with the possibility of vomiting depending on how much she indulged. Yujiro hoped that this experience would teach her moderation, especially considering the cleanup involved afterward. The machine beeped, breaking Yujiro from his thoughts. He smiled as he removed the vial and called for Himiko. She appeared almost instantly, having been quietly observing him. He was startled by her sudden presence, but her excitement was palpable. Yujiro asked how long she had been there, and she replied that it had only been a minute. Her eyes lit up with anticipation, eager to know if the experiment was complete. Before he could finish his sentence, she removed his lab coat and eagerly consumed the vial's contents. As she tasted the blood, she found it bitter, and Yujiro noted that he should have anticipated that flavor from Alexia's blood. He promised to add a drop of peppermint next time, as it had always helped in the past. Himiko's voice began to shift as the transformation took effect, and when Yujiro turned to look at her, he was taken aback by the changes. Her appearance now blended features from both Alexia and Mikago, and her clothing adjusted to fit her new form. Yujiro acknowledged the transformation, expressing hope that in a few days, he would find a way to help her further. Himiko grinned, having kept her promise to be patient and not drink any of his blood. While Yujiro was confident that Izuku could handle himself if the situation escalated, he hoped it would not come to that. The next morning, on the coast of Futuna Island, an older man with gray hair and patches of black marks on his arms and legs searched the beach. He pulled a few euro coins from the sand and tossed them into his bag before turning his metal detector back on. He continued to comb the beach, hoping to find more treasures before the tourists arrived, whom he regarded as a nuisance. He had enough trouble with a loud woman demanding that everyone speak English the other day. It was frustrating to remind them that they were technically on French territory. From what he heard from a friend at the resort, it had been nearly a decade since anyone had acted that way, and he remembered something about the locals saying that the tourists were practically extinct. He couldn't recall the details clearly, as he had already consumed a couple of cans of beer during that conversation, trying to drown out the woman's awful screams as she was skirted away by a hero. The fact that she had a voice amplifier quirk only added to the chaos. Despite the occasional disturbances, he did not regret retiring to this island. The locals were friendly, the views from the beach were appealing, especially the sunrises on clear mornings, and he was a whole hemisphere away from his ex-wife. He felt a sense of relief knowing that finding him here would be nearly impossible for her, assuming she could even get out of prison. As he observed more people milling around the beach, he shook his head, recognizing most of them by their mannerisms and clothing. He didn't bother to wonder why they were out here so early, especially with the coastal fog hanging over the beach. On a clear morning, he could understand the early arrivals, but today visibility was low. He figured he would stay for another 5 minutes before heading back to his car, as the beach was bound to get crowded soon. Suddenly, the beeping of his metal detector caught his attention. He looked down to see something metallic partially buried in the sand. Brushing it off, he discovered it was an aluminum can, the lid bent and protruding. He felt relieved that he hadn't stepped on it. After picking it up, he heard a rattling sound inside. Shaking it gently, he caught a €5 coin in his hand. It wasn't much, but it was worth more than the can itself. He pocketed the coin and placed the can in his bag, picking up the metal detector once more. Just then, a loud rumbling noise echoed across the beach, startling him. He glanced around and was relieved to see that he wasn't the only one who had heard it. However, that relief quickly faded as he looked out to see the fog parting and the sun rising, revealing a small island far off the shore. He knew better than to believe it was a real island. He had combed this beach for 4 years and there was no island located right there. The island appeared as a giant gray blot against the fog before the sound ceased, and then it sank beneath the ocean. Through the fog, he noticed a large swell rapidly approaching the coast. Panic surged through him as he realized the danger. He hefted the metal detector over his shoulder and ran back inland, hearing the screams of other beachgoers who had the same instinct to flee. He didn't make it far before the wave crashed onto the beach. Grabbing onto a nearby tree trunk, he held on for dear life as the water struck him at waist level, pushing him against the tree. He struggled to maintain his grip as the water began to pull back out to sea. Looking around, he saw others clinging to trees like him, some managing to hold on while others struggled. A few people were caught in the current but were quickly rescued by those nearby. As the water reached his knees, he heard someone screaming, followed by frantic cries. Turning his head, he spotted a little girl caught in the current, desperately trying to stay above water as she swept past him. He felt a surge of determination and quickly grabbed his metal detector, moving it toward her, urging her to hold on. The girl grasped the end of the detector, and he felt a sharp pain shoot through his shoulder as he pulled her closer while trying to maintain his grip on the tree trunk. She lost her hold but was now within his reach, and he scooped her up, holding her tightly against him. He reassured her that everything would be all right as the current began to recede. Ignoring the pain in his shoulder and the seawater she was spitting on him, he focused on getting them both to safety. Moments later, the swell completely receded, and he lowered the girl to the ground, wincing as he grabbed his shoulder, realizing he had likely pulled something. He bent down to check on her, noticing other beachgoers starting to recover from the chaos while the sounds of sirens approached in the distance. Given the close proximity to a resort, he expected a quick response. The girl sobbed as she introduced herself, revealing her name was Ladita. He asked her where her parents were, trying to maintain a reassuring demeanor. She explained that she had been with her mother but had been separated by the wave. He scanned the beach, observing others returning, some carrying those who had been battered by the swell. He knew he needed to check on things before jumping to conclusions. He suggested they wait by the beach, reasoning that if her mother was looking for her, she would likely head there. He encouraged her to listen for the sounds of the rescue sirens, confident that help was on the way. Ladita followed his lead, cupping her ear to the beach, her eyes widening as she heard the distant sirens approaching. Ladita felt a surge of hope as she cried out, expressing her belief that her mother should be nearby. The man accompanying her encouraged her to stay close while they searched for her mother, adjusting his bag and metal detector.